know if I find one. Havoc and then cleared out a little bit of it when I was gone. Oh shoot, oh no. Ugh. Hey, let's go, boys. Do we actually have 2 mirrors? Hey, yo. I don't read chat much, it's just trickier to read. Oh, that's not good. Ooh. Yeah, no.
When I was still in middle school, my math teacher once told me that I'd end up in the sewers if I kept phoning it in during class. I mean, I guess he was right. It was around 5 a.m. when we landed in Staten Island. The flight over was pretty quiet, with both Luke and Armin holding expressions that I knew all too well. It was the expression one might make when they weren't quite sure what was going to happen next. "This is as much as I can help you," the pilot said, as he tried to hide the weary expression on his face. We nodded at him as he prepared to take off. He didn't seem enthusiastic about sticking around to see what would happen next. I couldn't blame him for that. Losing a friend and Colt didn't feel too good either. We only had to wait for about 10 minutes to be picked up. 4 vehicles, all different makes and models, pulled up, with a taller blonde woman coming out of the lead car. Her face seemed to be frozen in a perpetual grimace as she walked up to Luke. "What the hell have you done?" she said through gritted teeth, looking just about ready to break Luke's other arm on the spot. "I thought you knew how to follow simple instructions." "Yeah?" Luke responded, holding a similar expression to hers. "And I thought you knew how to recruit people. Your guy, Visor, was a fucking mole, Valerie." "What the hell are you talking about?" she said. "Are you sure? The motherfucker turned on us and started filming the attack," Luke continued. "He also killed Colt, so yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure." Valerie's expression suddenly changed as she muttered something under her breath, and then she looked over at me. "He's the new guy, right?" I nodded in response. "And Colt's the only one dead on our side?" she asked. "Yeah," Luke responded. "Good," she said. "I guess we broke even. Time to go to Manhattan." She turned, heading back towards the vehicle. I looked over at Luke, who just smirked. We didn't get on our bad side. We drove from Staten Island to Manhattan, before finally arriving at an unassuming-looking Chinese restaurant. "What do you guess?" he said as we pulled up. "Another secret CIA base?" "Don't be so surprised," Luke said as he hopped out. At that point, I suppose nothing should have surprised me at all. We passed through the main dining area before descending into the basement to find about 30 armed soldiers and agents getting geared up. "Is this everybody?" Luke asked. "Just about," Valerie responded. "Except for Gustafson. He's in the freezer. Had a hell of a time getting him over." "Gustafson? Is that the secret weapon you guys were talking about?" I asked. "Last resort," Armin confirmed. "And yes, Marcus Gustafson. He was a 6'7" Swedish-American SOG agent who opted to join the fight against Kane. As with everybody else, he was given a dose of the serum. However, his body's response to it was a bit different from everyone else's. His strength and speed were elevated to ludicrous levels, far surpassing even Colt's. Couple that with his massive frame, and he was essentially a human wrecking ball. Those boosts came with a drawback, though. In exchange for his physical prowess, his mind degenerated into something comparable to a primal beast. If anybody were to stand in front of him, they would get bulldozed regardless of who they were. There was only one feasible way to control him, and that was by putting him into freezing temperatures. When that happened, he was capable of retaining some degree of his old self, some degree of sanity. "If we take him out, we'll have about 30 minutes until he loses control again," Valerie continued to explain. "That means we'll have to work quick." "That shouldn't be a problem," Luke responded. "We only have to cover the entirety of Lower Manhattan sewer system." "Just get it done," she said. "You know how important this is. Don't fuck it up." Luke rolled his eyes. "You don't need to tell me that, all right? Focus on yourself." She shot him a glare before walking away. "Jesus," Luke muttered, shaking his head before turning to me. "But she's right. This is important," he said. "It's also very dangerous. You've survived so far, but I really couldn't tell you what's about to happen next. If you want to back out now, that's fine. Your choice. With all that said, you still coming with us?" I already knew the question was nothing more than a polite gesture. I could tell I really didn't have an option at all. And if the world really was at stake here, then they needed all the help they could get. I nodded and shook his hand. In some strange way, it felt like my fate had been sealed from the very start regardless. We were headed into the sewers. We split up into 10 groups in order to cover more ground. I was with Luke and Armin, of course. The plan was simple in theory. We just had to locate where the robot aliens were being kept and eliminate them all. If we ran into Kane himself, then we needed to radio Valerie, lure him towards a rendezvous point, and shoot him with the last bullet. From there, we'd have to neutralize the remaining bots and organize a scrub of any trace of their existence. And if things became a little too overwhelming, we'd have to resort to unleashing Marcus. I didn't say it'd be easy, just straightforward. I could think of about 100 different ways this could go south, but nevertheless, this really was our one and only shot. As hard as I tried to mentally prepare myself for our descent into the murky tunnels, I still couldn't stop myself from gagging as we waded through the calf-deep river of who knows what. Luke and Armin weren't even trying to suppress their amusement at my discomfort. "Is this funny?" I asked. "Does it smell good to you guys or something?" "We've been through a lot worse," Armin responded. "This really ain't much in comparison." "You want to hear some stories to pass the time while we search?" Luke asked. I didn't take him up on the offer. I had to focus on not throwing up instead. After about 15 minutes of walking, we came across one of the creatures, which caused me to flinch as my light attached to my rifle illuminated it. Thankful it was dead. It also seemed to be different from the ones we encountered in Russia, more gruesome in appearance. It was about twice the size, so big that it nearly blocked the entire tunnel. It was also covered in what appeared to be boils. Large, pulsing spheres that were fighting for space across its torso. Luke walked forward cautiously before quickly turning away. His hand clamped over his nose. "Jesus," he muttered. "Smells like death." Armin grabbed a knife off his belt and stepped forward. "What are you doing?" I asked him. "I just want to know what we're dealing with," he responded. He chucked the blade at one of the boils, causing it to burst open. I couldn't stop myself from puking a little in my mouth after seeing what came out. These things began crawling out. There had to be dozens of them, all about the size of a large rat. They looked like spiders at first, but as they crawled closer to me, it became evident that they were just smaller versions of the creature. It looked like something straight out of hell itself. "Fuck me," Luke said. "Weren't these things supposed to be robots?" He looked around before stomping on one of the creatures and completely pulverizing it. "I don't see any wires here," he continued. I looked back at the creature, watching as the boils started to bulge and thrash as if the monstrosities within were getting ready to hatch at any moment. "Biotechnology," Armin said. "Real taboo subject. It makes sense, though. Why build robots from scratch when you could just breed the organic matter and modify them at maturation?" He seemed to know quite a bit about the topic. But still, he continued, "I suppose this complicates things." Since the creatures were blocking most of the tunnels and we didn't want to risk accidentally popping another one out, we took a different route for searching. As noon began closing in, we still hadn't managed to find anything else of note. I could tell that Luke and Armin were getting worried. Although they were doing a good job of hiding it, my mind began drifting, conjuring up images of these creatures running amok in Manhattan. How would people react? How the hell would the world respond? My thoughts suddenly halted when I started feeling something below me. It was rumbling, coming from beneath our feet. It didn't take a genius to realize what that meant. The creatures weren't being held in the sewer tunnels. They were being held beneath them. And it seemed as if they were already on the move. We were 10 minutes away from noon, so we didn't exactly have the time to propose an extensive plan. We simply had to act. Armin pulled out something that looked like a large block of C4 before planting it in the water. He detonated it, causing the water to flow into the hole that had been created. I could see another tunnel beneath. As the rumbling continued to increase in intensity, Armin tossed a flashbang and we hopped down. There were no soldiers waiting for us. But what we found there was startling regardless. It wasn't just another sewer tunnel. It was a hallway. One that looked like it could have been plucked out of any office building. We were all in disbelief as we walked forward, staring at the inexplicable sight around us. We began hearing footsteps coming from the corridor behind us only moments later. It was no mystery to what the source was. We made a hell of a lot of noise coming down. I raised my rifle just as a group of soldiers turned the corner. I opened fire, but none of them even flinched in response. Of course. They were all on the serum. I glanced down at my watch, 5 minutes before noon, and from the sound of it, an entire army of robots were marching beneath us. "Let's go!" Ivan yelled. I turned around, watching as him and Luke began running. We scrambled through corridor after corridor, trying feverishly to find another way down while evading the soldiers simultaneously. The pressure started mounting as they began converging on us at seemingly every corner. As hard as we looked, there didn't seem to be a way for us to go. Not that we had much time to begin with. We soon found ourselves in the middle of an intersecting corridor, being boxed in by soldiers in every direction. They weren't shooting at us, or even running. Instead, they approached us calmly, almost as if they were robots themselves, and I suppose they didn't need to rush. We were all completely trapped. "Fuck it," I heard Armin say. I looked over at him, watching as he pulled another block of C4. "What the hell are you doing?" Luke asked. "If it works once, it'll work again," Armin continued. "Brace yourselves." He planted the explosive right beneath our feet, then detonated it. I could feel a surging pain overwhelming my entire lower body as the floor broke beneath us, causing us to fall deeper into the strange underground complex. Not sure how far we fell. It had to be at least a few dozen feet, possibly a few more. My head continued to ring as I tried to regain my bearings, looking around to see that we'd fallen into some sort of lab. And the more I looked, the more bizarre things became. The place was massive, almost too big for me to comprehend how it could have been built. There were rows upon rows of glass chambers, filled with all matters of grotesque creatures. I looked over at Luke, who also seemed completely dumbstruck by the sight. Armin was fidgeting with the radio, likely trying to call Valerie. "Can't reach her," he said. "I guess these won't work this far below ground." "Of course they don't," Luke grumbled. "We have to find a way out of here." Armin shook his head. "No, we have to finish the mission. We need to find and kill Kane." "What are you talking about?" Luke responded, clearly floored at the thought of it. "The invasion's already started." "Does that change anything?" Armin responded. "We still have a job to do." "Come on, man," Luke said. "Let's find a way out of here. Then we can regroup with the rest and come up with a better plan. There's nothing we can do here." Armin seemed to hesitate for a moment. His expression showed signs of apprehension. But in the end, Luke's words didn't deter him. He ran off by himself before either of us could say anything. "Fucking hell," Luke muttered as he grabbed my arm. "Let's go." "Are we gonna go after him?" I responded. "Do we have the time?" he responded. "The guy's made up his mind. We have our own asses to save." As wrong as it felt leaving him behind like that, I decided to follow Luke. I suppose he was right. This mission was over. Still, the chances of us making it back to the surface didn't seem so high. Also, what would be waiting for us once we got up there? Noon had already come and passed. I could only imagine the chaos that was already transpiring. As we ran through the seemingly endless lab, I could hear footsteps chasing us once again. We finally reached what seemed to be the end, only to be met with another adjacent corridor. This one lined with rows of metal doors and panels of glass in between. I glanced into a few of them as we ran, seeing people in heavy medical gear wielding massive tools, staining the walls with blood of unknown specimens. The whole operation clearly went deeper than Luke or I or anybody on the outside could have imagined. We ended up running into another group of soldiers who were storming right towards us from the other end. This time there was no way of evading them. We were stuck in the middle of the corridor with nowhere else to run and no more C4 left to detonate. Even if there was another level below us, I doubted that I wanted to see what there was. We just had to face them head on. I ran forward in an attempt to force myself through, but was immediately pushed back, the impact leaving me gasping for air. As I scrambled on the ground, I could feel an immense pressure wrapping around my neck, almost as if I was being strangled by a python. I didn't stay conscious for much longer after that. When I finally came to, I found myself sitting on the floor, my arms and legs bound by some kind of metal restraint. I tried struggling, but they wouldn't budge. I looked around, seeing just about everybody else in there with me. Luke, Armin, Valerie, and a larger, extremely beat-up man who I could only assume was Marcus. Even our last resort had been captured. We really never stood a chance, did we? I made eye contact with Luke. Then Armin. I knew that we were all thinking the same thing. This was nothing short of a complete and utter disaster. The rest of the room was pretty much empty, which was strange, since it was apparently large enough to hold upwards of 50 people. I had to wonder how much time and effort went into building a place like this. I could see a few soldiers guarding the exits, and those...
G'day mates, welcome back to my YouTube channel. In today's video, I have one very, very terrible thing being added to Fortnite and one very, very good thing being added to Fortnite, and I want to talk about both of them. The first terrible thing is it's not really being added, but it's the new FNCS format. More specifically, the timing of the rounds. Right now, FNCS is going to take place starting on a Thursday, which isn't a big deal because it happens at night, but round 2 is going to take place on a Friday in most regions at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which I don't have to tell you, with most of you guys watching, that's during school. And when 90%, I would say, of the Fortnite competitive player base is still going to school, whether in person or online, that is a very, very weird decision from Epic. This isn't just an LTM or a weird skin tournament. This is the FNCS, the most important tournament of the season, and they're putting a round of it on, an early round as well, not even like a round 3 or round 4, during school. But we do have a positive note to talk about. We have one of the best additions I think that's going to be coming to Fortnite very, very soon. We have this kind of smart inventory system. I'll talk about it a little bit later, but basically it's going to be the ability to set a certain slot in your inventory to be designated to a certain weapon, and then any weapon you pick up will be automatically sorted into that slot. People have been asking for this for such a long time. It looks like an awesome change, and we have some potential other leaks coming out. We have a very reputable leaker talking about some new stuff we're getting in Fortnite very, very soon that I also want to talk about. So we got some negatives, we got some positives. Let's jump into it. Now, the main thing about FNCS is this was actually in the rules. These have been there for a while. It's only now because they've been added into the compete tab that people can go in and check the dates and time that everyone's freaking out about FNCS. So obviously I'm OCE, so it's not going to look exactly the same for you guys, but just all you got to do the time conversion, because I couldn't figure out any other way to do this, is just take off 2 hours and switch AM and PM. So round 1 is going to take place starting on Thursday. It's going to go from 5 PM until 8 PM. So that's pretty normal. That's the standard time. That's when we expect tournaments to be on. But round 2 every week is going to take place at 1 PM until 4 PM on a Friday. That is the big issue right now. Round 2 is, a lot of players are going to make it into round 2. So even if you argue they shouldn't be catering competitive to kids, like, I get that, trust me, but that's just not what Fortnite is. We have to face the reality. Fortnite is a game that is dominated by a younger audience. Most of them are at school, and it's just a weird time to put on such an important tournament as well. Round 3 then is 5 PM until 8 PM, very normal time, but again, that's on the same day. So both of these are going to take place on a Friday. And then you have Saturday, you're going to have 5 PM until 8 PM, which is, again, a very normal time. I'm kind of confused why this is, though. Why is it ending on a Saturday, and why is it not going through until on a Sunday? I really don't understand this. I'm guessing there must be a reason that maybe you guys know, but I've been sitting here waiting to film my video, and I can't figure out why. Round 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all taking place from Thursday to Saturday, and then Sunday is left free. I guess for the Cash Cup, I think Epic didn't want to have FNCS on the same time as Cash Cups anymore. But again, if you look at solo Cash Cups, they made them way earlier. Solo Cash Cups now take place on a Sunday, but usually 3 hours earlier in almost every region. So why? I'm really confused here. I genuinely don't understand why Epic has done this, and players are gonna be, and I'm sure you are, very upset because I think a Cash Cup shouldn't take precedence. I'm guessing move the Cash Cup onto another day, maybe get rid of one of the LTM tournaments. It shouldn't be this hard to fit in 4 rounds of an FNCS, a solo Cash Cup, and a trio Cash Cup. Like, I know that's a lot of tournaments, but we don't even have regular updates every week anymore. So you really have 7 days, at least you have 6 days to fit these in on. They should take precedence over LTM tournaments. Put the LTM tournament on during FNCS, the casuals can play that, and then keep FNCS on 4 separate days so that you can have 1 round each day so they don't have to start so early. The main reason why this round 2 starts so early is because they're trying to fit 2 rounds on a single day. And I know what a lot of you guys are probably probably gonna say, oh, it's summer break, but I mean, there's other countries around the world. Like I said, Australia and New Zealand aren't gonna be able to play this tournament if they're going to school. I imagine there's a lot of EU countries on different school schedules that are also gonna be affected. And if this is the schedule going forward, when NA East goes back to school, you might not be able to play in the FNCS either. I don't think it's a good idea to change the schedule just because America's on summer break. Or is it just, I don't know, I'm really confused here. This is where I'd love like a blog post from Epic to kind of explain their reasoning. We've seen a lot of these in the past, really good blog posts where they break down why they changed the pricing structure, why they changed the scoring structure. I just like some clarification. Is it because Epic doesn't think a huge chunk of their audience is at school? Because I think that's wrong. Or do they just not think that they should be competing? Like, I just genuinely don't see an actual reason when you look at the schedule for why this is. Surely an LTM could be moved or something could be moved, because for the smaller regions like OC especially, this is going to be incredibly terrible. I'm going through and I'm reading and comparing the rules, and it's looking like this may be potentially a glitch. It could be unintentional. I don't really know at this point, but if you look at the schedule, it says the qualifier 1 should be taking place for Middle East July 29th and 31st, but all other regions is July 30th to August 1st. And July 30th for me in Australia is a Friday. So it's supposed to be starting on Friday for Australia. So maybe it is round 1 on a Friday, round 2 and 3 on a Saturday, and then round 4 on a Sunday, which would make more sense. But again, why when I log in and I check OCE, does it come up like this? And if I go to NA East, it does the same. Maybe they've gone wrong when they put it into the compete tab, but the official rules is right. Usually when we have these glitches and these issues and Fortnite Tracker picks it up differently, normally the official rules is what they go back to. So hopefully the attention that maybe this video gets will maybe make them fix it if it is a bug. And if it's not a bug, this is going to be a pretty rough decision. It makes more sense it being a bug, but at the same time, if it goes into the compete tab in the game like this, I have to assume that's the right information. Otherwise, someone's just not checking this. For you console guys, don't forget, we do have the console tournament coming up in a week's time. We haven't actually had this go into the compete tab yet. I don't know why. The only real information we have to go off is the original post that we got weeks and weeks, I think over almost 2 months ago now. We had, just as we promised, the console cup will be a seasonal offering with a $250,000 prize pool, and we've got it slated for July 22nd to July 25th. So that's next week. This means you'll have about a month to reach Champions League, start getting ready on June 21st. So not really sure what's going on with this. Again, if you guys remember, this was kind of like the console FNCS, the mini one we had last season. It's coming back again in a week's time, July 22nd to 25th. That's literally it. Is it going to be on during the day again? A few American guys, you don't have to worry, you're still on summer break, but the other regions, is it going to take place during the day because it's a multiple day tournament? I really don't know. I don't know why FNCS that's in like, I guess still only 2 weeks time till FNCS starts is in the compete tab, but the tournament in less than a week isn't. So just keep an eye out for that. Be ready for that. Make sure you have your days free. If you're a console player, you're going to jump on that. I will be doing a viewing party. You guys have been asking. I do want to do a replay mode viewing party for the major regions like I did last season. So I will be watching that on my Twitch channel. Now, moving on to something more positive, because I don't like being negative towards Epic all the time. There's a few things they're doing really well at the moment. I think the new inflatable cow item they added was fantastic. I think that was a great addition. And we have yet another one, possibly one of the best additions we've seen in a really long time. You may have actually seen it. This isn't a leak. This is coming into the game very soon at the next update. It's actually in the Fortnite news section. It's in the game, so it's not a leak. This is coming. It's preferred item slots. Looting in the heat of battle, have no fear. Preferred item slots are near. In the next update, use this new setting to assign each inventory slot to a weapon or item type. So that should be pretty self-explanatory, but let me break it down just in case. So you can set like an assault rifle to one spot, shotgun to the other, SMG, sniper, whatever it is, then meds to the other two. So that means that if you're in the heat of battle and you're just scroll wheeling, picking things up, because that's what I do, I have scroll pickup, or you're just spamming pickup, you'll then be able to grab it. It will go straight into your item slot. How many times you've been in a fight, especially endgame, you panic, you drop your shotgun, you run away, and now you've got 2 assault rifles, or you've swapped up the order? That's not going to happen. I would also love to see if they could add this to improve on this, kind of like what Apex Legends does with their weapon rarity. Once you have the slots designated, maybe if you go up to loot and you just spam pickup, it'll only pick up weapons of a better rarity than you already have in that slot. Like, how good would it be in a giant loot pool, you've killed 4 people on top of each other, there's 18 guns, but it only picks up the ones that are better. Let's say you have designated assault rifle, shotgun, sniper, SMG as your slots, right? Let's say you have a blue pump. You just spam pickup and it only picks up the purple pump, not the green, not the gray, not the other ones you don't need. And same with all the other slots. It would make looting so much simpler, especially for casuals. Again, I like anything that improves the casual experience, especially when it comes to new players getting into the game. If there was a setting like this and they could just spam click up on a whole pile of loot and it only gives them things they actually want, because like Apex Legends has a whole bunch of gun attachments. Yes, they're very confusing, but if you open up a down body loot and there's like a million things, only the ones that are better for your weapon can you pick up. If you've got 3 gray attachments and there's a blue, a purple, and a gray, it'll only let you pick up the blue and the purple attachment, making it really quick. You just spam click all of them. You don't have to worry about picking up something that's worse than what you already have. These quality of life stuff, there's been a lot of people suggesting this change for a really, really long time, and I'm super happy to see Epic finally implementing it. For controller, this could be an absolute game changer. Controller inventory management is so much harder than mouse and keyboard, and it's so much more important. If you have like your shotgun in a weird slot and you have to double click across to try to go past your meds to get to it, absolute nightmare. So I think this is a huge quality of life boost for controller as well. I hope it's not going to be too difficult to set up. I imagine it won't be too crazy hard. And I guess if you don't want this, because I don't know why you wouldn't, you don't have to turn it on. I've always argued for more customization the better. If you want a higher FOV, if you want an FOV slider, which is field of view, so you can see more, but it kind of like warps it and zooms in, you should have that. If you want custom crosshairs, you should be able to have that. If you want bubble builds, you should be able to have that. I'm one that if everyone can have the settings, then no one's at an advantage or disadvantage. It's just letting you play the game the way you want. I think there should be customization added to Epic in way more different ways. I mean, obviously you guys on console are suffering the most. You can't even turn shadows off yet. I think that would be a big step in the right direction, but I'm guessing that's something to do with Xbox and PlayStation. I think maybe they have an agreement with Fortnite about making the game look a certain way when it's played on console, because I can't see why the worst device with worse specs is forced to have shadows on and things that make the game run worse than people who have, you know, expensive PCs, but they can turn it off. I have to imagine that's something to do with Sony and Microsoft, but my point still stands. You guys should be able to customize that. The more things you can customize in a game, the better. I don't understand why Epic has this fixation with not letting people customize things. We can't even change the color of our crosshairs. Every game has that, but again, I want to focus on the positives. This edition is fantastic. I really hope Epic keeps going down this line of adding these just quality of life things in the game. Things that maybe won't revolutionize the game, they won't make the game run 10 times better, but those little frustrating moments and those little irritations are gone. That's what I want to see. I don't normally talk about leaks, but this one is getting a bunch of attention. A whole bunch of you guys keep asking me. It was posted by Sheena BR, which is one of the more reputable leakers in the scene, saying that they have information from an insider source at Epic Games talking about a bunch of stuff that's coming this season. Now, this is stuff we've heard for a while now. This is Ariana Grande. There's mention of Justice League characters and Suicide Squad characters coming to the game, Naruto coming to the game. So we've heard this stuff for quite a while now. Do I think it is coming? I mean, a lot of the stuff that's been predicted, like LeBron James, is in the game, I guess. So it's fair to say it might be coming, but for me, we've been hearing about this for quite a while now. And the insider information part makes it a bit more reputable, but again, that really can't be verified. The one part I really do care about is this one dot point that mentioned that Chapter 3 will be redesigning the map completely, which, while that is exciting, I'd kind of expect that. I'd expect that after the absolute lack of map changes we've had for the entirety of Chapter 2, that something has been worked on the back end for a big amount of time, which would be an entirely different map for Chapter 3. I also talked about how in a recent video, we had a leak that that Epic Games has just hired 5 new environmental designers, which is basically people who were hired specifically for game development to work on environments, like maps, like areas of the map. So maybe that is why they expanded their team to start working on this Chapter 3 map. All right, guys, that does it for another video. If you enjoyed it, please chuck a like on it. Let me know in the comments section down below your thoughts on anything I talked about today. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. It would mean the world to me. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey there friends, how's it going? My name is Kevin and I got something a little bit different today. I spent $1,000, but I let my community decide what I buy. Everything was submitted by the community onto a subreddit and then it was voted on the stream whether I get it or not. Just for clarity, as we go through, if I don't show the poll at the end, that means we bought it, just so that there wouldn't be loads of polls and they go, yep, we're buying that. So we got the voting, the unboxing, there's even like a massive musical number in there. It's a whole thing. I really hope you enjoy the video. Subscribe if you're new and you want to spend more of my money, because I might do another one of these. I think it's a pretty good one, so be sure to stick around to the end. But most importantly, enjoy the video. I really hope you get a kick out of it. It took a lot of time and effort, so yeah, enjoy. All right, let's see what we got here. Top of all time. Are you serious? It's a life-size Brendan Fraser. It is 4 ratings, not life-size. It's about 4 foot short for the price, and it was a gift. Not too happy. Imagine someone coming into your room and like, it's an okay cutout of Brendan Fraser, but it's not his exact height. That was 600 votes yes, 200 votes no, and yes just keeps climbing. So finish poll. That's our first purchase. An almost life size of Brendan Fraser. $70 already spent. I don't know why. I thought cardboard would be cheaper. I don't imagine they're paying him for his image, but who knows? Oh my god, what is this? He's fucking huge. Okay, I'm definitely not buying it from this website. I don't know if we can get it. The way the child looks he looks like a hostage situation. And I feel like the penguin is the hostage taker. Okay, that's a clear no. Oh, for feck's sake. I am going to have literally nothing useful out of this, am I? Based on the hit ITV show, even the host looks annoyed. My daughter loved this game. It was the best present she could have received, being a big fan of Take Me Out. There are fans of Take Me Out. This is a drawing and writing game. It doesn't need a few people to play, but you do have the sounds from the show. And that made all the difference as far as the gathering of teenagers were concerned. Am I the only one who's struggling to picture a gathering of teenagers playing this game? They're probably getting absolutely hammered in the other room, and then she comes back and like, yeah, we're playing Take Me Out. It's really fun. Looks like I can look forward to playing Take Me Out, the board game. Oh, for feck's sake. You want me to be a gamer girl or not? Oh, I could look like this. Oh my god. I'm just as pale. It would only take dyeing my hair. Honestly, at a glance, that could be me. All right, it narrowly won. I can't wait to be a gamer girl.
Hey, how come why can't I not outlook? Can't outlook. Why can I not? Hello? This game sucks. There's 2 kids there. Kids?
Kids?
Oh no, another car.
People? Why are you calling them kids?
What are you talking about? You don't say kids?
I like to wake up in a crisp like it's a luck. I put on a kit and then get going. Oh, only one use yours too, so I'd have to say that prime performance time would be around, 30 or 3 pop. Area 10 is great for killing people. It's great for killing people. Sometimes when I get bored, I just like to sit on here and wait. No, this one. I like to sit on my chair. And No. I kill everyone. I don't discriminate. But yeah, I mainly kill nakeds. Yeah, I do that. Oh, and by the way, we need 2 point nakeds so we can go for that.
God damn it. Come on, dude. This guy is always on his roof. Oh my god. Oh, I've had enough. I'm actually gonna raid this roof camper. So cringe. Come on.
This video is made possible by Brilliant.org. The first 755 people to sign up with Brilliant will get 20% off their premium subscription. So here's the problem that this video is going to be talking about. How long is the coast of the United States? If you look at any map and see America, you might think that it's easy. Just measure the outline of the country and you have your answer. Several people and organizations have already tried this though, like the Congressional Research Institute that calculated it to be 12,383 miles, a second study from them that changed it to 29,093 miles, the CIA puts it at 19,924 miles, and a study from NOAA calculated the shoreline to be 95,471 miles. You may have noticed that all of these numbers are different, which is weird because they're all just measuring the same coastline. So what's going on? Let's move over to a smaller country like the United Kingdom and measure the coastline of Great Britain to get a clearer picture. Obviously, the coast of Britain isn't straight. Every time you look closer at a line that looks straight, you'll see more curves and bends. So how do you measure the length of the coast if every time you look more closely, it never actually becomes straight? You end up using the smallest measurement unit that's feasible. So if you were to measure the British coast using lengths of 100 kilometers, you'd end up using 28 of them and get an answer of 2,800 kilometers. But if you shortened your measuring units down to 50 kilometers, you'd end up using 68 of them and get an answer of 3,400 kilometers, which is 600 kilometers longer than your first measurement was. This is called the coastline paradox, and anybody's answer to how long a coastline is depends on what size of measurement they're using. First observed by a guy named Lewis Fry Richardson back in 1951 as a way to explain how Portugal and Spain had come up with totally different answers to their mutual border length, the coastline paradox has been annoying cartographers ever since. Basically, the smaller the unit of measurement you use to measure a coastline, the longer your answer will become. You could theoretically go all the way down to the molecular level for your measurement unit, but if you do that, the length of the coast seems to approach infinity. It doesn't seem to make any sense that you could have a defined space with a finite area like Great Britain be surrounded by an infinitely long perimeter. But there's a similar concept that can be found in mathematics called fractals. A coach snowflake is probably the easiest way to visualize this concept. So imagine a triangle with equal sides of 1. Put another triangle on each side with equal lengths of 1/3. You can keep repeating this process forever, and if you zoom in on the snowflake, it essentially goes on forever. When you zoom back out to the original starting point, you're left with a shape that has a finite area, but an infinitely long perimeter. A lot of coastlines around the world have similar properties to this, so you can keep zooming in on the coast of Britain, and the coastline will continue to look roughly the same no matter how far down the rabbit hole you go. As mentioned previously, you'll eventually hit the molecular level if you zoom in far enough, and you'll be measuring a beach by counting atoms. If you did this forever, you'd find the coast of Britain to probably be millions of kilometers in length, which just isn't very practical or easy to understand. There's also the minor problem that coastlines tend to change all the time with erosion. Every time a wave crashes on a beach, its shape is changed by a little, and that is really hard to accurately pin down. On top of this, sea levels are rising around the world, which can drastically alter the way a coastline looks. In extreme cases, like what might happen to the Maldives in a few decades, entire land masses may become completely swallowed. On the other hand, there's the Dutch, who have been adding land to their coastline now for over 700 years. The point is, Earth is constantly evolving, so good luck going out to a coast with a microscope and measuring the length that way. Every number you see online or in a book for how long a coastline is basically just a guess or an estimation. The true value is impossible to know, and that is the coastline paradox. Just take a look at this list from the CIA World Factbook on the countries with the longest coastlines for a few surprises. According to them, Canada is first, which kind of makes sense, but the really surprising one is Norway in second place. At a first glance, Norway's coast doesn't seem too long, especially when compared with countries like Russia or the United States. But when you zoom in closer, Norway's coast gets pretty wild. Just look at all these nooks and crannies and islands and fjords. The CIA puts the total length of this coast at 58,133 kilometers, which, if you stretch that out all in a vertical line, would circle the entire Earth at the equator almost 1.5 times. If you want to kill your entire weekend and see the coastline paradox in action, try measuring the Norwegian coast from the south all the way around to the border with Russia, and put a comment down comparing your answer with everybody else's. Of course, if you want to do this, or any other coastal measurement, you'll need an understanding of geometry, algebra, and fractals. Numbers and concepts like these are confusing for a lot of people, including myself. It was confusing for me at least until I tried Brilliant.org. Rather than just teaching you how to do algebra problems by memorizing things, they start by teaching the intuitive ideas behind algebra. By playing through their puzzles, you get to understand how algebra works. Brilliant also has tons of other really interesting courses on topics like astronomy, solar energy, computer memory, and special relativity, which similarly guide you along as you build your core knowledge. You can take as many of these incredibly designed courses as you want with their premium subscription, which, by being one of the first 755 people to click on the link in the description, you can get for 20% off. This video is made possible by HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code RealLifeLore12 to get 12 free meals, including free shipping. This is Istanbul. It's the largest city in the world with territory on 2 continents, Europe and Asia. More than 15 million people live here, which makes it the 7th largest city in Asia and the #1 largest city in Europe. It's also one of the most famous and well-known cities that humanity has ever built. It has served as the capital city for 3 great historical empires: the Romans, the Byzantines, and the Ottomans. And it's been the largest city in the world on 2 separate historical occasions, during both the 7th and 17th centuries. Today, nearly 1 out of every 5 Turks live in Istanbul. The city accounts for over half of all Turkey's trade, and it has an economy larger than the entirety of South Africa. Most of Istanbul's power and influence upon the world is rooted in the city's geography and excellent strategic location. It's positioned directly adjacent to this, the Bosphorus Strait, a narrow water passage that divides Europe from Asia and connects the Black Sea with the Aegean and Mediterranean. Historically, it's the only possible path that Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, Georgia, and the southwestern part of Russia can use to reach the Mediterranean Sea and the global world ocean from there out of either the Suez or Gibraltar. So, obviously, the Bosphorus is absolutely critical to all of these countries for international trade, but especially to Russia, the world's 2nd largest exporter of oil, who has to ship nearly all of it from their ports here on the Black Sea that remain warm and ice-free year-round. The Bosphorus is basically the only way for these large Russian oil tankers to get out into the world's oceans. But the strait is important to dozens of other countries as well because of this, the Danube. This is the 2nd longest river in Europe, and its mouth is located directly on the Black Sea. The river flows for thousands of kilometers directly through important European cities like Vienna, Bratislava, Budapest, and Belgrade, and, since 1992, it also connects directly to the Rhine River and the port of Rotterdam, Europe's largest commercial trading hub. Cargo ships traveling between Shanghai, the busiest port in Asia, and Rotterdam, the busiest port in Europe, will almost always travel through the Suez Canal, and will then sometimes choose to pass through the Bosphorus, into the Danube, across into the Rhine, and then up to Rotterdam. All of this contributes to making the Bosphorus Strait one of the busiest trade routes in the entire world. with more than 3 times the commercial traffic as the Suez Canal sees, and it makes Istanbul one of Earth's most strategic locations. But despite that, Turkey itself benefits very little from this possession today. They literally make $0 from it. They can't allow certain allied warships through it, and in order to fix all of that, Turkey is planning on transforming Istanbul, their biggest and most important city, into an island. And here's why. In 1923, after the First World War and the Turkish War of Independence, the new Turkish Republic signed the Treaty of Lausanne, which demilitarized the Turkish Straits and opened them up to unrestricted civilian maritime traffic. But by the 1930s, with the rise of fascist Italy and her colonies directly off of the Turkish coast, the Mediterranean's geopolitical situation had changed dramatically, and Turkey sought to alter the terms of Lausanne. This led directly to the Montreux Convention of 1936, which enabled Turkey to remilitarize the Straits in order to protect themselves from Italy, and it heavily restricted the ability of non-Black Sea adjacent powers from sending any warships through, while it also guaranteed the free passage of all civilian commercial ships in times of both peace and war, and outlawed Turkey from ever being able to charge or collect any tolls or fees. At the time, this was a great deal for Turkey, because it all but guaranteed their neutrality during the Second World War, and it was a boon for the Soviet Union, because it would end up preventing any Axis warships from being able to enter into the Black Sea for the entirety of the Second World War. But over the decades since World War II ended, numerous controversies have been raised over the treaty's status. Immediately after the war ended, the Soviets demanded joint control with Turkey over the Bosphorus and a permanent Soviet military presence there. Turkey rejected these demands, but the Soviets got clever. The Montreux Convention established that no more than 9 foreign warships with a total aggregate tonnage of 15,000 tons may pass through the Bosphorus at any one single time. So, to cheese the system a bit, the Soviets would simply keep one of their own larger warships inside of the Bosphorus at all times that would almost always maximize the 15,000 tons of foreign warships allowed inside of the Bosphorus. In effect, this prevented any other powers besides Turkey from ever being able to pass any warships through. So Turkey knew that they couldn't resist the Soviet Union's pressure alone, and so, in 1952, they decided to join NATO, which only further provoked the Soviets' reaction towards the Strait, now being effectively in the hands of their Cold War adversaries. But the United States hasn't been very happy with the arrangement either. Non-Black Sea nations' warships are severely restricted with ever being able to use the Bosphorus, including the United States. Ships with gun calibers larger than 8 inches are on the ban list. So, to get around it in the 1960s, the United States sent missile cruisers through. The Soviets, of course, protested this, but Turkey argued successfully that the missiles aboard the US ships weren't, in fact, actually guns, and that since such weapons didn't exist back in 1936 when the treaty was signed, they were not part of the restrictions. However, the convention is still a hindrance to US military buildup in the Black Sea. I mean, the US Navy is literally everywhere, and they'd like to go for the 100% completion achievement in the Black Sea too. But Montreux limits their ability to send any significant large ships through the Bosphorus, like, say, aircraft carriers and submarines. In 1994, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, came into force, that largely defines the rights and responsibilities of nations out on the world's oceans. Nearly every country in the world has signed on to this agreement except for, notably, Turkey and the United States. Even though the treaty would place the Bosphorus Strait within Turkish territorial waters, and theoretically overrule the Montreux Convention and give Turkey greater autonomy over administrating it, they have always refused to sign it because doing so would also surrender nearly the entire Aegean Sea to Greece's territorial waters, while the US largely refuses to sign because it would place the critical Northwest Passage within Canadian territorial waters rather than international waters. So, the Turks are therefore legally still stuck with the clunky and dated terms of the 1936 Montreux Convention that restricts their ability to make any money and restricts US warships from being able to access the Black Sea. America and Turkey's interests are, therefore, both directly aligned with subverting both UNCLOS and Montreux. So, in order to get around both of them and have their cake and eat it too, Turkey could theoretically just build an artificial canal directly adjacent to the natural Bosphorus Strait. This is because, technically, the restrictive terms of the Montreux Convention only apply to the Bosphorus Strait itself. Or so argues Turkey. By building an artificial canal directly next to the Bosphorus and transforming Istanbul itself into an island, Turkey argues that it could begin charging tolls there and finally begin allowing US and NATO aircraft carriers and submarines into the Black Sea for the first time. And this is all exactly what Turkey is planning on doing with their Istanbul Canal mega project, which just began construction a few months ago back in March of 2021. The plan currently is to construct the canal 30 kilometers to the west of the Bosphorus on the European side of Turkey, and make it 45 kilometers long from end to end. For comparison, the Suez Canal is nearly 200 kilometers long. So from an engineering perspective, the Bosphorus Canal is totally doable. But Turkey's stated reasons for constructing the canal, however, have nothing to do at all with bypassing the Montreux Convention. As one of the world's busiest shipping lanes, the Bosphorus Strait is almost always massively congested with traffic. Over 41,000 ships will pass through the narrow strait every year, and when arriving, ships usually have to join a queue and wait an average of 14 hours just to pass through. And sometimes they have to wait for days when it's especially busy. Hundreds of ships will literally just be sitting outside of the strait at a time, waiting for their turn to pass through. And that's all without some idiot getting their ship stuck inside. Building a canal adjacent to the Bosphorus would immediately help alleviate a lot of this traffic, and Turkey claims that it will be capable of supporting up to 160 ships crossing per day, about the same number of transits that are currently just passing through the Bosphorus. It would also help divert a lot of the dangerous cargo passing through the Bosphorus right next door to the Istanbul city center. 15 million people live nearby the shores of the Bosphorus. And as has been seen by incidents like the Beirut explosion or the Halifax explosion from the past, dangerous cargo like munitions, oil, or fertilizer pose a severe risk of explosion during a collision event. Such an incident taking place in the Bosphorus isn't entirely unlikely given the huge amount of oil and natural gas that Russia ships through it. Not to mention Russian and Turkish warships, submarines, the huge number of transits per day, the busy ferry traffic that crisscrosses between Istanbul's two sides, and the difficult to navigate waters. And most of these factors weren't even present in places like Beirut or Halifax, and those still happen. So, probably better to divert all of that dangerous cargo west along a new canal away from the city center anyway. The only problem to that line of argument is that Turkey also wants to extensively develop the banks of the new canal with brand new real estate. The entire canal project is a part of Turkey's Vision 2023 plan, and once hopefully finished by then, will mark the centennial anniversary of the modern Turkish Republic's existence. The canal will link up with the newly constructed Istanbul airport, which, when fully completed in the middle of the 2020s, will be the largest airport in the world capable of accommodating 200 million passengers a year. Turkey expects that the canal's construction will cost approximately $15 billion, and it's monstrously controversial. On the plus side, the Turkish government expects that the canal will alleviate congestion in the Bosphorus Strait, speed up international trade, divert dangerous cargo from Istanbul city center, open up more developed real estate, and provide a way to finally monetize their geostrategic location with tolls and fees that could be as high, according to them, as $8 billion a year, which would be 30% higher revenue than the Suez Canal generates for Egypt. But critics believe that, well, pretty much none of that's actually going to happen. First of all, constructing the canal is only going to serve a means for Turkey to bypass the Montreux Convention, not overturn it. Merchant ships are still going to be guaranteed free and unrestricted access to the Bosphorus even after the canal is built. So, many people pretty rightfully wonder how Turkey will convince people to actually use it. Turkey argues that the canal will basically serve as a quicker express lane that ships can move through to avoid the long wait times that are seen at the Bosphorus, and they plan to make the Bosphorus wait times even worse to encourage the canal's use a little more. The Montreux Convention grants Turkey the authority to screen all ships passing through the Bosphorus for sanitary and environmental safety. So, theoretically, Turkey could and probably would expand on this authority to make very, very long sanitary and/or environmental checks on all ships passing through the Bosphorus, but offer no such checks through their canal that people are actually paying to use. Still though, it's feared by many that a lot of ships just aren't going to care, and will choose to continue using the Bosphorus for free, even if the wait times are a bit longer. It's sort of like how people feel about using YouTube Premium, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, the canal itself will also necessitate the displacement of thousands of residents who currently live within its direct path. It'll probably do untold environmental damage by contaminating Istanbul's groundwater, destroy a major reservoir that provides for 1/5 of Istanbul's already strained drinking water supply, and, more interestingly, some of the property along the canal's planned route is already owned by members of the Qatari royal family, and by this guy, Berat al-Bayrak, the Turkish Minister of Finance and the son-in-law of President Erdogan himself, meaning that he would personally benefit from the canal's resulting real estate development. And even further, China has ambitions with Serbia and Greece to potentially construct their own canal from the Aegean directly into the Danube River, which, if built, would provide a way for ships to completely circumvent the entire Bosphorus anyway, by moving between the Aegean, Danube, and Black Sea. I've previously made an entire video about this project, and if Turkey charges too much for their canal, China might just end up building their own with the help of Serbia and Greece in order to get around it. As a result of all of these factors, the Istanbul Canal is heavily opposed within Istanbul itself, with one poll suggesting that a full 80% of Istanbul's citizens are opposed to its construction, and a mere 8% supporting it. But the canal is also heavily opposed by many outside powers, most notably and obviously Russia. Turkey, and by extension NATO and the United States, argue that the Montreux Convention will not apply to the new Istanbul Canal. And that could theoretically enable massive US ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines into the Black Sea for the very first time right on Russia's doorstep, near critical locations such as Crimea, Ukraine, and the Donbass region, where Russia is actively fighting a war. Naturally, Russia rather enjoys the current status quo that enables their warships to come and go as they please, while restricting their enemies' movements. So they argue that the Montreux Convention would still apply to the Istanbul Canal. And that would also mean that, legally, Turkey wouldn't be able to charge any fees or collect any revenue for their $15 billion canal investment. So, if the canal ends up being built, it will probably massively strain relations between Russia and Turkey, and also as a bonus, probably jeopardize Russia's monopoly of power in the Black Sea near their critical ambitions in Ukraine. Because of all these potential foreign consequences, 104 former Turkish admirals and naval officers signed an open letter expressing their objection to the canal's construction, citing that the Montreux Convention guaranteed Turkish neutrality during times of war and prevented conflict from ever breaking out in the Black Sea between the United States and Russia, and that bypassing it could open Turkey and the Black Sea up to future conflict. But the very next day, 10 of these admirals were arrested and jailed by the Turkish government, effectively quashing all of their resistance. President Erdogan and the Turkish government are fully committed to completing the Istanbul Canal by 2023, which will change Istanbul's, Turkey's, and the world's geography and reality forever. The Bosphorus Strait is vitally important for several industries and resources, but perhaps none are as important as wheat. Russia and Ukraine are the world's largest and 5th largest exporters of wheat respectively, and together, they export more wheat than the entire North American continent does combined. The Middle East alone absorbs more than 80% of these massive Eastern European wheat exports, which means that the vital flow of food to the Middle East and money to Russia and Ukraine inevitably all flows directly through the Bosphorus Strait, and any disruption in that supply chain can prove to have catastrophic consequences. Like it did in 2010, that year, Russia and Ukraine experienced a once-in-a-century drought event that crippled their wheat production. And in a bid to protect her own domestic wheat farmers, Russia temporarily banned all of her wheat exports. 80% of the Middle East wheat imports were suddenly and immediately cut off, leading to widespread food shortages which, in part, contributed to the Arab Spring event that year that led to revolution and civil wars across the Arab world. any disruption in the Bosphorus could hypothetically lead to similar events taking place, which is why this tiny strait is so important to so many people outside of Turkey. At the end of the day, everybody needs food, and
I am a fan of Golden Hoops. I am a fan of Golden Hoops.
In the NBA. On its way, the soft touch for the big guy.
Boy, nice play.
Ooh, Montrez thought he was fouled again.
Yeah, he probably hollered and one.
Yeah, he's done it a
But
few,
come on, I've heard that.
times.
I've heard that 100 times this year. No one's
Exactly.
got a tee.
This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. When you sign up at curiositystream.com/reallifelore, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming video platform that Real Life Lore is a part of. This is Italy, or more specifically, the Italian peninsula. Like all civilizations in the real game of Civ IRL, Italy has been defined by her geographic reality and starting place. At first glance, Italy's position seems strong and easy to defend. She is surrounded by water on 3 sides in the west, south, and east, which leaves only the north to defend against land attacks from. Luckily, however, the north is also easily protected and defensible by the Alps, which are a bunch of really big mountains. Italy's geographic armor is amongst the strongest of any country in the world because she has full complete 360-degree coverage. But there is a downside to what looks like nothing but upsides. Italy's geography stats have relatively recently been nerfed compared to how good they used to be, and Italy today in the late game just isn't as powerful as it used to be back in the early game. And here's how. The world's first civilizations that spawned into the world map began around here around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, followed up quickly by several more across the Mediterranean, like Egypt, the Greek states, Carthage, and eventually a tiny little town called Rome. Now, the civilizations that started around the Mediterranean were still in the early game of world discovery, so most of the world's geography was still shrouded and unknown to any of them. Travel and mapping out lands was difficult, but it was least difficult across the Mediterranean Sea, because map makers could just sail around it and across it and draw out what it looked like. On most maps of the known world at the time, therefore, the Mediterranean was often at the center or at least the most prominent feature. Take a look at this early world map created by the Greeks in the 6th century BC, or this map created by the Greeks in the 5th century BC, and this map created by the Greeks after the conquests of Alexander the Great. Each iteration shows a slight evolution in the understanding of the region's geography, but each one is highly concentrated around the Mediterranean Sea, because that's what civilizations here at the time were familiar with. So if you wanted to dominate the Mediterranean region and the rest of the early civilizations and their populations that surrounded it, what geographic feature do you think would be the most important for you to control? It would be the Italian peninsula in the center of it all, with long coastlines that can provide your civilization's ships equally easy access to both the western and eastern halves of it. If fully controlled under a single power, Italy can be used as a springboard to dominate and rule the entire Mediterranean Sea from, which at the time was basically the entire known world to the civilizations that existed there. And the first civilization that accomplished that was Rome, who carved out an enormous empire across the region from the nucleus in Italy. Rome's power, wealth, and success brought about an explosion in the population of Italy, to the point where Italy alone was home to 6.5% of the entire human species, while the empire at large was home to a whopping 30% of humanity. For the people who lived in the ancient civilizations around the Mediterranean Sea, Italy was basically at the center of the known world, and in terms of population, Italy literally was at the administrative center for almost 1 out of every 3 living humans. But Italy's enormous wealth and strategic location has encouraged ambitious external invaders for thousands of years. Carthaginians, Germanic tribes, Huns, more Germanic tribes that caused the empire to collapse, Byzantines, Arabs, and eventually the Spanish, Austrian, and French empires. After the collapse of the Roman Empire, Italy splintered into dozens of independent city-states that largely followed clear geographic lines across the peninsula. Italy's interior is extremely mountainous, with the Apennines stretching down the length of the spine, and this provided enough separation between regions for strong regional identities in the peninsula to crop up over time after the collapse of the empire and any strong centralized authority that went with it. So, after Byzantine Italy collapsed, the peninsula would remain divided between the city-state and external empires for over 1,000 years before the pieces started coming back together again in the 19th century. But by then, Italy's geographic situation and reality had severely deteriorated. First of all, population. Italy's population today in 2020 is 60.5 million, which is almost the same as the population of the entire Roman Empire in the 2nd century. Today, though, that amount of people is only enough to make up 0.8% of the entire human population, a significantly lower percentage than in the 2nd century. Secondly, the knowledge of the world map has been dramatically expanded by this point in the late game, and everybody knows that the Mediterranean isn't at the center of everything. Nearly all of the modern world's great powers, after all, aren't even located within the region, like the UK, Germany, Russia, India, China, Japan, and the United States. The Italian peninsula is still a strong geographic position to dominate the Mediterranean from, but that only goes so far as to establish regional domination today rather than the world domination of the past, because far fewer people live in the area proportionally than they did in ancient times. Civilizations have expanded across the globe, trade has moved on to new seas and continents, and the Mediterranean, while still significant, is not as universally important as it was in the past. To illustrate this point even more, let's analyze Italy's geographic problems she encountered during the World Wars. In 1915, the recently unified Italy joined the Entente and declared war against Germany and Austria-Hungary. The Italian front line stretched across here from Switzerland to the Adriatic Sea, and therefore was the only possible path for the Italian army to attack through over land. Switzerland was neutral and could not be passed, and naval assaults across the Adriatic Sea were complicated. So unfortunately for the Italians, the whole front ran through the gigantic mountains here and along the Isonzo River over here, meaning that whenever they attacked, they had to either fight over mountains or across a river. The Austro-Hungarians just had to sit in their forts on the mountains or behind the river and let geography kill and slow the advancing Italians. And that is exactly what they did. 11 times in 11 separate battles, the Italians attacked across the Isonzo River, and 11 times they made effectively no progress and lost hundreds of thousands of men in the process. On the 12th battle, it was the Austro-Hungarians, supported by the Germans, who were the ones attacking, and they pushed the exhausted and demoralized Italians back over 100 kilometers near to Venice before they were finally stopped. Out of all of Italy's casualties in the war, half of them were spent just trying to break out of her geographic prison across the Isonzo. But Italy's geographic weaknesses extend well beyond this place and war. Part of the reason why Italian states never became world colonizers in the first place is also due to sheer geographic placement. It's no wonder that the European states who became the most successful colonizers were all located on the westernmost side of the continent, because they had the easiest access to launch ships out into the global ocean system. While Italy is well positioned to launch ships to dominate the Mediterranean, her access to the world ocean is more limited, because the only way out, historically, was through the Strait of Gibraltar, which is only 11 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. And when an enemy is in control of the strait and chokes it off, Italian navies can't leave and they get trapped. And this is what happened during the Second World War. At this point, the British Empire controlled not only Gibraltar, but also the Suez Canal, which were the only two entrances and exits possible into the Mediterranean. And so, they could be used to contain the entire Italian navy inside like a big bathtub. Italy's navy couldn't break out to threaten the Allies elsewhere unless they could take over one or the other, but they were never capable of it. Even further, Britain also controlled the island of Malta that's roughly at the halfway point between Sicily and North Africa. Malta was used as an outpost to harass Italy's shipping, logistics, and supplies that she was sending out to her overseas troops fighting in North Africa, and Italy was just never capable of dealing with this, like a constant thorn in her side. And once America got involved, the Allies could just funnel in ships through either entrance and overwhelm Italy's smaller navy and smaller industrial base that couldn't replenish losses as easily. And by 1943, Italy was already defeated. The Allies had vast empires and resources to call upon from across the world that they could concentrate into the Mediterranean, while Italy's colonial empire was much closer to home just across the Mediterranean in Libya and through the Suez in Somalia and Ethiopia, which were all very easy for the Allies to cut off and separate from the Italian mainland. Modern Italy is also largely defined by her geographic realities. Italy is very mountainous after all, which makes development in those parts of the country pretty expensive. Plains and flatland are cheaper to build cities in and develop, and this is the largest plain that Italy has, and it's called the Po River Valley. So it should come as no surprise that this plain is home to some of Italy's most powerful cities, like Venice, Milan, and Turin. The Po Valley and nearby surrounding areas accounts for 46% of Italy's population and 55% of Italy's entire economy. There is a huge economic divide between Italy's north and Italy's south, which has caused tension and separatist movements to become popular. Numerous polls have been taken in the province of Veneto that show over 50% support in the province for an independent state of Venice, and there already exist two fully independent states that are separate from Italy in the Italian peninsula. They never got San Marino, and Vatican City, which was given independence in 1929. The mountains across Italy have kept people separated and led to the development of strong regional identities and autonomy, and keeping the whole peninsula together and united has been a strong challenge for the Italian state ever since it was founded, and it continues to be a problem even today. While a developed country and a modern great power, Italy's geographic position is still good for regional domination in the Mediterranean, but it's no longer the ideal starting place for world domination like it was in the ancient past. And so, that is how Italy's geography got nerfed in the late game of Civ IRL. Geography, however, is just one of many aspects about our planet that influences one civilization's success and another one's hardships. I could tell you all about how geology, physics, biology, psychology, and even chemistry also all have major critical roles in a civilization's success. Or you could just watch the great documentary series that will explain all of that for me, Deep Time History, which is available right now on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming platform with thousands of top quality documentaries to watch from people like David Attenborough, Chris Hadfield, Stephen Hawking, Jane Goodall, and so many more, and it's only $20 a year for a subscription. It's not $20 per month, it's just $20 for a whole year. Plus, when you sign up for an annual subscription to CuriosityStream with the link in the description, or by going to curiositystream.com/reallifelore, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming platform made by myself and a bunch of your other favorite YouTube creators, which is filled with ad-free versions of all of our videos, plus a bunch of awesome original content, like the world's most useful airport by the guy behind Wendover Productions, as well as my car review show Grand Test Auto, hosted by myself and JT from Second Thoughts. You can get that bundled deal right now at curiositystream.com/reallifelore, and as always, thank you so much for watching. This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. When you sign up with the link in the description, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming video platform that Real Life Lore is a part of. Poland is not yet lost. So says the national anthem of Poland. But Poland's geography doesn't help very much in keeping her safe. Just take a look at this world map and think to yourself, where would the worst possible spawn points for my civilization be at? Sure, there's plenty of pretty awful locations, but one of the absolute worst is this general area in Europe. And it's terrible for a very long list of reasons. It's flat in every direction and has no natural protection against outside attackers save for the Baltic in the north or the Carpathian Mountains in the south. But it also has very limited natural resources. Its only access to the sea is in the Baltic, which means that in order to break out into the global ocean, you have to pass through these narrow straits, which presents two additional problems. A, you're at the mercy of whoever is controlling them for trade flowing in and out. And B, all it takes to blockade you is a few ships blocking the way here. Further, all of the surrounding lands give civilizations starting there better opportunities for expansion. Any civilization to the east can expand way far out into the sparsely populated lands of Asia, while civilizations to the west and the south will have an easier time getting access to better ocean trade routes in the North Sea or the Mediterranean. Any civilization that started here would have a difficult history, and it just so happens that the civilization that did was Poland. So, Poland's greatest geographic challenges to overcome have always been establishing a base on the coast and balancing the area's poorly defensible flat terrain against outside attacks from strong powers in every direction. Swedes and Danes in the north, Russians in the east, Ottomans in the south, and Germans in the west. The consequences of Poland's geography have led to the modern-day state of Poland being a mere shadow of what it used to be. For a time, Poland was ranked among one of the global great powers, and occupied a truly massive amount of land that stretched from the Baltic to the Black Sea and included all of modern-day Lithuania, Latvia, Belarus, and most of Ukraine, with a good chunk of Russia too that for a time even included Moscow. But neither the Baltic nor the Black are great seas to have access to. We already discussed the problems with the Baltic, but the Black Sea has a very similar problem too. In order to break out into the Mediterranean and the world ocean from there, you have to pass through this extremely narrow strait here, which at the time of Poland's Black Sea access was controlled by the Ottomans, who were almost always a hostile state to Poland. So sea access was always hard for Poland, and consequently, Poland never became a historically significant naval power. And over time, the weak physical geography of Poland led to almost constant attacks from strong outside powers who combined their forces to overwhelm Poland and her weak natural defenses. At various times, the Swedes, Russians, and Ottomans all took their turns invading and seizing land before the disastrous year of 1772, when the armies of Russia, Prussia, and Austria all joined forces to attack Poland from every direction. Poland struggled to defend herself against superior enemy numbers who attacked from 3 different fronts across mostly flat and hard to defend terrain. And so, Poland lost, and 1/3 of her land and her population was annexed by the conquerors. Over 20 years later, and still crippled from the last war, Poland was invaded and attacked again from the west and the east by Prussia and Russia, and lost even more land. And smelling the blood of a dying corpse with easy-to-take food, Russia, Prussia, and Austria joined forces again and took over the rest of Poland in 1795, dividing the remaining land between themselves. Poland's geography was simply overrun without much to stop or slow down the attackers, and Poland itself ceased to exist as an independent entity for the next 124 years. Poland only regained her full sovereignty from the conquerors in 1919 in the chaotic aftermath of all 3 conquering empires collapsing after World War I, and she immediately found herself in a new war with the Soviet Union. The Soviets wanted to use the flat land of Poland as a bridge to export the communist revolution to Germany, while the new Polish government wanted to reclaim the lost Polish lands from the 18th century partitions. It kind of went both ways before both sides just agreed to a ceasefire in 1920, which largely established the first iteration of Poland in the 20th century. But this Poland's geographic position was severely flawed. She had only this tiny strip of land to connect to the sea that was flanked on both sides by territory belonging to Germany. She shared 2 long land borders across hard-to-defend terrain with both Germany and Russia, who had both invaded and conquered Poland together before and would soon do it once again. After the Nazis took power in Germany and annexed Austria Austria, the Sudetenland, and then occupied the rest of Czechoslovakia, Poland's geographic position became even more tenuous. When the Germans invaded Poland in 1939, after only 19 years of peace in Poland, they could do so from 3 different directions: the west from mainland Germany, the south from occupied Czechoslovakia, and the northeast from German East Prussia, and they could quickly cut off Poland's tiny access to the sea from the 2 flanks. Poland bravely managed to hang on for a while, until the Soviet Union also invaded from the east, and Poland found herself fighting enemies on all sides across hard-to-defend terrain. Like a repeat of the 18th century, Poland was conquered and occupied by the Germans and Russians again for another 6 years, before Poland was finally re-established as effectively a satellite puppet state of the Soviet Union in 1947. Poland didn't recover true self-rule or sovereignty that was separated from the Soviet Union again until 1990, after another 51 years of effective occupation. In short, out of the past 225 years of history, Poland has been occupied or ruled by a foreign power in some fashion for 175 of those years, or 77% of the time. The aftermath of the Second World War and the Soviet occupation gave Poland a new geographic reality, however, that's maybe only marginally better than what it used to be before. After the war, a significant portion of eastern Poland was annexed directly into the Soviet Union, and the ethnic Polish residents were expelled. In compensation for this, Poland was given all of these formerly German lands that the Soviets had conquered and forced them to give up. The ethnic German populations here were expelled, and most of the expelled Polish population from the east ended up coming and resettling in these new lands. Because of this, the modern Polish state has achieved a significant coastline on the Baltic with 2 natural harbors in the cities of Gdańsk and Szczecin, and after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and communism after 1989, Poland has sought to distance herself from Russia and integrate further with the West. The new reality meant that Poland only shares a tiny border with her former occupier Russia here in the Kaliningrad enclave, which is separated from the rest of Russia by the now independent Baltic states and Belarus. But Poland's geography is still mostly flat and difficult to defend, save for a portion of the Carpathian mountain range in the south. And so, Poland joined NATO in 1990 and joined the European Union in 2004, effectively securing her geography with friendly states in almost every direction save for potentially the east. Arguably for the first time since 1772, Poland's geographic position and independence became relatively secure and safe again after centuries of uncertainty in 1999 when she joined the NATO alliance. But recent events in the east, like what's been happening in Crimea between Ukraine and Russia, has made Poland weary and uneasy from her history. Poland joined the defense network of NATO to secure stronger allies that could compensate for her indefensible terrain, and she joined the European Union to help further those aims. Any attack by Russia or by anybody else on Poland would be considered an attack on every other NATO and EU member state, which would be almost suicidal for anybody to attempt. After centuries of struggling to simply exist, Poland may have finally discovered the secret to staying alive when your country's geography is terrible. Have a lot of strong friends. After all, Poland is not yet lost. Geography, however, is just one of many aspects about our planet that influences one civilization's success and another one's hardships. I could tell you all about how geology, physics, biology, psychology, and even chemistry also all have major critical roles in civilization successes. Or you could just watch the great documentary series that'll explain all of that in much more detail called Deep Time History, which is available right now on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming platform with thousands of top quality documentaries to watch from people like David Attenborough, Chris Hadfield, Stephen Hawking, Jane Goodall, and so many more, and it's only $20 a year for a subscription. It's not $20 per month, it's just $20 for a whole year. Plus, when you sign up for an annual subscription to CuriosityStream with a link in the description, or by going to curiositystream.com/reallifelore, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming platform made by myself and a bunch of your other favorite YouTube creators, which is filled with ad-free versions of all of our videos, plus a bunch of awesome original content like the world's most useful airport documentary by the guy behind Wendover Productions, as well as my car review show Grant Test Auto, hosted by myself and JT from Second Thoughts. You can get that bundled deal at curiositystream.com/reallifelore, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Click the link down below to get 70% off an annual subscription, plus an additional month free. Also, stun your friends, turn heads, get compliments. Buy yourself some oversimplified merch today, along with a very honest new character pin. Link in the description down below. Okay, Mrs. Lincoln, this is it. One last push, and we're done. 9 months and 4 days ago, my father brought forth upon my mother himself, and gave to her a child, conceived in a shack in Kentucky, and dedicated to the proposition that I will drink num-nums from a bottle and do little poo-poos in my pantses for the next 2 to 3 years. Now what is it babies do again? Oh yeah. I am not touching that. Abraham Lincoln grew up with his relatively poor family in Kentucky, eventually moving to Indiana, and finally, Illinois. He read a lot of books, worked a lot of jobs, wrote some questionable poetry, and finally entered the law profession. Despite being self-taught, he turned out to be a pretty clever and astute lawyer. In one case, a guy claimed he witnessed a murder at night, and Lincoln was like, "How could you have seen anything in the dark? There was a bright full moon." A what? A bright full moon. Can you say that again, please? There was a bright full moon. A dim half moon? No, a bright full moon. That's funny, because according to this almanac, there was a dim half moon that night, which makes you a liar. Well, I got a bright full moon for y'all right here. Now that's what I call a rebuttal. Lincoln and his cheekbones weren't only interested in law, however. He also dabbled in the world of politics, serving as a legislator in both local and national assemblies. And what a time it was. Not even 100 years after the Founding Fathers wrote all men are created equal, politicians were already asking, yeah, but what does that mean exactly? It means all men. Yeah, but what does that mean exactly? And not just that. States' rights versus the federal government. What are the executive powers of the president? Is cereal a soup? The Founding Fathers left some of these questions perhaps a little too open to interpretation. And the biggest question of them all was slavery, an ugly mark on what should have been a revolutionary new nation based on liberty and democracy. Thomas Jefferson had written a condemnation of slavery in the Declaration of Independence, but out of fear of losing Southern states' support, it was removed. Hey guys, do you think leaving this a little vague will create any unforeseen problems in the future? Cannonball! And those unforeseen problems were now beginning to rear their ugly heads. As the nation developed, the North and the South developed along two very different lines, and two very different cultural identities emerged. Northern cities began rapidly industrializing, while the southern climate allowed for large plantations of labor-intensive crops. As a result, one half of the country didn't rely on slaves, while the other half had become economically dependent on them. In 1793, Eli Whitney's cotton gin caused the slave trade in the South to explode. While in the North, a growing abolitionist movement was taking root. A general mistrust began to develop between the North and the South, as Northerners felt the South were hell-bent on expanding slavery, and fear spread throughout the South that the North wanted to take their slaves away. In 1819, there were 11 free states and 11 slave states. A perfect balance. A happy medium. A harmonious relationship. Hey guys, nice to meet you. I'm Missouri, and I would like to become the 23rd state. Hey buddy, welcome to the nation. We'll be happy to accept you as a free state. Oh no, you don't. You're trying to get one over on us. Missouri's gonna be a slave state. Okay, listen, why don't we just ask Missouri what it wants to be, and we slave state. Well, then, allow me to introduce to you the newest, freshest state on the scene. Maine. Hey, you can't do that, and you can't have any more slave states above this line. What? The issue of slavery is solved, and it will never come up again. A few years later, it came up again. You see, as America expanded westward, each new state or territory that was added threatened to upend the delicate balance between the slave and free states. If one faction managed to outnumber the other, it could gain an easy majority and force its own ideals on the opposing side, leaving a huge portion of the population feeling spiteful and oppressed. For a while, compromises kicked the can down the road and kept the volatile balance in check, as new free and slave states were roughly added in pairs. But then one loudmouth state just had to barge in and ruin everything as usual. The addition of Texas saw the United States enter into a war with Mexico, which they won, gaining a huge amount of land out west and creating even more problems. Hey guys, nice to meet you. I'm California, and I would like to become the 31st state. Hey buddy, welcome to the nation. We'll be happy to accept you as a southern slave state. Oh no, you don't. You're trying to get one over on us. California's gonna be a free state. Okay, listen, why don't we just ask California what it wants to be, and we can free state? Well, then, allow me to introduce to you the territories of New Mexico and Utah, able to freely vote for slavery themselves. Hey, you can't do that! And we can enter Northern Territory anytime we want to recapture escaped slaves. What? The issue of slavery is solved, and it will never come up again. A few years later, it came up again. In 1854, a Democratic senator from Illinois wanted to build a really cool choo-choo train here and proposed that the territories of Kansas and Nebraska be created open to slavery, even though they were clearly above the Missouri Compromise line. Obviously, the northern states were like, hell no. But the Southern Democrats who controlled Congress at the time were like, well, if you love liberty and democracy so much, then you should let them vote on whether slavery should be legal or not. And so it was. Huge numbers of pro- and anti-slavery settlers rushed to Kansas to sway the vote in their favor. And while they were all there, they began to beat the crap out of each other. One of those settlers was a man named John Brown, a former businessman who failed at just about everything he tried and went arguably insane. He was a radical abolitionist and dedicated much of his life to the Underground Railroad and freeing slaves. One night, in revenge for an earlier raid by pro-slavery forces, he and his sons killed a number of pro-slavery settlers in the territory, helping to kickstart years of violence known as Bleeding Kansas. Kansas and Nebraska both eventually voted in favor of outlawing slavery. But from here, the tension began to grow at a rapid pace. In 1852, author Harriet Beecher Stowe penned Uncle Tom's Cabin, a best-selling novel that exposed the terrible cruelty of slavery to the world. Oh, how awful. How morally corrupt a nation must be to allow such things to happen. Your Majesty, what should we do about all the starving children working in the coal mines? Nothing! In 1854, the Republican Party was formed, and Abraham Lincoln emerged as a leading figure. Southern Democrats viewed the new Republican Party with mistrust, believing it to be radical and abolitionist. In 1856, a politician named Charles Sumner gave a speech in Congress, calling out slave-owning Democrats with fiery language. If slavery was a woman, she'd be an ugly one, and the senator from South Carolina would like to boink her. Representative Brooks, do you have a rebuttal? Oh, I have a rebuttal, all right. Yeah, here's a rebuttal for you. Oh, come on. Surely this isn't allowed. I don't know. I'll have to consult the rulebook. I can't find anything about caning a political opponent, but it says here I'm not allowed to wear women's underwear. Uh-oh. News of the violence on the Senate floor took the nation by storm. Southern slave owners sent Representative Brooks new canes to replace his now broken one. And on the floors of Congress, politicians carried weapons in self-defense, which is never a good sign. In 1857, the Supreme Court ruled in the Dred Scott case that all people of African descent, slave or free, could not be citizens, and therefore could not sue for their own freedom under any circumstances, undoing years of progress with the strike of a gavel. Now, within all this bitter debate over slavery, there were many nuances. North versus South, Republican versus Democrat, states versus the federal government. But let's strip all of that away. For 4 million individuals living in America, this wasn't about political intrigue or party alignment. It was about the basic human right to be free. Men, women, and children were stolen from their homelands and brought to the American continent, where for generations they were considered to be property, forced to live in poverty, and work from sunrise to sunset. Plantation overseers did whatever they felt was necessary to get the most out of their slaves. Punishments were often barbaric. Families were regularly separated, and parents could often only watch, as their children were auctioned off, never to be seen again. Thousands of slaves took the treacherous risk of running away, and abolitionists in the North helped many escape via the Underground Railroad, as bounty hunters entered the North to chase them down. Leading figures within the abolitionist movement included many significant free black men and women. But it's important to note that for many of the anti-slavery white individuals in the North, opposition to slavery was often an economic issue, not a moral one, as many worried large plantations would take their lands and livelihoods away. Abraham Lincoln knew that slavery was a moral evil, and he regularly spoke out against it in powerful speeches that helped him rise through the ranks of the new Republican Party. He lamented at the hypocrisy of a great American nation meant to stand as a shining beacon of freedom, while also enslaving 4 million men, women, and children. He most famously declared in 1858 that a house divided against itself cannot stand, that one day, slavery in America would end. However, even Lincoln was cautious in his opposition. He didn't want to outlaw it entirely, but simply prevent its expansion, so that given enough time, he believed it would naturally die out. Thankfully, history would force his hand. In October 1859, one abolitionist decided he'd try to single-handedly take down slavery by force. Who would be crazy enough to even attempt such a thing? Ah, it's our good friend, John Brown. He planned to seize arms from an armory in the town of Harper's Ferry, free the slaves there, and continue south, inciting a major slave uprising along the way. A noble cause, a bad plan, and terrible execution. Brown's men took the armory and some hostages, but were quickly surrounded by one Robert E. Lee and his U.S. Marines. Brown was captured, and a couple of months later, he was executed for treason. Northerners sympathized with Brown, but Southerners were like, "You see this? They're coming for us. Soon, there'll be 1 million John Browns." 1 million John Browns? What on earth are you thinking about? A John Brown farm? Yeah, me too. To make matters worse, new northern free states meant now the southern states really were outnumbered, and they were beginning to feel bitterly spiteful and oppressed. Further fear began to spread in the South when news broke that a relatively unknown figure had just secured the Republican Party nomination for president. Abraham Lincoln, mostly well-liked among anti-slavery Northerners, had made some of the most powerfully worded speeches against slavery of any politician at the time. And now, there was a chance that he and his cheekbones could become president. For the South, that would be too much. In the 1860 election, Lincoln's name didn't even appear on the ballot in 10 southern states. But much to their horror, when the final results came in, Lincoln had won by an electoral college landslide. Lincoln himself tried to calm their fear. "How many times do I have to tell you, I'm not gonna take away your slaves?" "Yeah, right, Honest Abe. We've had enough of you Northerners. We're gonna go form our own country." "You can't do that." "Why not?" "Well, if you had won the election, would it be okay for us to leave?" "Of course not." "Well, why not?" "Because that's not how victim mentality works." Many states felt that when they joined the Union, they always withheld the right to leave it whenever they pleased. Many people living in 19th century America often felt more loyalty to their state than to the nation. And now, with the South feeling like it had lost its voice in the federal government, they were out of here. South Carolina was the first to go, and over a period of 6 months, one by one, 11 slave states officially seceded from the Union, with just 4 contested border states opting to remain. The seceding states issued a number of official documents justifying their secession. South Carolina proclaimed that it was northern states' hostility to slavery that rendered the federal government illegitimate. Mississippi declared that their position was thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, and in a speech, the Confederate vice president stated that the new Confederate government rested upon what he called the great truth of racial inequality. Revered American generals, such as Robert E. Lee, opted to side with their states over the Union. And with all the chaos, one New York lawyer wrote that rather than a bold eagle, America's national bird should be a debilitated chicken. And hey, I kinda like that. One man, watching the crisis unfold, knew it would be his job to solve it. Lincoln was just about to hop on a train and become the President of the United States of America. Hey man, you're hella ugly. Grow a beard or something to hide that face. Good idea. Still ugly. With assassination plots already underway, Lincoln had to travel to Washington, D.C. under heavy disguise and protection. All along the way, he received stacks of threatening letters. "May the hand of the devil strike you down. You are destroying this country. Damn you, every breath you take. Love from Grandma." At his inauguration speech, Lincoln once again reiterated that no, I do not want to take away anyone's slaves. But for Lincoln, he did want to preserve the Union. He declared secession to be nothing but an illegitimate rebellion. "In your hands and not in mine," he said, "is the momentous issue of civil war. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. We are not enemies, but friends." It was clear Lincoln was ready and willing to get freaky and open up a can of Scatman John if he had to. Whether he had the support of the people, however, was in question. In the end, it was the Confederates that fired the first shot. As they seceded, the Confederate states began seizing federal U.S. property throughout the South. Off the coast of Charleston, South Carolina, was one such federal property, Fort Sumter, held by a measly, undersupplied U.S. force. The Confederate militia there demanded the fort surrender, a request which was quickly denied, and any remaining hope for a peaceful solution to the secession crisis probably then died when the Confederates did this. The Battle of Fort Sumter is considered to be the beginning of the American Civil War. many of the Confederates there also considered it to be the end of the American Civil War. They hoped Old Abe would just sigh and say, "Okay, you win." Unfortunately for them, Lincoln actually said, "You're about to get a roundhouse to the face." Lincoln sent out the call for 75,000 volunteers, and men signed up in droves, hopeful for some adventure and good old-fashioned F-U-N. In the new Confederate capital at Richmond, Virginia, Confederate President Jefferson Davis and his cheekbones had also sent out the call for 100,000 men. As ever, both sides hoped for a quick end to the war. Is it over yet? No, Jimmy, it's been 1 week. Is it over now? No. How about now? If you ask that one more time, I swear I will turn this army around and you'll all have to go back home to your wives and children. But in particular, the South knew the conflict would pose a bit of a challenge. How can we expect to win with a population of only 5 million against 22 million in the North? If you count us 4 million slaves, you'd have 9 million. Great idea. Hand these rifles out to all the men. Wait a minute. You almost had me there. The problem for Lincoln was that many of his top generals were getting old and were being a bit too cautious. The commanding general was a man named Winfield Scott, a veteran of the Mexican-American War, and by now, he was too fat to even mount a horse. Okay, chaps, we need to come up with a plan. Hit me. We could wait for the Confederates to come and apologize. Maybe we should all sit in a circle and discuss our feelings. Crossing the Delaware into New Jersey worked for me. Those are all terrible ideas. And you? Wrong video. Hey, I'm the greatest president in the history of this nation. Yeah, we'll see about that, dingus. Eventually, Lincoln's generals came up with a multi-pronged strategy. First, a blockade would cut off and starve the South of supplies by sea. Secondly, taking control of the great Mississippi River would sever the South's economic artery while splitting it in two. And finally, a main Union force in the East would move south and take the Confederate capital, ending the war. Bada boom, bada bing. Skirmishes began to break out across the nation, and the Union Army in the East began to move south towards Richmond. Everything seemed to be going well until they reached Manassas, where they came upon a large Confederate force. It's almost like they were waiting for us. How did they know? As it turned out, spies in DC had sent a coded message to the Confederates warning of the invasion. Did you use NordVPN? What the heck is NordVPN? I'm so glad you asked. Do you use the internet? Me too. Do you like internet safety? Me too. Hey, we should hang out sometime so I can tell you about NordVPN. NordVPN has over 5,000 secure and super fast servers in 60 countries that allow you to surf the net safely without personal data logging. Not only does it help you stay secure, but with just a click of a button, you can take a quick trip to Sweden and enjoy some Nordic crime dramas. Is there some amazing content on YouTube that's still blocked in your country? Not to fear. NordVPN is here. NordVPN gives you access to all of these amazing features, and it has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So click the link in the description below, nordvpn.com/oversimplified, and use promo code oversimplified to get 70% off an annual subscription. That's only $3.49 a month, plus an additional month for free. Again, that's nordvpn.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where were we? Oh yeah, secession, Fat Man, and the Union invasion into Virginia. The two sides encountered each other at Manassas, and both geared up for the first major battle of the Civil War, the First Battle of Bull Run. The Confederates rapidly brought in support via rail, and the two sides were about equal in numbers. However, they were also equally inexperienced. A large number of civilians also rode out by carriage from DC to picnic on the nearby hills and watch the excitement unfold. Nobody seemed to quite understand how destructive this war was going to be. The Union forces pulled a flanking maneuver to hit the Confederates on their left, and the two sides fired on each other in rows. Farm families living in the area were forced to flee the fighting, including a man named Wilmer McLean. Hurry up, Martha! There's a war out here! The more you tell me to hurry up, the slower I will go! The Union force saw initial success pushing the Confederates back to Henry Hill, but one as of yet fairly unknown General Thomas Jackson had arrived, and he took a defensive position, standing firm like a stone wall, holding the Union army off, and finally sending them running back to Washington, D.C. With heavy casualties, the sobering reality of war hit both sides hard, and the North, having just lost the first major battle, had to face the serious prospect that they may not actually win this war. President Lincoln, General Jackson whipped us so hard, the Confederates are calling him Stonewall Jackson. Wait, that's why they're calling him that? Not because he looks like he ran face first into a stone wall? Apparently not. Worse yet, the North had also lost the first major battle out west, giving away control of southwest Missouri. All of this was terrible news for Abraham Lincoln, especially since many of his generals and cabinet already didn't have much respect for him. They felt he was incapable of running a war because he seemed a bit like your friendly old grandpa. He famously loved a long-winded story and a good pun. "I've been so busy, my wife is missing me. But her aim is starting to improve." But deep down, few realized he could also be incredibly shrewd. "Oh, Abe, you're so funny." "Funny how? Funny like I'm a clown?" Abe, I was just... No, funny how? Like I'm here to amuse you? During the war, Lincoln committed acts that were viewed by some as impeachable. His administration suppressed the free media from printing articles sympathetic towards the South. Some Southern sympathizers were even arrested without a trial. Lincoln's criticizers began accusing him of being a tyrant. But to quote the man himself, "Hey, it's war, baby. What are you gonna do?" By the end of 1861, with things already looking bad for the North, abolitionists such as Frederick Douglass couldn't believe that the Union Army weren't enlisting black men. He continued to put pressure on Lincoln to make the war about emancipation. "Mr. President, it's time to make the war about emancipation." I don't want to ruffle any feathers. The feathers are already ruffled. But Lincoln, hanging on to hope for a quick end to the conflict, continued to fight only for the preservation of the Union. It was decided, however, that escaped slaves from the Confederacy could be held as enemy contraband, and many of these men were put to work bolstering the Union's infrastructure and supply lines. Hoping to get things moving, Lincoln made young General George McClellan the new commanding general, and McClellan began to train up his men. He thought a lot of himself, however, and believed he was going to be the nation's great savior. And like many others, he didn't approve of the president's handling of the war. On one occasion, Lincoln went to McClellan's house to meet with him, but McClellan was late returning home. He kept the president waiting, and when he finally got there, he just straight up went to bed. Now that's what I call disrespectful. McClellan talked the talk, but could he walk the walk? No. Like Lincoln's other generals, McClellan was maddeningly cautious. "Hey man, could you move south and attack the enemy?" "What? Are you crazy? What if they have a big scary army down there?" "They probably do." "What? Oh my gosh!" McClellan worried that he did not have the numbers he needed to fight effectively. "What if they have like 10,000 men?" "Okay, no problem. We'll get you 20,000 men." "Well, what if they have 30,000 men?" "I'll need 40." "Okay, you can have 40." "Well, what if they have 50?" "I'll need 60." Lincoln tried, but it was all in vain. McClellan would not make a move for the rest of the year. The North's one saving grace for now was a general out west fighting in Kentucky and Tennessee, General Ulysses S. Grant. Cool, collected, methodical, and a big fan of whiskey. His chief of staff took it upon himself to keep Grant sober. One officer said that Grant habitually wore an expression as though he were determined to drive his head through a brick wall and was about to do it. And that determination led him to score a number of key victories when others around him were failing. At the Battle of Fort Donelson, Grant was like, "Why does Stonewall Jackson get a cool nickname and I don't? I want a cool nickname." "Sir, the Confederates say they're ready to surrender and want to know your terms." "No terms, just unconditional surrender." "Hey, unconditional surrender Grant. That's a pretty cool nickname, right? Guys, right?" Later in April 1862, the Confederates launched a sudden attack on Grant's army at Shiloh, but the determined, unconditional surrender Grant threw his lines at the rebels and sent them running. The battle resulted in the heaviest casualties in U.S. history so far, and despite his victory, Grant found himself under fire. You have to get rid of Grant. Why? Didn't he win? Yes, but he just threw his men at the enemy. Isn't that the point? Also, he's a loony drunk. Well, what does he like to drink? I believe whiskey, sir. Then send him more. Lincoln watched as his cabinet did nothing but bicker, and his generals did nothing. But then, worst of all, personal tragedy struck. Lincoln's young son, Willie, very much loved by the president, died of typhoid fever at the age of 11. Lincoln was a sensitive man and was heavily affected by the loss. His wife was inconsolable. But one of Lincoln's greatest traits, what made him such a great leader, was in the darkest of times, with composure and determination, he kept moving forward. He knew it was his responsibility to hold himself and his family together, and by doing so, he hoped to hold the nation together. And he had it with McClellan's inaction. Lincoln decided he was gonna take control. In March 1862, Lincoln firmly ordered McClellan to once again move south towards Richmond. McClellan insisted instead they move by sea to the Virginia Peninsula and attack Richmond from the southeast. "Yes," said Lincoln. "Okay, anything." Lincoln held on to some of McClellan's men to defend D.C. from a nearby Stonewall Jackson wreaking havoc in the Shenandoah Valley, and he sent McClellan south. McClellan landed on the peninsula, and he began to move inland. He came up against a small Confederate army that had dug in at Yorktown. McClellan vastly outnumbered the force, But it's said that Confederate General Magruder deceived McClellan by cleverly maneuvering his smaller force and making McClellan believe he faced a huge army. No, you have way more men than that. Move forward. No. McClellan settled in for a month-long siege, giving time for Johnston to move south from Manassas and Magruder time to retreat. When he finally entered the city and found it deserted, he declared it a victory, calling his success brilliant. Then, after meeting some resistance at Williamsburg, McClellan moved to within just 20 miles of Richmond, his armies able to hear the church bells ringing in the enemy capital. You still outnumber them. Go give him hell. No. McClellan once again held back, moving slowly and defensively, and with his army split in two, the Confederates saw an opportunity to strike back. McClellan's advance was halted, and now the Confederates pulled an ace out of their sleeve. General Lee, you're up. Do you think we should evacuate Richmond? No, Mr. President, no need. General Robert E. Lee, one of the most brilliant military commanders of the time, was now in charge. One of his biggest strengths was his ability to read the mind of his enemy, and he knew McClellan was cautious and weak. After moving Stonewall Jackson south to join him, and even though he had a smaller army, Lee hit McClellan in a series of fast-paced, close combat battles that had McClellan spooked. McClellan retreated the Union Army back again and again and again, escaping the peninsula and returning to D.C. Lee had defeated McClellan, and the campaign had failed. Well, that was a major success. A success? Tell me exactly what was successful about that. Well, we successfully retreated. You lost. I didn't lose. I merely failed to win. Things just kept looking worse for the North. At least their navy had seen some success, capturing a number of key port cities, notably when they steamrolled past Confederate forts to take New Orleans. And speaking of the navy, both sides had begun using ironclads. So that's pretty cool. But in the east, they still weren't having any luck. After McClellan's disastrous campaign, Lincoln briefly sent out one General John Pope to attack Northern Virginia. Hey man, just checking in. How's it going? Well, the Confederates kicked my butt at Cedar Mountain. Then they raided my camp and ran off with my money and clothes. Also, I appear to have been wedgied. Lee defeated Pope at yet another battle at Bull Run, in which nearby farm families once again got caught up in the fighting. Hurry up, Martha! There's another war out here! I'm waiting for my hair to dry! Wilmer McLean, sick of war, moved his family south, where he knew the war would definitely, absolutely, never touch him again. But Lincoln had yet another problem to contend with. European powers, in particular the UK, were looking increasingly like they may intervene diplomatically on the side of the Confederates. They were missing their precious supply of southern cotton because of the Union blockade, and they wanted to see a swift conclusion to the war. The tension between America and Great Britain had been increasing, especially after Confederate diplomats were discovered on a British ship. Now, after McClellan's failure to take Richmond, the UK declared it impossible for the North to win. Lincoln needed something to prevent Europe from getting involved, and after more petitioning from abolitionists, he decided maybe the time was finally right to make the war about ending the institution he hated, slavery. If the North had a noble cause to fight for, Europe would be less likely to intervene. But Lincoln and his cabinet knew before they could declare something as radical as emancipation, they needed a victory, especially now that the Confederates were about to go on the attack. Aware that he had a limited number of men and supplies, Lee now hoped that if he could just threaten Washington, D.C. militarily, he would gain Europe's recognition and crush Northern morale in time for the midterm elections, forcing the North to negotiate. With confidence at an all-time high, for the first time, Robert E. Lee invaded the North. But on September 13th, the North finally had some luck. Oh boy, it's my lucky day! A cigar in a field. Hey, what's this wrapped around it? Oh my gosh! That's right, the North had discovered General Lee's battle plans wrapped around some cigars. And in them, they saw that Lee had split up his forces. McClellan headed out from D.C., and the two sides met in the Battle of Antietam, a crucial battle that would decide the course of the war. It saw the most vicious fighting to date, and still remains the single bloodiest day in American history. But, for once, the North came out victorious, and Lee was forced to retreat. He's on the run. Chase him down and finish him off. No. You know what, old buddy, old pal? You're fired. The North had won their crucial victory. Lincoln breathed a huge sigh of relief, and with that win, he was prepared to take a huge step. On September 22nd, the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. In January, all slaves held in the Confederate States would be, as far as the US government was concerned, officially free. Throughout the North, free black men and women rejoiced, knowing that if the North were to win, their brothers and sisters would no longer be held in bondage. The proclamation also had the intended effect on Europe, who were not willing to oppose a pledge to end slavery. An outraged Confederacy knew that Lincoln had given the war a new meaning. It was no longer just about the preservation of the Union. Now, it was about creating a new Union, washed clean of its original sin. A Union without slavery. This video was made possible by Honey. Stick around to learn how you can save money when you shop online. As the Union struggle to take control in the East continued, elsewhere, the war raged on. The Confederates attempted an invasion of Kentucky, hoping the state as a whole would join them, but they were pushed back. The Indian Territory saw Native American tribes ally with one side or the other in the hopes of securing rights after the war. Along the Mississippi, General Ulysses S. Grant remained one of the few Union generals scoring major victories. With his best pal, General Sherman, by his side, Grant led his armies down the Mississippi to the Confederate stronghold of Vicksburg. Both sides knew that if Vicksburg fell, the Confederacy would be split in two, and the Confederates prepared for an intense defense of the city. But back in the East, Lincoln still wanted somebody to march south and take Richmond. Having given General McClellan the boot, he needed a new man in charge. All right, Mr. President, option 1 is General Hooker. Bit of a nutcase, but a good general. Option 2, his qualifications are his name is Burnside and he has freaking dope-ass sideburns. Say no more. So General Burnside was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac and sent south. Lincoln hoped he finally had a general who could succeed. Burnside met General Lee at the city of Fredericksburg, where he intended to rapidly cross the river and take the city. But the Union War Department was too slow in delivering the pontoon bridges, and the two sides were forced to camp across from each other, close enough to speak. Hey Yankee, ready to get your butt kicked? Yeah, right, Rebel. God is on our side. No way, God's on our side. Oh, you think so? Well, why don't we ask him? Hey God, whose side are you on? Ow. Dude, uncool. With over 100,000 men, the Union Army finally launched their massive attack on the 11th of December. But by now, the Confederates had amassed their forces. During the battle, wave after wave of brave Union men marched headlong into a brutal Confederate onslaught. Even the Confederates couldn't believe what they were seeing, and in one moment of camaraderie, a Confederate sergeant, unable to take it, reportedly came out into the field to tend to the Union wounded. Seeing this, the Union troops held their fire. Still, Burnside and his forces were soundly defeated at Fredericksburg and forced to retreat. Lincoln's popularity and Northern morale continued to plummet, especially as the winter heading into 1863 was bad. The winter camps were rife with disease. The food was less than appealing. On both sides, men began to leave. Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm deserting. What? Don't you love your country? Yes, I do. And I'm trying to get back to it as quick as I can. Lincoln, ever the kind and caring man he was, spent much of his time pardoning deserters' death sentences. Oh my. Here's a 17-year-old boy sentenced to be hanged. Well, I'd better suspend his sentence. Or he'll be suspended tomorrow. What? To try to keep the numbers up, both sides had introduced conscription. There was controversy in the North, however, since rich men could simply pay to have someone else fight on their behalf. Riots broke out in New York City, with enraged mobs furious at the idea of going to fight for slaves, an idea that many of them simply did not support. However, after so much pressure, the Union had finally begun allowing black men to enlist, and these men, knowing what they were fighting for, signed up. By the end of the war, nearly 200,000 troops, 10% of the Union Army, would be black. The valor and bravery they showed throughout, silencing critics. Okay, well that last guy was useless. Let's try this Hooker fella. General Joseph Hooker was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac, and once again, Lincoln ordered him to move south and take Richmond. Hooker met Lee at the Battle of Chancellorsville, where Hooker had over twice the men Lee did. Lee was forced to defy all military convention and split his smaller force into two. Lee had absolutely no chance of winning, and Lee won. It was his masterpiece. Lee did suffer one significant loss during the battle though. As his right-hand man, Stonewall Jackson, was riding back to the Confederate lines at night, the nervous Confederate troops, unable to recognize him, opened fire. You boys done goofed up. Jackson died 8 days later. As for Lincoln, he couldn't believe it. It was yet another loss, and Northern support continued to waver. While the Union kept on struggling in the east, out west, unconditional surrender Grant was making moves as always. In an attempt to take Vicksburg on the Mississippi, he made a series of risky and bold movements. He sent a cavalry raid and feigned Sherman north to confuse the enemy. Then, aided by a fleet of ironclads on the river, he raced his army south to cross the Mississippi. Aware that the terrain to the north was restrictive, instead, he strategically moved northeast, hitting Vicksburg's supply line and defending his rear from Confederate armies in Jackson. Once he reached Vicksburg, the Confederate defense became hardened, and Grant was forced to settle in for a month-long siege, during which time he got rather bored. Despite not taking the city, Lincoln loved it and encouraged Grant to hold firm. It would only be a matter of time before the Mississippi was in Union hands. Around this time, the people in the west of Virginia, who had remained loyal to the Union throughout, finally broke away to form their own state. They could have named it anything in the world, but the creative minds at the time came up with the ingenious West Virginia. Back in Washington, Lincoln once again wanted a new general to take command. Oh my goodness, why do all these 19th century generals look so bust? Look, we got Sleepy Eyes Joe here. That's Princess Leia with a mustache. E.T. phoned the doctor. Fine, why don't we give Snapping Turtle McGee here a shot? So General Snapping Turtle McGee was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac, and it was a crucial time for the Union, because once again, the Confederates decided to go on the attack. So far, they had done exceedingly well militarily, but as the war kept going, the Confederate economy was crumbling. Riots broke out in the streets of Richmond as the price of bread skyrocketed. Supplies were dwindling. Jefferson Davis wanted to send men west to rescue Vicksburg, but General Lee knew the longer the war lasted, the worse their chances got, and he still hoped if he could just threaten D.C., the already demoralized North would surrender. So in June 1863, with the momentum behind him, General Lee once again entered the North, fighting his way through Maryland and into Pennsylvania. General Meade set out to meet him for what would be the most significant battle of the entire war. If the Confederates won, D.C. could fall. If the Union won, it would be a turning point, as the Confederates would run out of steam, and the small town that was to get caught up in the crossfire of the largest battle in American history was Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. On June 1st, units from each army encountered one another and skirmished through the town itself. The townspeople were forced to take refuge, except for one man who reportedly ran outside for a strange reason. "Joseph, what are you doing?" "I'm not gonna let them take my beans." "How many times do I have to tell you they're not here for your beans?" By the second day, over 100,000 men stretched for miles across the battlefield. Lee took the initiative, deciding to hit the enemy's flanks, and he came very close to breaking through the Union's disorganized left. But Union Colonel Joshua Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge, smashing into the Confederates and forcing them back. The Union forces held across the line. On the final day, Lee believed the Union Army had fortified its flanks, so he decided to finish them off with one massive central assault. The Confederates rushed at the Union lines during General Pickett's charge, and this time, it was the Union's turn to unleash hell. Meade had correctly guessed Lee's strategy, and the Confederates were decimated, forced to turn and flee. A devastated General Lee called out to his fleeing and wounded men, telling them it was his fault. And after holding for a counterattack that never came, he ordered a retreat back into Virginia. The North had just managed to score a massive victory, and one they desperately needed. And if that wasn't enough, in the West, after a month-long siege, Vicksburg finally fell. The North now held the Mississippi, and better yet, it was the 4th of July. With control of the Mississippi, Union forces moved into Arkansas and Tennessee. Tennessee in particular saw heavy fighting, with Union General Rosecrans masterfully pushing Braxton Bragg's Army of the Tennessee out of Tennessee. He suffered a major setback, however, at the bloody Battle of Chickamauga, and ended up under a Confederate siege at Chattanooga. At one point during the siege, a temporary truce was declared so that wounded men could be recovered. And often in the Civil War, during these small truces, men from both sides would meet in the middle to trade things like tobacco, coffee, and maybe even honey. Do you like honey? Me too. Bees are great. And you know what rhymes with honey? Money. Did you know honey can help you save money? Let me explain. Honey is a free browser extension that automatically finds you the best coupon codes when you buy stuff online, for free. For example, here I am purchasing 100 pepperoni pizzas because what the heck, I do what I want. With just a click of a button, I've saved $210. Nice. Honey works with over 30,000 websites, including eBay, Target, and Expedia, and it's already found Oversimplified subscribers over $46,000 in savings. It takes just 2 clicks to install, And better yet, it's absolutely, positively, 100% free. Get Honey now and start saving money by clicking on the link in the description below. joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where was I? Oh yeah, Vicksburg, 4th of July, and the Siege of Chattanooga. Thankfully, General Grant, now in charge of all Western Union armies, showed up and karate-kicked Bragg right back into Georgia. Like this. With Sherman and Hooker, Grant took on Confederate positions in the mountains around the city, including the famous battle above the clouds and Mission Ridge. Grant continued to be Lincoln's #1 guy. With these victories, Lincoln hoped the war was finally turning. Back in Gettysburg, the entire town had been turned into a hospital to care for the scores of wounded men. Throughout the war, on both sides, women such as Clara Barton rose to the occasion, doing crucial work on the home front and volunteering as nurses for those who had given their lives. A new national cemetery was to be established at Gettysburg, and Abraham Lincoln traveled out to attend the opening ceremony. At the event, the main speaker spoke for 2 hours. Then, Abraham Lincoln was called forward to give some brief, appropriate remarks. In just 2 minutes, he masterfully and poignantly iterated America's national purpose and the need to continue the fight. The Gettysburg Address would become one of the most famous speeches in American history. While they were now making progress, the North still couldn't find a decisive victory in the East. And that was bad news for Lincoln, because his presidency was now in its 4th year. In 1864, there was an election coming. The Confederates knew this too, and with little hope left of being able to threaten the North militarily, they believed their last shot at victory may be in the election, since Lincoln, emancipation, and the war itself weren't exactly popular. People in the North were sick of war and wanted to put it behind them. Robert E. Lee hoped that if he could just hold out and continue to inflict more defeats, the people of the North would vote Lincoln out and replace him with a Southern sympathizer who may be willing to negotiate. Lincoln knew now he desperately needed a victory. Now, I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified. If Lincoln loves General Grant so much, then why doesn't he put him in charge of the campaign in the East? Well, guess what, loyal subscriber? You've hit the nail on the head. You're bold, Grant. I'll grant you that. I'm promoting you to General-in-Chief, and I ain't taking you for granted. Now I want you to go defeat Lee. Grant me my wish. Please stop. So Grant was put in charge, and he came up with a new plan. He wanted to press the Confederates on all fronts, with General Banks to capture Mobile, Alabama, General Sherman moving south to Atlanta, and Grant joining the Army of the Potomac as they advanced through Virginia. In May 1864, that plan went into action. Sherman steadily advanced on Atlanta, facing off against the smaller Confederate army under General Joseph E. Johnston. In addition, a cruel yet highly skilled cavalry general and winner of the funniest Confederate statue award, Nathan Bedford Forrest, was also nearby, doing his best to threaten Sherman's advance. But in a series of battles, Sherman dominated and pushed Johnson back to the city. But he was held just outside of Atlanta itself and was forced to lay siege. Meanwhile, the main show was happening to the east in Virginia. The Union's top general was finally about to face off against the Confederacies. Lincoln hoped Grant would bring something new to the Eastern Theater, and bring something new he did. As Grant began moving south, Lee still regularly outmaneuvered him and inflicted heavy casualties, hoping to demoralize the North as much as he could. But here's what set Grant apart from others. He knew Lee was running out of men, and that the North by comparison had plenty. Grant would throw his forces at Lee, and even when Lee repelled them, Grant, rather than pulling back, would give the order to keep moving forward and flank Lee, again and again. In under 6 weeks, 80,000 men would be killed, wounded, or missing. In DC, Grant was criticized for being a butcher. At the Battle of the Wilderness, the Union casualties were so heavy that Grant reportedly began to weep. But still, Grant could replace his losses. Lee couldn't, and he was being pushed all the way back to Richmond. Lee knew once he got there, he'd be under siege. Then, it would only be a matter of time. Close to Richmond, Grant again suffered horrific casualties in a miscalculated assault at Cold Harbor. Then, trying to be a tricksy trickster, instead of moving on Richmond directly, Grant moved towards Petersburg to flank the Confederate capital and cut its supply line. But, just like Sherman, Grant was halted outside of the city, and he too was forced to settle in for a siege. 2 identical sieges would not be good enough for Lincoln's re-election. The people of the North saw the casualties Grant had been taking, and they weren't happy. To make matters worse, Lee had sent Jubal Early north to threaten DC, with the hope of forcing Grant to withdraw troops from Richmond. Early was repelled on the outskirts of the city, with President Lincoln even attending as an observer, but the North had been given a fright. So with the war currently in a stalemate, who was to be Lincoln's opponent in the critical 1864 election? Who would the Democrats choose? Guess what, baby? I'm back. That's right. General George B. McClellan would run for president against Abraham Lincoln. My fellow countrymen, if you elect me, I, the great General George McClellan, will fearlessly and valiantly win the war. Unlike this douchebag, many Democrats, however, including McClellan's running mate, wanted to end the war. So it's possible McClellan may have ended up fearlessly and valiantly making peace with the Confederates, which is exactly what they were hoping for. With the war in a stalemate and Lincoln still not popular, it looked like McClellan would win, and the Confederacy may have a chance at surviving after all. Lincoln himself said that without some kind of major victory, it seemed exceedingly probable that this administration will not be re-elected. Well, fret not, Abe, because if it's a major victory you want, it's a major victory you'll get. Atlanta had been under siege by General Sherman for just over a month. After a number of battles around the city, Sherman sent a force south to sever the city's supply line, and Confederate General Hood was forced to abandon it. Atlanta, one of the Confederacy's most important cities, had fallen into Union hands. For many, it was clear that the Confederacy's defeat was now inevitable, and the war would soon be over. When the final results came in, Lincoln had won with an electoral college landslide, with the troops in particular voting overwhelmingly for Lincoln, which must have been touching for their commander-in-chief. Hey man, looks like you lost. No hard feelings? I didn't lose. I merely failed to win. In January, Lincoln involved himself heavily in ensuring the 13th Amendment made it through Congress. In a narrow and historic vote, the amendment passed. Slavery would now be constitutionally banished throughout the nation. Black men and women, watching the vote from the galleries, knew the work had only just begun. A couple months later, at his second inauguration, with victory right around the corner, he didn't celebrate, he didn't gloat. Instead, he emphasized the need for reunification and binding up wounds. To him, Americans, North or South, were to again be compatriots. However, listening to Lincoln speak that day was a man who had no interest in reunification. John Wilkes Booth, an actor living in D.C., was also a deep Southern sympathizer, and as the war turned against the Confederacy, depressed and full of hate, he was already plotting his revenge on the man he held responsible. With further Confederate losses, it was pretty clear at this point who would win. But still, Jefferson Davis showed no sign of giving in. The North were frustrated to see the conflict being dragged out. Why waste more lives? In Atlanta, General Sherman believed he had the key to forcing the Confederacy's hand. He had an unusually modern concept, that an army could only survive with the support of the people. Strike at the people, and the army collapses. Sherman decided to do something unprecedented. He would remove his 62,000 men from their supply line and march through the heartland of the Confederacy, where they would live off the land. There, they would wreak havoc. As they marched, they tore up railroads, burned farms, and destroyed communication lines. They also liberated thousands of slaves. The damage done was estimated at $1.4 billion. The
fingerprinted DNA. Tricks police can use to get evidence against you.
Nope.
Hello everybody, welcome to Also Rusty Buckets. I can't keep doing the
You call Josh Jackson Steph Curry a 40-inch. I'm sorry, but he ain't Steph Curry. He just ain't. Yeah, it's Steph, okay?
None of you will believe me. I spent the last 5 years in a hospital with everyone telling me I couldn't possibly have seen what I saw. Maybe I didn't. That's why I'm writing down what I think I saw. My new therapist says that writing this out might be good for me. I like my new therapist. They've made me feel human again. They made me realise it wasn't my fault. Whatever it was. Maybe, once I've written it out, I can figure out what really happened. Obviously, I'm changing names for people's privacy and my own protection. Some people still believe I had something to do with what happened. It was a camping trip. Some old friends of mine from high school and I were all avid campers. We aren't super hardcore or anything, we just enjoy a few days in tents around a fire with beer and other substances, catching fish, cooking hot dogs, and pretending to be survivalists. Most of us were out of college and starting careers. One of us was working on a doctorate. First, there was James and his girlfriend, Dora. He was my oldest friend. We'd been pals since middle school. Of all of us, he was the one with actual camping experience. He'd been an Eagle Scout and was applying for jobs as a forest ranger. He was the one who got this trip together. There was Edgar. He was never the brightest, but he was a good friend to us. He'd been a bit of a jock meathead in high school. When we met him again, he had a well-paying job, a wife and a daughter. We all laughed about that, since we used to tease him for being a doofus. And there he was with money and a loving family already. Then, there was Caitlin, the girl who laughed at everything. She joined our little circle of friends after a bad breakup in high school. We'd all had a huge crush on her and hoped to be a rebound queen, but she just wasn't into us like that. Thankfully, we all stayed friends. Somehow, we valued a friendship more than romance. That's rare among teenagers. She had a wicked and dark sense of humour that we all loved. She brought a boyfriend along who wasn't a bad guy. Linus, I think his name was. We weren't sure how he was going to make it, what with her intensive coursework, but she showed up with a wide smile all the same. She and James had dated once upon a time. The breakup happened at college. It was rough on all of us, but the pair of them insisted it was in the past. She was always the smart one. She was the one working on a doctorate. There's no doubt in my mind she could have her own medical practice. She was hard-working and determined. Finally, there was me, the starving artist wannabe, still living with his parents. We were all so happy to see each other. I'm sure anyone old enough knows that feeling. That makes of nostalgia and excitement for something new, all at once when you see your old friends again. We all made time and flew to Colorado, where James was living. He said he knew a great spot for us, somewhere in the mountain range around Pikes Peak. So we all met up in Colorado Springs and hung out at a hotel. We had so much fun, laughing, drinking, pushing each other into the hotel pool like a bunch of idiots. Do we even need to go camping? Asked Edgar at one point. I actually agreed, but James insisted. Come on everyone, for all time's sake, let's go on a mountain adventure. I promise, I've been all over Pikes Peak, and I found this great spot. It's slightly off the beaten path, but not anywhere dangerous, I promise. So, the next day, we gathered all our old gear and drove to the lot of the National Preserve. For a day, we hiked, we climbed, and we laughed. It really was like old times. I was glad we gave in. The mountains of Colorado were just so gorgeous. Pikes Peak itself was this majestic, jagged white spike looking over us. We weren't hiking all the way up, thankfully. James led us from one trail to the next, before taking us a mile or two off course. We emerged in this beautiful little clearing. It was this flat little divot on the mountain surface. The peak above us sloped at least a 45-degree angle above us.
45 degrees!
How do you stay motivated to play Minecraft every day?
I don't
This,
know,
my friends,
but
is a question that I see constantly from people down in the comments below, on live streams, and everything of that sort. And hopefully today,
I just don't play Minecraft every day. I play
an
it all.
answer. My name is Whip, and welcome on back into my Minecraft world. We're going to be talking about today how to stay motivated while playing Minecraft, and hopefully we can help you all keep crafting on. First tip for y'all here is to set a goal and break it down into parts. Think of any project in your life or a goal that you've made in the past. Maybe not the New Year's resolutions ones where you give them up 2 or 3 weeks later, but like the real ones that we actually keep and the ones that we actually stick to. How do you keep yourself accountable to stay on track on those goals? For me personally, I find that breaking it down to smaller parts can be a very, very good way to do this for me. Like this giant city that we've been building here. If I focus on, hey, I'm going to be building a city, I will probably get a little overwhelmed for what's going on here. But maybe like this lighthouse on the lower left-hand side, or this little dock brewery tavern of sorts here in front of us in the center, I focus on those individual structures and enjoy the project of working on those, instead of constantly looking forward and be like, oh my gosh, I have all of this left to do. I spend the time thinking of like, well, what can I do now? What can I do now that I can actually accomplish and feel good about and really enjoy the process of beforehand, instead of just always looking at the giant goal that's not being finished up. Next up is play how you want to play. If you don't enjoy creepers blowing up all your amazing builds or your redstone contraptions that you can probably never get working again, well, turn off explosions then. If it's not how you like to play the game, Minecraft is a sandbox game after all. You shouldn't be bound by any rules set by the game itself or set by maybe somebody in the community who thinks that's the wrong way to play. There is no wrong way to play Minecraft. There's creative mode, there's super flat, there's custom terrains that you can make, and whatever you want to do.
If you want to play survival in your own
Minecraft,
way, keep inventory, I don't care, but you don't call, in my opinion, you can't call like legit survival, like where you're playing survival.
And there's
if you're
always
running
kind of a
peaceful
little bit
mode
of
with
that life
keep
on the
inventory
edge
and
moment
everything,
of sorts.
with
And
cheats
if you
on for
really like that
TPing.
life on the edge moment, go even crazier
I mean,
than what
it's
I do
survival world, yeah,
and
but
pick up hardcore mode and risk losing everything that you possibly
kinda cheaty,
have.
so it's not
But for me
legit,
personally,
legit.
I like to spend the
Legit,
time
like, to what I would
building on my
see as, like, a
accomplishments,
legit world
building
that
up the
someone could call
structures,
like,
and
a
taking the
legit
time to look back
survival
at them,
world. They're
re-exploring
both,
around my world.
I mean, if you're
really
draining enough
enjoying
money by hand
what I
on
was
one where
able
you
to
have
accomplish
keep
in the
inventory,
past,
it's a
because
bit
I
less
find that
impressive in
it's
some
so
ways, but just like how regular
looking back at
survival is
all
less
of those
impressive than
amazing
hardcore.
things within the game.
Because
Whereas
I could literally
otherwise,
just
if
go
I was
kill
playing in
myself right now,
hardcore,
and
I
I
would
would be
potentially
fine.
lose everything we have in here, and for me, that's not okay. I don't want to lose any of what I've been building here, and if I was building in creative, I'd get a little burnt out on it because I like the aspect of taking the break from building and spending some time gathering the resources to do the next step. For me, that's very, very relaxing. Building off of the last one a little bit here is don't let others tell you the correct way to play Minecraft. Listening and focusing on someone else's, quote, correct way to play will not always
I
work
just feel
for
like
you.
if
For
you
myself,
try to follow
in the
their
comments,
definition
people
of the
always want me
words
to build these
legit.
giant mega structures where it's like a single tower reaching all the way to build height, and for me that would be so boring and just repetitive to build, and I would really not have a great time doing it, which is why you don't see me doing that type of stuff. But what I do enjoy doing, and what I really love to do, is making more highly detailed, smaller buildings, smaller villages, smaller caravan centers like this, and just making the smaller structures, the houses, the shops, the castles, the whatever. Okay, castles aren't that small, but you get the idea of what I like to build, and those add up to these huge and amazing projects of completing an entire town, an entire village, instead of one gross building that just goes all the way up to world height and stands out like a sore thumb. That's not me telling you how to play the game. That's me telling you how I like to play the game. Find out what works for you. If you like building those giant towers, build the giant towers. Something for me is I really love to reflect on the past of my Minecraft building experience, where I was before and where I am now. Thankfully for me, I have a bunch of world downloads that I can go and look at and see what this build and what this area looked like 100 and 200 episodes ago, because I have those old world downloads. What you can also do is if you type /seed in your chat here, you'll see it come up with a option here and it'll display the seed. I have that stuff turned off so it doesn't pollute the chat log in here, because I have some command blocks that do some cool funky things that would fill that stuff up. But anyways, you can get that and you can create a new world of your own and see what the world was like before you did anything. However, a great way to do this inside of Minecraft itself is through these lovely maps. You can now use the cartographer's table to lock a map in place so that you never have to worry about updating it when you pick it up and like hold it in your hand. Because right now, if we were to pick up this one, if there's anything around here, since we're so close to it, if anything had changed, like I think that house was just added onto it, you would see that instantly change on here on the map in any other copies of the maps that you have. But if you lock into the cartographer's table, that one won't change. For example, I have this old ship over here that we built when we first started building up this city. And I placed one of our buried treasure maps right up here because I thought it was really cool that we found a buried treasure right outside the front of it. You can see, minus this little white text on it, I won't look at the thing, but you can see off to the right hand side there, nothing is really filled out on that entire side of the map. You can see our castle here isn't even completed yet. You can see the outlines of the castle, scaffolding of the lines of where things are going to go. That whole place right behind the word treasure, nothing is up there. Now looking at it, we can see everything that we've built up. I think it's a really cool way of doing it. Another great thing you can do for yourself here regarding maps is you can create a little bit of a map room inside of every single one of the places you're building at. For me, right now, we are over at the original castle build that we did of Bleak Rock right here. This one is very out of date because I made that new giant map room that's sitting underneath that guy up there. But anyways, we can see our old mountain range over on this side that has been updated. All these things down here are very much like grown out into this area now. So a lot of things are out of date on this one. But you can see that like there's another map room right there. There's one right over here. We have one back over in our ocean monument, which really isn't anything right now. And if I wanted to, I could go around and update each one of these individually. But I also love leaving a map in this little area. Most of the other ones are just kind of the build itself, just kind of very small around it. Not this entire big thing where it has every single one of the builds in that olden days of back when this was just our project here. But what I really wanted to do through this one was show that inside of each one of the places I went to, I could go and explore my builds again, see what's going on with them, see how much I still enjoy them, and then take a look at a little bit of a map room, seeing the overview of that point. Maps are just a great thing inside of Minecraft. I love what they've been able to add. And I love that they give us the ability to get a better top-down view across the area at a quick glance instead of having to fly up with our elytra and hopefully not kill ourselves when we land down here. So far we've talked about how to play Minecraft correctly, which is playing it however the heck you want to play Minecraft. Then we've talked about don't letting others tell you how to play Minecraft and, you know, picking your own way of playing the game. But what about the pace that you're going at? Maybe some people inside of Minecraft think that you build a little too slow. Maybe you play on a multiplayer server and you see one of your friends who you also play with and they're just no life in the heck out of it, and they're getting a bunch of stuff
that feels
done.
like a
They have
personal
giant
attack.
base. You just have a little bit of a starter house. They've managed to create a giant quarry mine. Their redstone farms are totally built up. They don't need anything anymore. Everything is completely automated. They are just fully functional at their base. It's totally completed. And you're like, well, I'm so far behind. I'm kind of burnt out. The best part about Minecraft is that it's a journey of kind of going with yourself. Probably want to block off that lava before we die here, but it's a journey just about building at your own pace. Go at your own pace for this one. I actually tend to build pretty slow inside of Minecraft, especially when I'm coming up with a new idea or a new something that I haven't quite done before. I'm very, very slow when it comes to designing things and coming up with ideas, but once I get that pattern down, you probably all know that I can build pretty quickly when it comes to those types of things. But that's not necessarily good or bad. There's a lot of different ways you can play this game, and that's the best part about it. You can build as slowly as you want. If you just want to live out of a single house with having a nice little farm and maybe a pond around the back or whatever it might be, that is totally acceptable. There's no wrong way to do it. Or if you want to be crazy like me and build an entire mountain range slowly over time, well, you're probably going to need to dig out a giant hole like this one to get yourself started with that project. One other thing on that playing at your own pace though, I would say it's very healthy to set a deadline or set like a, hey, I want to have this project done by this time, because otherwise you can go a little crazy. As I know on myself, I get in these points where I'm just like, I could add this. What if I add this? What if I keep adding this? What if, ooh, what about this idea? Wait, we can add this here too. Wait, that would be awesome. What if I redid this entire thing? And after a while, it starts to get a little crazy. So it's totally okay
Or
to take some
alternatively,
time
just
to
do what
be
I
like,
do
all
and
right,
call
maybe
and
we
still
give
have
ourselves 3 weeks
motivation
to
to
do this build, and
change
after that
everything.
point, then you know it's probably time to move on, because I know after that I'll get a little burnt out or whatever it might be. But a big part of Minecraft for me is still not focusing on that point of when will I finish this project, or my friends already finished their project. All these other YouTubers are creating these insanely huge projects and I feel like I'm behind. And I really try and avoid that mentality, because it becomes very negative very quickly and can put you in a very, very bad place creatively, emotionally, and everything wise. So just don't do it. Stick to your own journey and enjoy that part of the game. Creating a job board or a goals board in your base or on a wall somewhere, and maybe somewhere just in the village that you're building or wherever, somewhere that you're going to walk by, is the goal with this one. Fill it with a bunch of goals that you are working towards. Small things like chopping down a bunch of trees, gathering stuff up like that, blowing up the nether, learn to redstone good, and whatever you might need to do, slowly taking down this giant wall of signs and just slowly showing that you were able to accomplish things inside of this game is going to be a great way to stay motivated. If you have a giant board, obviously we need to make a bigger job board, but you have this big board that has like 50 things on it, and then like 3 weeks later or something, you're down to just 10. They might be the big goals, but you're like, wow, I accomplished a bunch of this stuff. So when you chop off something and then you know, you get rid of it and you're good to go, you get rid of your sign and everything's gone from there, it's gonna be really easy to move forwards and just gather up a bunch of stuff and just kind of keep staying motivated, because you're like, wow, I'm accomplishing things inside of this game. As much as we all like to build pretty things inside of Minecraft, Minecraft is about focusing on the journey, not focusing on the finish line. Minecraft is a sandbox game after all. There really is no true finish line. When are you really ever completely done with a build? There's always something you could tweak. There's always something you might have learned along the way that you can modify while you're moving forwards. So I like to say Minecraft is about the journey, and we should be focusing along the lines of the journey, not really being along the lines of like, wow, this project isn't done yet, or this is gonna look so cool when it's done. What I think of when I finish a project inside of Minecraft for myself is then I have another project coming up right away, right after that one. Because, for example, we're building an entire mountain range up here, right? As y'all know, I'm a little insane in building an entire mountain range. That is one project. After the mountain range is finished, then that gives me the ability to come through, and we're going to add in like a dwarven settlement up there. It means that we can add in a bunch of custom trees, and we can add in all these other aspects to the mountain range itself to keep that project growing, and we're moving into different stages of the project. So maybe you're building a survival base and you're building like a giant cave base. After your cave is fully fleshed out, you got everything going on in there, maybe build something on top of it above ground, or maybe move on to something further around the way. Or, you know, you're building a cave, you can always blow up a wall and keep it extending even further down the side. So whatever you really want to do, there's always ways to expand your builds in Minecraft and really keep that journey going instead of just being that finish line, because the finish line is never really obtainable. But that's kind of the fun part of Minecraft, is there's always something new to do in this game. As much as I could have had a nether hub where I have a portal to every single one of the builds inside of my entire world, I can jump over there in a matter of seconds, save a lot of time as far as traveling around, because it takes a good chunk of time to travel around to all these different places, especially if I forget resources at one and I gotta go back or whatever it might be. I spend a lot of time traveling inside this game, but I love that. I love taking the time to look back at what I've done in the past, walk through the old environments that I created before. That is just inspiration central right there for maybe something that I did before that I absolutely loved, and now I have this great opportunity to go revisit it, because there's a lot of things, especially in Minecraft, when you build things just to make things look pretty and you don't have a functional aspect behind a lot of them, why do you ever really go back and visit them? There's no real reason to it unless you just want to go look at it. And after a while of not visiting it, you might not remember really what it's about too much. So it's a good thing to always just kind of force yourself to go and travel around the world, see what you've done previously, and see what you can do to kind of improve those things, or maybe like you'll get some ideas for your current project while you're going through them. Like recently I was building up a bunch of tents and caravans out in front of our desert city, and I came over here and I was just wandering through. I was like, wow, I really liked how I did a lot of these tent designs. They feel very fluid and kind of natural and not very blocky, even though we're only using the full wool blocks. So I picked up on a lot of those tips that I was using over here and brought that back into my own build that I was focused on now, and I never would have thought of that unless I was randomly just walking down here because I needed to go pick up something that I had left at the ruined castle. And that's gonna have to do it for today. I hope this was able to help you all stay a little bit more motivated to play inside of your own Minecraft world. And one last thing I want to leave you all with: there is no number of hours that you have to play Minecraft every single day. Somebody recently asked me, and they're like, hey, if I play 1.5 to 2.5 hours a day, will that be enough to make cool stuff in Minecraft? If you don't want to play Minecraft, don't play Minecraft. There's no real reason to get in here and play it. Sure, yeah, if you want to do that, over time you'll make a lot of cool things in the game. If you'd rather spend your time doing something else, you don't have to live inside of this game. You don't have to do all of the crazy stuff that you see a lot of YouTubers do where it's our full-time job. My job is to play Minecraft, folks. If you don't see yourself progressing as quickly as I am, that's not a bad thing. Anyways, I hope that was a little bit of like a reassurance there for everybody. Thank you so very much for watching today's episode. I hope you all did enjoy stopping off here at our ruined castle build that I just loved so much, and I really am happy that we came back to revisit it today. And be sure to hit that like button down below if this was helpful. If you did enjoy the video, it means a heck of a lot to me, as it helps me out a bunch to keep making more videos like these ones. Click that subscribe button if you are brand new. I am stumbling over my words here, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Hello everyone, my name is PixelRiffs and welcome back to the Minecraft Survival Guide. I hope you guys are having a good day. In today's episode, I'm going to attempt to answer 303 questions that you've submitted about Minecraft. Let's get right to it. Do you ever feel bad about forcing your Minecraft character to eat the same food over and over again? Yeah, don't worry, I've had a balanced diet. How does the score work that shows up when you die? The score is the total amount of experience you've collected since your last death, including anything you spent on enchanting or repairs. What is the best way to transport villagers? Use minecarts or boats. Does infinity work on potion-tipped arrows? Nope, only regular ones. Why does the Nether have a bedrock ceiling? The Nether is meant to be a hell dimension, so it's kind of implied that the bedrock ceiling of the Nether is the bedrock floor of the overworld. How do you find a skeleton or zombie spawner? Most of the time you'll just stumble into them, but some mapping tools will let you find them, and you can always listen out for zombie or skeleton noises in caves. What are research labs in snow biomes? Some igloos generate with a trapdoor hidden under the carpet. This leads down to a research lab where you'll find hints about how you can cure zombie villagers. How does the game manage to spawn a zombie villager under igloos? Entities can actually be part of pre-generated structures. You can try this yourself with structure blocks. Does killing the wandering trader affect the trades of normal villagers? Actually no, which is good because his trades are the worst. What is the highest Y level at which the world naturally generates? It depends on the world, but some shattered savanna biomes can reach up to Y200. Can a snow golem live in the Nether using fire resistance effects? Yes, but once it aggroes the pigmen, it'll die pretty quickly. In the next 10 seconds, can you explain quasi-connectivity? A quirk of how redstone is programmed in Java allows for components like pistons to be powered diagonally. Basically, they get power from anything which would power the space above them, regardless of whether or not there's a block there. Which do you think is harder, the Wither or the Ender Dragon? The Wither is harder in a fair fight, but easier to cheese. And which one do you think you should fight first? I usually fight the dragon first because I like to get shulker boxes before I get a beacon. What are the chances of a baby chicken spawning when you throw an egg? 1 in 8, although sometimes you get none and sometimes you get 4 for the price of 1. Is it possible to hatch the dragon egg? No, the dragon egg is just a trophy item. Do foxes get the positive and negative effects of food when they eat it? Yes, I poisoned this fox with a poisonous potato. They also teleport if you give them chorus fruit. What determines the XP cost to fix tools with the mending enchantment? Mending repairs 2 durability per XP orb, although sometimes the orbs stack. What's the best way to grind out a large amount of emeralds? It depends what you're farming. Farmers have good trades, melons and pumpkins are a safe bet. What happens if 2 people flying with elytra run into each other in mid-air? Nothing happens. Entity collision doesn't cause damage unless there are lots of entities occupying a single block. How big is the end dimension? It's the same as the overworld, 60 million blocks square. Does that mean the number of end cities is limited? Technically yes, but you'd probably run out of patience and time before you ran out of end cities. How rare is an end ship? According to the Minecraft wiki, an end city has a ship on average 80% of the time. I know I didn't believe it either, but statistically they're quite likely. Do mobs spawn differently in each difficulty? Mobs spawn with armor on normal and hard difficulty, but they all show up on any difficulty. There aren't any mobs which are unique to higher difficulty settings. Do you have any tips on how to build circles? Use a circle generation tool like plots.co.uk. What are the best ways to go caving without feeling the sense of being lost or confused? Always place torches on one side of the cave wall. That way you can follow the torches on the opposite side to get back. Is it possible to trap an Enderman without it teleporting away? Yes, Enderman trapped in boats or minecarts will stay there. What is the most difficult item to get your hands on in survival Minecraft? Probably a beacon. It requires you to get 3 wither skeleton skulls plus the soul sand, defeat the wither, and also have glass and obsidian for the recipe. Plus, if you're on Bedrock Edition, the fight sucks. How do I get the most out of playing in peaceful mode? Do lots of villager trading for resources, raid dungeons and generated structures if you want mob drops, start a bone meal farm with crops, and a slime farm with sneezing pandas. Are the villager curing trades temporary, or do they always stay like that? Villager prices will always be adjusted if you cured them from zombification, but their prices can still go up and down because of the supply and demand mechanics. How much XP is there in one level? You only need 7 XP to reach level 1, but the amount increases as you gain more levels. What determines how many of your levels you'll be able to pick back up after you die? Players drop a maximum of 100 XP when they die, which gets you back to level 7 and halfway to level 8. Is the Elder Guardian actually a boss mob? I think of it as a mini-boss. Is there a potion effect you'd like to see added to the game? The potential for trolling is quite high, but I still think a potion of levitation would be pretty cool. Is fishing for mending better than getting mending with a villager? Nope, villagers are way better. You can guarantee multiple trades from a villager, and workstations make it really easy to re-roll their trades. If you stare at an enderman while flying, does it aggro on you? Yes, but if there are no blocks around, it can't teleport to you and attack you. Is it better to build a piston bolt track or an ice path for faster transport? Boats and ice is faster, but piston bolts are hands-free and they work better diagonally. It depends what you prefer. Is it possible to make a fully automatic wheat farm? Yes, villagers can farm crops for you. What is some important advice you can give about iron farms and villager mechanics? Make sure your villagers can sleep. If you skip through the night and they haven't slept, they will stop making iron golems. How do you get so many levels in a short amount of time? Experience farms and villager trading. Does a trident with loyalty still come back to you if thrown into lava or the void? Lava, yes. The void, no. Although that's changing in the next update. What is the most important rule when raiding a woodland mansion? Shoot the evokers from a distance. What is considered cheating in Minecraft? I consider cheating entirely subjective. It's really up to you and whoever else you choose to share the game with. What are some important features that players who haven't played in a while should know? Swimming is a thing, flying is a thing, and items float now. What new biome would you like to see added in a future update? I would love a flowering cherry forest. Can you create a fast sugarcane farm by replacing the slowest growing stalks until they all grow fast? No, basically all crop growth is decided randomly. Can you put Mending and Infinity in the same bowl? Mending and Infinity are mutually exclusive in survival, but you can combine them in creative mode. What block or item do you wish a villager would trade, or what is a block you wish was renewable? Wandering traders already trade sand, but I wish they traded you more sand. Can villagers sleep in the nether or the end? If so, what happens? Villagers use beds in time with the day-night cycle in the overworld, and it works fine. Beds don't explode unless a player clicks on them. How do you optimize your use of the offhand? First, play Java Edition. Next, adapt to the situation. Shields for combat, torches for caving, seeds for farming, blocks for building. What do the different curses do, and how can you get them? Curse of Binding and Curse of Vanishing can be traded from villagers or found on books or equipment in loot chests. Armor with Binding prevents you from taking off the equipped armor, and anything with Vanishing despawns if you die while it's in your inventory. Does that mean Curse of Binding stays on you forever in hardcore? Armor with Curse of Binding can still run out of durability and break. It does require you taking damage, but if you manage your health well, you should be fine. What farms work constantly in the spawn shop? Anything which doesn't require the player to be nearby. Iron farms and auto smelters are good examples of this. Can mobs go through the end portal? Yes, I brought some villagers and animals to the end and started a village there. What farm should I build first for a fast and easy beginning to the game? Get a cow farm for leather and a sugarcane farm for paper. That'll get you started with enchantment. What is the best early game food source? The steak from that cow farm I mentioned should satisfy your hunger. Do bubble elevators work sideways? Nope, that's what water streams are for. What exactly is pack spawning, and how does it work? When the game decides to spawn mobs, it can spawn them in larger numbers if the game thinks there is adequate space. Can you farm iron from zombies instead of iron golems? Zombies can drop iron when killed by the player, so it's technically possible, but way slower. What is better to hold in your offhand, a shield or a totem of undying? Hardcore players usually want a totem of undying because they only have one life, but I'd argue a shield can save your life multiple times where a totem only saves you once. Do we still need a haste 2 beacon to instamine now that we have netherite tools? Yes, netherite tools are faster than diamond, but still nowhere near fast enough to instamine stone without a beacon. Besides haste 2, what is the best combo of effects to have on a beacon? Resistance and regeneration. You can get strength, jump boost, and swiftness with 8-minute duration potions if you need them. Can you create an ender dragon powered ender pearl farm? The dragon will attack endermen, so in theory it's possible, but spawning the dragon destroys the portal you'd use to leave the end, so the only way to return to the overworld is to die and respawn. Not very practical. Do villagers need access to open sky to refresh their trades or accept a workstation? Not right now, they just need to be able to access the workstation during the day. You can make a village in a cave and it'd still work fine. Can you break a piston with any tool or even your fist? Yes, there is no preferred tool for breaking a piston. Will you make a raid farm? Yes, I designed my own from scratch, starting in episode 238 and ending in episode 241. How do I prepare for a big project? Gather as many resources as you can beforehand. Planning ahead will allow you to focus on the project for longer stretches of time. If 2 players AFK near a spawner instead of 1, will the spawner create double the amount of mobs? No, a spawner produces the same amount when it's activated, regardless of how many players are nearby. Given the choice, would you pick Soul Speed or Depth Strider? Definitely Depth Strider. I work in and around water way more than I use Soul Sand. What is the best way to explore? Get Elytra, wear Elytra, fly. After you raid a woodland mansion, do Vindicators and Evokers still spawn there? Nope, woodland mansion mobs do not despawn or respawn. The only way to farm illagers is to start a raid. Can an army of snow golems defeat the Ender Dragon? Nope, snowballs don't damage the Ender Dragon after Minecraft 1.9. Is it better to repair a diamond pick with diamonds or another diamond pick? A fully worn out diamond pick needs 4 diamonds in order to repair it fully, but you only need 3 diamonds to make another diamond pick and combine them. What is your favorite subtitle in Minecraft? Mushroom gets milked suspiciously. How do you respawn the Ender Dragon? Craft 4 end crystals, place them on the center blocks here around the outside of the portal, and watch the light show happen. Is it worth getting a diamond or netherite hoe besides the achievement? Yeah, especially now hoes can be used to break leaves, netherwart blocks, sponges, and other stuff from 1.16. Should you carry a hoe with you now it's been updated to be more useful? I don't know if I'll have one on my hotbar all the time, but I can definitely see myself using them more often. What mobs are best for a multi-spawner mob farm? I pretty much always prefer having skeletons because bone meal is super useful, but sometimes variety is good too. How do you get capes? Capes were given to attendees of in-person Minecon events prior to 2017 when the event became a live stream. A few people also have them for making special contributions to the game. Can you change the appearance of elytra with a cape? Yes, although I don't have one. You can also do that with Optifine in a resource pack. What is the rarest block in the game? It's difficult to say exactly. Emerald ore is one of the rarest ores because it only occurs in mountain biomes. Bone blocks are also rare to generate because fossils are pretty infrequent. There's also only 1 dragon egg per world on Java Edition if you count that as a block. Can the Wither destroy obsidian? Yes, on Java Edition if the Wither senses it's trapped, it will break the blocks around it with the exception of unbreakable blocks like bedrock and end portal frames. Can you get player heads without commands? Some mob heads can be obtained by using charged creepers to blow up the mob, and you get Wither skeleton skulls and dragon heads another way, but player heads have to come from commands or something else that uses command language like a data pack. What is the best height to AFK from a mob spawner farm? 24 blocks away from the farm and 128 blocks away from any other spawnable space. Where do you find villages? Villages can be found in plains, savanna, taiga, desert, and snow biomes. Do XP orbs despawn? Yes, if they can't reach the player, they do fade after a short amount of time. Why do some items only stack to 16? In some cases, it's kind of arbitrary. In other cases, it's for game balance, like with ender pearls. Also, why do liquids and stews not stack? That'd be too messy. How do you organize your inventory? Like this? Is it true that evokers can change the color of a blue sheep into a red sheep? This sounds like a job for my creative world, but yes, this Easter egg is a reference to the Age of Empires video games. Can zombies pick up and use a Totem of Undying? Absolutely they can, which is yet another reason not to leave these things lying around. Do phantoms spawn in peaceful mode? No, phantoms are hostile mobs, and peaceful mode prevents hostile mobs from spawning. Can you make a phantom farm? Yes, the main reason I haven't done it in the survival guide is because I usually sleep all the time. Why don't cows and pigs despawn in a manual animal farm? Passive mobs don't despawn in general because then it'd be very difficult to farm them for food. How many blocks do you need for a beacon base? 9, 34, 83, or 164, plus something to activate it with. At diamond level, do diamonds generate closer to coal deposits just like in real life? Nope. Finding lava also isn't a guarantee of finding diamonds, it's just that lava lakes form at Y11 and that's where a lot of people like to dig. Are mob farms more efficient if you make the area around the farm spawn-proof to maximize spawning potential? I mean, it sounds like you already know the answer to that one. Can you set up a beacon on the nether roof? Yes, you can also set up a beacon inside the nether itself as long as there's only bedrock above it. Sometimes there's netherrack hidden in the bedrock ceiling though. Can a hopper take something out of an ender chest? No, because on multiplayer servers there'd be no way of knowing whose ender chest it was pulling it from. What are the spawn chunks? The area where the player spawns for the first time and where you respawn if your bed is missing or obstructed. Also a podcast I do with my friend Joel. How do you make markers on a map? Rename a banner in an anvil, place it in the world, right click the banner with the map. Do villagers have fingers? Do they even have hands? What is your favorite Easter egg in Minecraft? Dinner bee? What's the fastest way to level up for enchantments? If you don't have a mob farm yet, go mining for quartz. Can strays drop wither skeleton skulls when killed by a charged creeper? That is a Bedrock Edition bug and it does not work that way in Java. Do shulkers respawn? Nope. If you want more, you've got to find more end cities. What do you consider the worst non-boss mob? Silverfish. What is the most useful block in Minecraft? Yeah, I'm gonna go with crafting table on this one. If you wanted to stay absolutely mob-free in your base and make it creeper-proof, then what block would you use to build it? Something with slabs. Mobs don't spawn on half blocks. Can you brew a potion of decay? No, they only exist on Bedrock Edition and they can't be brewed. You can only find them in witch huts. If you take away the block a shulker is attached to and there aren't any other blocks it can teleport to, will it just fall? No, they just kind of hang in the air. You think sleeping in beds destroys the difficulty and purpose of bases in Minecraft? No, it's not always possible to reach a bed. You can choose not to use one, but sometimes you need to make it daytime. Is Frostwalker useful? I don't use it much myself, but it's pretty cool. How much stone could a stone pick if a stone pick could pick stone? 131. Can pillager patrols despawn? Yes, and I frequently fly away from them so I don't have to deal with bad omen. Why can't we make an infinite lava source in the nether? Lava is destructive and it's also a very good source of fuel. Making it infinitely renewable would be game-breaking in a couple of ways. Is there a way to bring the Ender Dragon to the overworld? Not without commands, and you'd better be ready for it to destroy everything. Is it possible to take less damage from the void with resistance 2? Yes, but it still won't save you. Continuously eating golden apples can save you, but you just continue falling until the game crashes. Which Minecraft update has been your favorite? I think 1.13, the update Aquatic, was my favorite so far, but I am really looking forward to the Nether update. How does the kelp age system work? The top of the plant has an age randomly assigned to it between 0 and 25. The plant grows, adding 1 point of age per block until the top block reaches age 25, then it stops growing. What is your favorite bow enchantment? Infinity. Why does combining items and repairing enchanted tools become too expensive? I think it's to encourage you to create new tools, but then again, mending exists. Do beacons affect mobs? No, beacons will only ever have an effect on players. How do villagers know how many iron golems to have? Villagers create iron golems when there are a group of 3 or more villagers scared by a hostile mob. They're supposed to detect when there's already a golem around, but these mechanics can be fooled pretty easily. Can we use any type of pickaxe with haste, and do they all have the same speed? If you want to insta-mine stone, you need to use a diamond or netherite pickaxe with efficiency 5. But some other blocks can be insta-mined without those materials. Does firing an ender pearl from a dispenser teleport you where the ender pearl landed? No, dispensers don't fire ender pearls the same way a player would throw them. Can you tame a fox? Kind of. You can make foxes trust you by feeding them sweet berries, and if you breed the foxes, their children will trust you. They won't follow you around unless you've got them on a lead, though. What differentiates Minecraft from other games that makes it so good to you? The capacity for creativity and how much the community values cooperation over competition. What are the best and worst items to put mending on? The best is probably elytra or your favorite pickaxe. The worst... carrot on a stick. What is the biggest game changer for making buildings and structures look good? Leaves. Is the Bane of Arthropods enchantment worth it? If you have a spider farm, yes. Otherwise, not really. How do you see the durability of your tools? Pressing F3 and H enables advanced tooltips. Again, this is a Java-only feature. Can you farm obsidian automatically? Not really. It can't be broken automatically. Only a player can do that. I had to farm all of this by hand. Would the Wither fight the Ender Dragon? It gets too distracted by Enderman. How far can a full beacon cover? The radius goes to 50 blocks either side and a 50 block radius below, but vertically it goes to build height. Is it possible to copy banner designs from one banner to another? If you start with a blank banner of the same base color, yes. Can mob spawners be moved using slime blocks? No, mob spawners cannot be moved by anything in default Minecraft. Does Minecraft have any official lore? Aside from the end poem, there is no in-game lore. Apparently Mojang has some sort of internal lore, but they like players to make up their own theories. How can I protect my sheep from wolves? Put them in a box. How do you plan out your farms and redstone machines? Sometimes I build them in creative first, other times I just figure out the mechanics on the fly from what I know and the theory. Other times I pick up what I can from other creators and I try my best to give credit where I do that. If the Minecraft world is infinite, how can the sun revolve around it? Because the sky is more infinite. Can you still craft chain armor with fire? Nope, you either trade it from armorers or get it as a drop from mobs. Can you move chests using pistons? Not in Java edition. You can in Bedrock though. Will netherite replace diamonds? Not really. You need diamond equipment to make netherite equipment.
Internet, welcome to Game Theory, where today I got the airplane passes, the aviator glasses, and the Kanye quotes are gonna be flying out to the masses. As you know, we've been covering a lot of ARGs recently. Only Cans, Catastrophe Crow, Dad over on Film Theory. I mean, heck, just last week on Food Theory, I was practically adjusting the brightness on a Grubhub ad to piece together a code that spelled Jimmy Neutron was here. But all of them pale in comparison to how scary and bizarre today's topic is. I'm talking talking about Kanye Quest 3030, one of the internet's most frustrating unsolved mysteries. On the surface, this game is everything that meme culture loves. In the game, you play as Kanye West, who, while taking out his trash one morning, falls into a wormhole and is transported to the year 3030, where the United States is ruled by a clone of the rapper Lil B, who's declared himself a god. So Kanye puts together a party of other rappers to defeat Lil B and save America. The game plays a lot like Pokemon, including random encounters where clones of Jay-Z, Nicki Minaj, Snoop Dogg, and others will attack using the power of smooth flows and spicy disses. It's creative, it's funny, it's full of jokes about 2013 hip-hop culture, and it's also hiding a secret gameplay mode designed as a cult recruitment tool. Yep, a mode that stayed hidden to the public for nearly 2 years. And that, my theorists, is what we start exploring today. Is Kanye West's unofficial meme game actually a secret weapon created by a cult looking to indoctrinate new members? Now, I ain't saying he a cult leader, but he be acting like a mad preacher. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? Kanye Quest 3030 is a 2013 game published by a mysterious person only going by the name Phoenix. Developed in RPG Maker and only available through Tumblr, this thing made moderate levels of news across the blogosphere, but was relatively unknown over here on YouTube. Dunkey was one of the only people to really do a dedicated video on it.
Kanye Quest 3030 is the 3030 installment of the popular Kanye Quest RPG series.
And that was it. Laugh at the jokes, struggle through the janky balancing like so many other RPG Maker projects before and after it, and then move on. You know, it was fun for like a week. Or so people thought. Roughly 2 years after the game's release, it was discovered that by talking to an anonymous NPC in the game, you could unlock a completely hidden and much more sinister game mode. Early in the game, talking to this NPC prompts them to ask, what do you want to do? Pretty innocuous, right? You probably fill in the answer with something dumb like poop, and nothing really happens from there. But if you respond with the word ascend, things take a very unexpected turn. You're transformed into a butterfly and teleported to a hidden level filled with haunting music. There, you receive the following secret message. Congratulations, you have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker. We must apologize for deceiving you, but we can reveal that the game you were playing until this point was a front, constructed to protect what you are currently accessing. We must ask that you do not reveal this area to the public. Oops, my bad. By selecting the yes option, you agree to participate and not reveal information. Okay, theorists, I'm gonna hit yes to this invitation, but we're all gonna have to collectively agree here to keep this to ourselves. Got it? You heard the creepy cult game. This is just between you, me, and the million other views hopefully this video gets. Since I can't double check that you're all agreeing down in the comments, just leave a like. That'll tell me that you agree, okay? It'll be like a pinky swear, okay? We all good? Great. Hitting yes continues the message. The following is a thought exercise designed to help teach you something beneficial. By undertaking this exercise, you will hopefully be affected in a positive way. Due to the nature of the exercise, this something cannot be revealed immediately. This exercise may or may not be restricted to this software. It is important to remember that the purpose of this exercise is to benefit you. You will not be timed. We cannot provide any more information except that we wish you good luck. You may begin now. Welcome to your ascension. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not in Kansas anymore. When exploring this hidden pyramid-shaped level, you find that it contains multiple computers asking for 8 character inputs. To the south of the pyramid is a room made of 4 squares that, when stitched together, reveal a QR code. Unfortunately, even back in 2015, the QR code link was dead. I checked the Wayback Machine and other internet archives, but sadly it seems whatever was on this site in 2013 may have been lost, or is at least beyond my means to recover it. Believe me, we've tried, others have tried. If this information is out there and you know how to find it, post it in the comments, but most likely it was the start of an ARG puzzle sequence that would lead to passwords for each of the computers around the room. So how then do we unlock the secrets of this room if the website's dead? And why would anyone assume that this is all associated with some sort of cult behavior? Well, it all goes back to the person who discovered this area of the game in the first place. Back in January of 2015, an anonymous user on the website Pastebin posted that they had found this hidden level while data mining the game's source code, and that the whole thing was connected to a cult known as Ascensionism. They included tons of information, including the cult's website, blog posts, and a link to the official record label of Ascensionism on Bandcamp, all using the logo of an eye with a pyramid at the center. And while the cult connection might seem random at first, it quickly becomes apparent that this thing was waiting in plain sight since the very beginning. Going back to the original Kanye Quest 3030 trailer from July 20th, 2013, we see a flash of the eye at the very end. You see it? Right there. It's the flash. And wait, did you hear the code? Let me play it again. July 20th, 2013, we see a flash of the eye at the very end. You see it? Right there. It's the flash. And wait, did you hear the code? Let me play it again. It's Morse code. Morse code that translates to the word ascend. Heck, the Morse code for ascend is also in the description of the Kanye Quest 3030 YouTube page. It's like, come on, internet. Why did this take people 500 plus days to crack? Anyway, don't click on any of those links now. They'll lead to less savory places. Anyway, via the data mine, this anonymous user was able to people 500 plus days to crack. Anyway, don't click on any of those links now. They'll lead to less savory places. Anyway, via the data mine, this anonymous user was able to find the computer codes for the room, all of which were random words like Sembrich, Bolivia, Ogden, Snowless, Capeskin. In total, there were 33 codes that needed to be found, and once input into the game, the player would get a new animation and the alert JFZZJNMS emerges, along with one final terminal that greets you saying, "Congratulations, you have ascended. Thank you for playing," while prompting for one final password. JFZZJNMS. Come on, that's gotta be some kind of code, right? It's not a ROT, it's not a Playfair or a Caesar using ascend as a cipher. I played around with it for a while, and it actually appears to be a Visionaire cipher using the keyword XXXIV yes. 34 in Roman numerals, corresponding to this being the 34th password and the word yes. You're saying yes to the final step of the puzzle. Decrypting the text gives you a final passcode, Micropia, and once entered, things get real serious. You have proven your worth once again. You have ascended. However, further ascension is always possible. If you do not wish to ascend further, your journey ends here. So please close this program by pressing Alt F4 or selecting the No option above. By selecting the Yes option, you agree to participate further, and you grant us permission to interact with your possessions. Would you like to participate? Over the following 2-week time period, we will interact with you and your possessions in several ways. Keep an eye out, as some of these ways may be subtle, others may not be. We may attempt to contact you directly. If we do this, we will attempt to notify you of our presence using a keyword. If you still consent to participation, please select the Yes option above. Do you wish to participate? After selecting Yes, you're prompted to give your name, country, city, street name, house number, and zip code. Once you've submitted this information, the game thanks you by name, and we're told to enjoy the next 2 weeks and await instruction. A brave member of our team actually did this. Others online have done it as well. To this day, no one has reported anything happening to them. So, what the heck? Oh yeah, it's all a fun ARG game until they start asking you for personal information and threatening to mess with your stuff. Which leads to the question, what is this thing? Just a very, very elaborate prank? An actual recruiting tool a la Cicada 3301, which presented puzzles to the public in the hopes of finding top code breakers? Or some obscure cult recruitment tool like many think? Would a cult actually use an indie video game with hidden elements to recruit a new generation of members? Does Ascensionism as this pseudo-religion even exist? Well, let's start with the last one, since that one seems to be the easiest to tackle. If the cult didn't exist prior to the game, case closed, right? Well, Google searching for Ascensionism now returns many links directly related to Kanye Quest 3030. However, first mention of the cult comes from a draft wiki page submitted in 2006 by a user named Kevin Friels, a full 7 years before the release of Kanye Quest. It claims that, quote, Ascensionism is a religious movement stating that human beings can transcend their current limitations, and that doing so is a sacred right and duty of a human being. The website ascensionism.com is blank today, but according to Whois records, it was active 5 years before the Kanye Quest 3030 game was released. We can even find a capture of it from 2011 with the Wayback Machine, where it described its beliefs as, quote, a state of existence. It's the space between reality and fantasy, the only place that allows all the things that the mind can create to completely coexist with all that reality has to offer, and all that it withholds. It all amounts to nonsense, right? But it's also the sort of nonsense that you could see a cult or pseudo-religious group trying to preach to followers. Our anonymous Pastebin user also points to a blog that describes Ascensionism, and while the article itself isn't dated, predated. Using the Wayback Machine, we can see that the main blog has posts about Ascensionism up as early as January 14th, 2011. The blog post our anonymous user linked to shows up in the Wayback Machine on July 24th, 2012, again, before the release of Kanye Quest. So, using these three different sources, we can definitively conclude that Ascensionism as a religious concept certainly predated Kanye Quest and is unlikely to be a creation of the game itself. But could a game like this actually be used as a recruitment tool? Seems odd, right? Really arbitrary. But not only could it be, it's actually fairly common practice for these groups. The cult Unicult was famous for directing its users to an Etsy shop where they had to buy applications which, according to Vice, asked new followers to answer pages of personal questions. Heaven's Gate, a cult that believed its followers could transform and ascend to heaven, used ideas and phrases from popular science fiction writers like Arthur C. Clarke in their recruitment videos, which again isn't unlike using a popular musician to get attention and make your cult seem cool. Even the Japanese death cult Aum Shinrikyo, which I talked about way back in year 1 of game theory, produced its own anime to recruit its followers. In short, it isn't a stretch to think that a cult could use video games or pop culture to find new members. And once you get into the secrets of Kanye Quest 3030, you quickly see that it follows the key tactics cults actually do use to recruit new members. According to NewYorkCult.com, there are 8 steps that cults use to indoctrinate new members, with the first 4 focused on recruitment. So let's go back and take a look at the end of Kanye Quest 3030 with those 4 steps in mind. Number 1, invitation to a non-threatening event. Absolutely applies to Kanye Quest here. This whole side quest starts with the player having to play a silly video game, and from there they give us the message: by selecting the yes option, you agree to participate in an exercise designed to help teach you something beneficial. Nothing scary or threatening there, just more of the game to play. Step 2, love bombing, where the recruit is showered in praise, and again, this is a solid yes. At each step in the ARG process, the game celebrates your victories and tells you how smart you are. Congratulations, you have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker. You have proven your worth once again. You have ascended. Step number 3, dangling the prize. In this case, the game is continually teasing that further ascension is always possible. There are higher and higher levels for us to achieve, more and more knowledge of this mystery for us to attain. Absolutely yes here too. And finally, step 4, extracting an agreement from you that you want the prize. Again, cults work by turning on the boiling water, so to speak, slowly cranking up the heat, asking you to say small, easy yeses early so you go deeper and deeper down the well and say yes to bigger and scarier things down the line. And this is what Kanye Quest does too. It starts with the yes to not share information about this room. It then evolves into a yes as we answer bit by bit all the secret mysteries hidden across the computer rooms and passwords. And then finally, the biggest yes of all. By selecting the yes option here, you agree to participate further, and you grant us permission to interact with your possessions. Would you like to participate? That is a huge request, but at this point, you've already said yes to the game no less than 4 times. What's one more yes really gonna hurt? So there you have it, friends. Ascensionism is real, cults have shown themselves to use popular media in order to recruit followers, and the game's own language fits perfectly into what we know about how cults recruit. Game over, let's pack this one up. We're at 13 minutes, time to go home. But not so fast. The Kanye Quest mystery is just getting started. This thing's like onions. It has layers. Already we're 2 layers deep, but if we keep going down this rabbit hole, the more things don't quite add up. Like the appearance of a second video game. Kanye Quest's relationship with yet another mysterious and unsolved ARG, and the true identity of our game's maker and the legacy that this game has had to this very day. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, because next time we're getting to the bottom of this mystery once and for all. Say yes to us. And in the meantime, Internet, welcome to Game Theory. Congratulations, you've ascended. But further ascension is always possible by clicking the subscribe button and joining the Theorist cult. I mean, the Theorist community, of course. Last time, we began our exploration of Kanye Quest 3030, the 2013 meme game hiding a sinister secret. What, on the surface, looks to be an RPG Maker joke game starring Kanye West trying to save the world from rival rapper Lil B, is actually a starting point to a fully fledged ARG that many believe is meant to be a recruitment tool into the mysterious cult known as Ascensionism. By giving the answer Ascend to a random NPC early in the game, you're taken to a room full of computers demanding input codes. Solve those codes and suddenly the game is swearing you to secrecy about this hidden game mode and asking for all your personal information, including your name and address, so someone can, quote, interact with you and your possessions in several ways. In our last episode, we looked into whether this could possibly be related to cult behavior, and we not only proved the existence of an Ascensionist religion prior to the game's release, but we also showed that these sorts of groups have used similar recruitment tactics in the past. So yes, on the surface, it absolutely seems very likely that Kanye Quest was being used by a cult, but I wasn't just satisfied with that answer, so we decided to dig deeper, and amazingly, we were able to find and communicate with the creator of Ascensionism themselves, which is, in fact, a real thing, except, I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's the rest of the story. Kanye Quest 3030's hidden level is certainly unsettling, but it doesn't move into terrifying territory until the game starts asking you for personal information. That, to me, is the part where my blood really starts to run cold and things get real serious. But what if I told you that RPG Maker doesn't have a built-in online component? Yes, the game pauses after you enter your information, but that pause is scripted. You can even see it in the game's code, creating the illusion that it sent your information off to someone. With the copy of the game we were able to get, we tested it to see if it tried to connect to the internet with network monitoring software, and sure enough, nothing happened. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that someone could have built an online component into RPG Maker, but my copy of the game, which is meant to be a direct replica of the original, doesn't have that in there. And while sure, the QR code that you scan at the beginning of the ARG sequence could have loaded malicious software onto the computer, why ask for all that information again later? Without the original file or website, it's impossible to say for certain, but something didn't seem to add up here. What makes things even more suspicious, though, is the connections this has to another ARG running at roughly the same time as Kanye Quest. The Pastebin anonymous poster who originally hacked into the game and discovered all this Ascension stuff provided a link to a now-defunct forum called Unfiction. Unfiction was a bulletin board where people would get together to discuss ARG happenings at the time, sort of like what we see today with Discord groups and Reddit pages. And we see that on September 30th, 2013, 2 months after the release of Kanye Quest, one of the forum members received a mysterious YouTube link to a video all about Ascensionism. A video that, unfortunately, is no longer available today. But reading through these old posts and seeing some of the embedded images, we can piece together the tone and feel of how this ARG went. Scary news stories with hidden binary codes, base 64 decrypting, adjusting the brightness levels of stock images, more QR codes, all your standard fare for this sort of ARG quest. Oddly enough, though, this separate ARG seemed to share strange similarities to Kanye Quest, specifically with keywords like Ogden, Jagtai, Iron, Idol, Petuns, and more. Words that were random enough that it rules out simple coincidence. It's also worth noting that the ARG link was sent to the Unfiction user in September of 2013, 2 months after the release of Kanye Quest. It suggests to me that not only are the two ARGs connected, but that the creator was disappointed people weren't finding the trailhead hidden within Kanye Quest itself, and so instead tried to get more players to the ARG half of the game via more explicit means, by dropping it on an ARG-specific forum. Something that, I suspect, they try one final time in 2015 via that anonymous Pastebin post that finally got a critical mass of people talking about this thing. Our biggest clue that suggests that anonymous Pastebin user is also our game's creator is timing. You see, the anonymous poster links to a video showing what happens when you type Ascend at the right moment of the game. The link is to a video on the YouTube channel Ben9, but here's the thing, the Ben9 channel only has that one video. He's never posted anything before or since. And we've seen this sort of thing before with fake YouTube channels created specially for ARGs, specifically with Catastrophe Crow. They tend to have one, maybe two videos on there, and then the ARG-related one. This channel, Ben9, fits the mold perfectly. What's even stranger, though, is that the YouTube channel posted the video January 29th, 2015. The anonymous Pastebin post about Kanye Quest went up January 28th, 2015, a day before the YouTube link would have even been available. In other words, with all the evidence that we have, I think we can confidently say that Kanye Quest 3030 and the Unfiction YouTube ARG had one person in common: Kanye Quest's creator, Phoenix. But who is Phoenix? Are they actually a member of a cult trying to do some recruiting, or are they just an indie game dev making something that's very convincing and very creepy? So this now becomes the tale of three posts: the original game posted by its creator Phoenix, the YouTube video ARG posted on Unfiction, and the 2015 Pastebin post, all connected and all likely made by the same person. person. 3 mysteries, 3 potential ways to find the next clue. And that next clue would be PayPal. On the Unfiction thread, one of the forum members, Cheza, decided to send 1 cent to a donation link that they found via the YouTube ARG, knowing that when you donate to PayPal, you get a receipt that's required to have a name on it. And the name Cheza got back was Nicholas Lyons. Nick Lyons. Phoenix. Could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, could this be the person who began it all? Who would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Fair Credit Reporting Act of 1970. Now, searching around for active accounts with the name Nick Lyons from 2015 brings you to a profile on Bandcamp, featuring links to social media pages for Ascensionism Records, and sporting the Ascensionist imagery of, you guessed it, an eye with a triangle in it. That same site today still sports the eye with the triangle, but now hosts music by someone else named Valerie. And this was a lead that I hadn't seen anyone else run down in any other coverage of Kanye Quest. So a member of our team contacted Valerie, and to our surprise, they responded. And not just responded, but openly admitted to being the creator of Ascensionism. Suddenly, we started to get all the answers that we'd been looking for. What we're about to read to you are excerpts of our full conversation with them. To protect their anonymity, Valerie didn't actually record these lines. This is just a dramatic reenactment. And what you're hearing underneath and throughout are selections from the Ascensionism Bandcamp page. It would be helpful if you could introduce yourself. I have an idea of who you are in your relation to Nick Lyons, but I want to give you the opportunity to tell people in your own words so I can represent you the way you wish to be.
Hey, I'm Valerie Shepard Harris. Nick Lyons is an alias I used in the past for a couple projects. It's not actually my name, and it never was. Originally, that was all it was, an alias. Of all of my work, I never expected that to be the thing that blows up.
Tell me all about Ascensionism and Ascensionism Records. What was the inspiration when the project started? Who worked on it? What were the goals when it started?
I have this sort of obsession. I like to have a lot of Bandcamp URLs handy. Part of the reason is I like the idea of having this sort of disjointed presence, this fragmented maze of random remnants of information and art scattered across many different places, and then not actually telling anyone about them. As for Ascensionism specifically, I started projects with a very loose, intangible goal in mind. My brain was just like religion, cult, ARG, and then I get this urge to make something to relate to that concept and how it feels in my head. Then, when I actually finished the audio, I ended up having to spend weeks thinking of a name, cover, how it should be presented, etc. It doesn't come naturally to me, not like the music itself does. In terms of the actual reception the concept project has gotten, I have the David Lynch approach, honestly. Every interpretation is correct as long as there is no true interpretation that can be communicated properly through language.
The music currently up on your Bandcamp is very interesting. The change in feelings is striking. To me, it feels like it's an emotional journey, but what's your intention with the album?
Those albums, that was the closest I managed to get to the main driving force behind Ascensionism. That being like the idea of being adopted into a cult, religion, putting your life into it, your money, being promised that because you're doing this, everything will be okay, your future will be safe. But then one arbitrary mistake, one thing that goes against the will of some specific circle of people that make the rules, having it taken away from you without question. One of the biggest in particular, Scientology. The more and more I learn about Scientology, the more it makes my heart ache for the people whose lives have been reduced to nothing because of it.
When did you personally become aware of the Kanye Quest 3030 Pastebin post that claimed to link your Ascensionism Bandcamp page, an ARG unfiction thread, a cult, and the game together? Have you read the post? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, so Kanye Quest, it's not actually related to me. For a long time, I wanted to make music for games. Because of this, I spent hours and hours finding and talking to folks in random game developer group chats on Skype, Discord, TeamSpeak, etc. I would say sometimes, hey, feel free to use my work or even just my ideas in your stuff for free. Just make sure you credit me. And with Kanye Quest, I don't really know. I don't know who developed it. I don't know why. I guess they just liked my work and wanted to incorporate it somehow while challenging themselves to implement some weird mechanics into their game. Honestly, I've never played the game. It wasn't made by a cult. Ascensionism isn't a cult. Maybe someday I can try starting a cult, but that day has not come yet.
How did the attention that came from the theories on YouTube affect you? What effects, if any, did they have on the direction of your own art?
It meant a lot to see that my work meant so much to so many people, and I often wanted to say something, but I was worried it would just seem like a baseless claim, especially since during that period of my life I never saved project files and I deleted stuff constantly, so I worried I wouldn't have any evidence to back anything up. Since then, I've started focusing more on the music under my actual name and business. The more I figure myself out as an artist, the more comfortable I am releasing my work without hiding behind a separate page. Obviously, there's merit to anonymity, but you can't have that anonymity and then still get upset when the ignorance that anonymity relies on bites you in the teeth.
You mentioned you have a new project on the way. What is it? For people who have truly enjoyed the projects that you've worked on, is there a way that they can follow you or keep an eye out for the next things that you're working on?
The wax divulgence. Most of the details behind it are secret currently. If you like my work, you can follow me at Winter Couplet, and anyone is free to reach out at any time.
And that, my theorists, puts an end to the story of Kanye Quest. In the end, it wasn't a recruitment tool. It all began with one musician inspired by the human tragedy of cults. Sharing that work in online game forums resulted in a budding game designer named Phoenix to create an ARG, adopting Ascensionist ideas to help make it extra creepy. They packaged it all up into the meme game Kanye Quest 3030, but after 2 months, got tired of waiting for people to get started, seeding the ARG portion out to the unfiction forums. 2 years later, they would do the same thing again. They jumped onto YouTube, recorded a video showing how to access the ending, and hammered out a 2,500-word hint to the ARG community to get them started. The post blew up, and the ARG finally achieved the critical mass that it had been looking for the entire time. Except, no one ever really figured it all out. There seemed to never really be an end game to this thing, just a mysterious work of art that was seeded out into the world to keep people guessing. In the end, this was never the story of a cult, but rather the story of 2 brilliant artists inspired by cults, who created one of the most fascinating, interconnected ARGs ever to be found online. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. One McDonald's hamburger, please.
The year is 1971, and that'll be 28 cents, kid.
What an unusual thing for you to do to specify the year, but okay. By the way, what are those? Why would you fill this family restaurant with these creepy monsters?
Creepy? What are you talking about? It's 1971. That's what kids like you are into these days, apparently. Hey kid, you alright?
Sorry, I gotta go make a YouTube video.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Can't wait to hit random this guy's out there.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, where our ice cream machine is almost never broken, and for that reason, you should probably buy some Food Theory merch. These are actually your final few days to pick up these items, so don't be distracted by my stellar modeling theorists. The merch line is what you gotta be focusing on right now. I absolutely love how this ramen t-shirt came out, and if you're in the mood to be flamin' hot this summer, why don't you sport that on your clothing with some flamin' hot Theory shirt action. Speaking of it being a flamin' hot summer, are you staying hydrated? Well, grab yourself some Food Theory reusable cups to beat the heat, complete with the little curly bendy straw. And you know we've got ourselves that Food Theory apron for your summertime barbecue needs. Links for all of it and more are down in the description below, so be sure to check out the all-new Food Theory merch line if you haven't already. Only available for the next 48 hours or so. Now then, theorists, in a previous episode we discussed the incredible origins and expansion of the McDonald's Corporation, masterminded by the legendary businessman Ray Kroc throughout the 50s and 60s. I said in that episode, and I'll say it again here, if you haven't seen the movie The Founder yet, do yourself a favor, put it on the watch list. Seriously, it is fascinating. But today, I'd actually like to pick up where our previous episode and The Founder both leave off, because as fascinating as McDonald's origin story may be, it's hardly the most interesting era of McDonald's history. For my money, that would be the 70s and 80s, when McDonald's went all in on marketing to children and firmly established themselves as the go-to fast food chain worldwide as a result. How exactly did McDonald's go about hooking Gen X on their product so effectively, you ask? Illegal stuff. And the moral of today's story, friends, crime sometimes does pay. And it all begins with just one word: McDonaldland.
Welcome, Aaron, to McDonaldland.
Of course it's me, and all your other friends too. Come on in and look around.
Okay, so if you're a bit confused by what you just witnessed, don't worry, you're not alone. If you're a millennial of a certain age like yours truly, you probably remember bits and pieces of the McDonaldland era the way that you remember bits and pieces of a creepy dream. The fiberglass character statue of Ronald McDonald and his friends, the burger stools that were basically too slippery to sit on, the playgrounds where kids got to pretend that they were in jail for some reason. These were the McDonaldland parks, the predecessors of the Play Place ball pits and the Nintendo 64 kiosks that we all know and love today. And they were wildly successful at getting families to eat at McDonald's until they basically got sued out of existence, and not for the reasons that you might expect. See, when Ray Kroc began franchising McDonald's restaurants in the mid-50s, one of the first things he did was write a letter to Walt Disney. The two men actually knew each other from when they served together in the same World War I ambulance corps. Small world, right? At this point, Walt had just opened up Disneyland, and already the theme park was connecting with American families in a way that was undeniable. Kroc's letter expressed his desire to put McDonald's franchises inside Disneyland, but ultimately the two businessmen were unable to make the deal happen. Kroc, who wasn't exactly the type to take rejection lying down, started thinking about opening his own McDonald's theme park in LA. Ultimately, though, he settled for smaller McDonaldland parks at numerous franchises across the country, and the McDonaldland cast of characters, starring the definitely not creepy clown Ronald McDonald, were brought to life shortly thereafter in Saturday morning TV commercials.
Ronald's gonna take you on a trip through McDonaldland. There's thick shaped volcanoes, you'll even find a French fry patch.
Ronald's friends in Gen 1 McDonaldland included the Professor, a mad scientist type whose shtick was thinking up inventions like the perfect burger, only to be reminded that McDonald's already has that.
Hey, hamburger! It worked. It worked. Well, almost.
There was also Mayor McCheese and police officer Big Mac.
Study harder and have a cheeseburger.
Though it becomes quickly apparent that McDonaldland is in more of a Gotham City ineffectual legal system situation where those two don't really do a whole lot, and everyone just relies on the local clown to mete out his vigilante justice against the villains. So when you think about it, actually the exact opposite of Gotham City.
The burger alarm!
And let me tell you, there were a lot of villains. There was the Hamburglar, who naturally was a thief who stole hamburgers. There was also Captain Crook, a pirate who also steals food, but pretty much focused all his efforts on the Filet-O-Fish sandwich. And last, but certainly not least, there was the evil Grimace. Yeah, for the first year of the McDonaldland campaign, the Grimace was a huge purple blob monster with forearms that he used to snatch up milkshakes and soda like a fast food Jabba the Hutt.
Where's the Coke? Where are the shakes?
Now, on one hand, McDonaldland and Disneyland aren't even close to each other. Like, one is a world-class tourist destination spawned from one of the greatest entertainment minds of the century. The other is trying to sell you grilled pink goo in 30-second increments. I don't mean to be negative towards McDonaldland or anything, but it kind of has to be said. The characters are just downright creepy, and I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with me when I say that they don't achieve that same Disney magic.
Don't forget to feed the wastebaskets, because they're hungry too.
That's right, we are, and we'd like to ask a favor of you. Would you mind letting us have the paper, please, when you're through?
But for as fun as it is to rag on the McDonaldland production values and general weirdness, simple fact of the matter is that McDonaldland really worked. The 70s and 80s, McDonaldland's heyday, were boom decades for McDonald's. The corporation navigated the 1970s recession with ease, growing at an average rate of 15%. With its new recession-proof image, the McDonald's Corporation would go on to join the prestigious Dow Jones Industrial Average. The McDonaldland characters were used to launch the Happy Meal in 1979. Today, Happy Meals rake in $3 billion in revenue annually. That is $8.2 million per day on Happy Meals alone. And on top of boosting food sales, the McDonaldland characters brought in untold amounts of revenue decade after decade in the forms of toys, merchandise, straight to VHS series. In short, McDonaldland was everywhere. For American kids in the 70s and 80s, it was about as ubiquitous as a marketing campaign can possibly be. And you want to know the craziest thing about it? The entire McDonaldland campaign was built on stolen intellectual property. See, creepiness and low production values aside, it's pretty plain to see how a lot of McDonaldland's inspiration was, let's say, borrowed from Disneyland. Both are immersive magical worlds where costumed characters interact with children, and both feature themed attractions, though of course not all attractions are created equally. A Hamburglar-themed swing set does not a Space Mountain make. Heck, even the names are similar. I mean, come on, McDonaldland? Like, did McDonald's even consider a second name, or did they just immediately rubber stamp the first thing that popped into Ray Kroc's head? The only thing that would make the ripoff even more direct was if this place was called Crocland. Actually, Crocland would be pretty cool. And this whole practice of borrowing ideas, let's just say McDonald's is no stranger to the practice. If nothing else, Ray Kroc was a man who knew great business ideas when he saw them. He recognized the McDonald Brothers speedy service system as a great idea. He recognized Harry Sonneborn's model of leasing company-owned real estate to franchisees as a great idea. And he obviously recognized the brilliance of Disneyland. But it doesn't stop there. The inspirations get even more intense. The Ronald McDonald character was rather liberally borrowed in affect and style from another baby boomer kid culture phenomenon, Bozo the Clown, a TV series that syndicated its live clown show concept to different regions by having local TV employees wear identical makeup. And yes, this is what The Simpsons' Krusty the Clown was a direct satire of. One of those local TV guys was future national TV news icon Willard Scott, who McDonald's hired to recreate his version of the routine as the first ever Ronald McDonald, after some trial and error with the costume, of course.
Mom told me never to talk to strangers.
Well, your mother's right as always, but I'm Ronald McDonald. Give me a McDonald's shake.
And if McDonald's had just stopped there, if they had merely borrowed McDonaldland concepts from Disney and Bozo the Clown, yeah, probably wouldn't be a lawsuit. There's a connection, certainly, but not a direct ripoff. But McDonaldland clearly crossed into copyright infringement territory when it came to H.R. Pufnstuf, a 1969 television series, lol, about a young boy who visits a magical island where everything is alive and ruled over by a friendly dragon that acts as the mayor. Yeah, I don't know what's harder to believe here, the fact that that thing's a mayor or that thing's a dragon. The show, created by Sid and Marty Krofft, featured their signature blend of live-action actors, puppets, and light special effects. Huh, why do those talking trees suddenly look so familiar? 17 episodes of H.R. Pufnstuf hit the airwaves in 1969, but the show was so popular that those same 17 episodes remained on TV via reruns and syndication until 1985. Decades later, Pufnstuf was named one of TV Guide's top cult shows ever. McDonald's' ad agency at the time, Needham, Harper, and Steers, thought that this was exactly the vibe and audience that they were looking for with McDonaldland. So they went to the Crofts with the proposal of, hey, would you like to do the Pufnstuf thing again, but like this time everything is themed around hamburgers? And well, yes, some progress was made. The Crofts eventually got a call that the agency was going to go in a completely different direction, which was a complete lie because the McDonaldland campaign hit TV just a few months later, and things looked a bit similar to Pufnstuf.
Not with this magic potion I'm brewing. It's guaranteed to protect you from the witch's spells, and it's just about ready.
Oh, my psychedelic electric hamburger machine will make the best hamburger in the world!
Cool.
Possible reason for the similarities? McDonald's ad agency straight up hired many of the same voice actors and production crew who'd worked on Pufnstuf to perform more or less the same functions.
Stand right side up!
I am right side up. You're upside down. And they're upside down. No, Grimace, you are.
The most egregious was Mayor McCheese. He looked like Pufnstuf, had the same job and uniform as Pufnstuf. Even his voice actor was doing the same voice as Dr. Blinky the Owl from Pufnstuf.
You ought to know by now that all owls say who.
What'll we do? Oh my, this is awful.
To add insult to injury, McDonaldland even got a lucrative licensing deal with the Ice Capades, which, if you're not familiar, was a touring show where kids could see their favorite characters doing what they do best, triple axels on ice skates. This was a big deal because up until that point, the Crofts had always gotten the Ice Capades deal for themselves. This was too much for even a couple of mild-mannered puppeteers to take, and the Crofts did what had to be done. They sued McDonald's ad agency.
Order! What do you have to say for yourself? A likely story.
He's guilty!
Yep, in 1971, Pufnstuf dragged Ronald and the gang straight into a federal copyright lawsuit, which, as these things are wont to do, dragged on for years behind the scenes of what was otherwise one of the most successful ad campaigns in history. An ad campaign that for a time was the template by which all other fast food marketing was judged. Ronald and his kid friends were skipping through the hamburger patches doing G-rated Battle with Silly Pirates. Literally at the same moment, they were also fighting for their very survival in appellate court. And guess what? They lost. The court granted McDonald's McDonald's a grace period to transform McDonaldland into something less infringing, and so Big Mac, Mayor McCheese, and the Professor all got the boot, while the human-ish characters like Hamburglar and Captain got softened up and made more mascot-like. It also meant that the concept of McDonaldland itself, a magical place that pretty closely resembles the world of HR Pufnstuf, had to go too, which is why Ronald started kicking around in real-world locations surrounded by new non-copyright infringing friends, stuff that is probably a lot more familiar to all us 90s kids. In the end, the courts forced the company to pay fees totaling, get this,
$1 million.
Alright, it was $1,044,000 to be precise. Adjusted for inflation, those $1,044,1977 would be worth $4.5 million today dollars, which again isn't even close to the company's Happy Meal sales on a given day. So yeah, it seems the HR Pufnstuf lawsuit taught McDonald's a valuable lesson, and the lesson was crime definitely pays. For an entire generation of Americans, McDonaldland is inextricably linked to the McDonald's brand, a brand that today is valued over $88 billion. Ronald McDonald, who himself was kind of a sketchy copy, may have lost some of his explicit rip-off friends as a result of the court's decision, but who needs friends when you're McRich? He's been laughing all the way to the McBank ever since. But hey, that's just the perfect opportunity for me to congratulate the sponsor of today's episode, Fetch, on their savvy approach to advertising food theory end cards. Fetch Rewards is a free, easy-to-use app where you earn rewards on literally anything you buy. All you have to do is scan any receipt or e-receipt, and Fetch gives you points that can be redeemed for hundreds of rewards, including Amazon and Visa gift cards. I'm gonna show you how it works. Here's a Target receipt for a kitchen scale that we bought for an upcoming food theory experiment episode. With Fetch, all we do is snap a picture of the receipt, and bam, seconds later, we've got points, which, if I'm being honest, we'll probably put back to a Target gift card. I go there a lot. Plus, I feel like I kinda owe it to them because I desecrated the store earlier this year with that bread glove fashion shoot. And Fetch works with all sorts of
3 years ago, priceless Minecraft artifacts were stolen from some of the most prominent bases on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. After stealing the valuable items, the thief covered up his crime by griefing the bases and putting the blame on someone else. When the truth was eventually revealed, he quit the server entirely and took the items with him. But 3 years later, he's returned and has started a base of his very own. He's convinced many new players to join him in a group named Builders Haven. Despite all the time that has passed, the veterans that he stole from have not forgotten his misdeeds. They are out for revenge and are planning to destroy the base. Since many of them are longtime friends of mine, they've actually requested my help. Normally, I only grief if I have a good reason, but helping longtime friends finally get revenge is good enough for me. Today, we'll discuss the controversial history behind the group Builders Haven, explain how and why these events have happened, and then 10 of us will roll up to the base and finish what was started 3 years ago. If he's online when we arrive, we have a present for him. They aren't prepared for what's coming, but if you want to be prepared and keep yourself safe online, you should try Dashlane. Dashlane gives you everything to easily manage your passwords and keep them secure. With Dashlane, logging into a website is as easy as clicking login and letting autofill do the rest. It works with addresses and credit cards to make your online shopping seamless and easy. Dashlane works on multiple devices, so if you need to log into an account on your phone, tablet, or desktop, you'll always have access to your passwords and account info. On top of all that, Dashlane also has a VPN, which stops your ISP from tracking your web activity and allows you to watch shows and movies that are unavailable in your country. If you find this as helpful as I do, you can try Dashlane for free on your first device at dashlane.com/fitmc. And if you decide to upgrade to premium, you can use my code FITMC for 10% off. Now then, let's get started. I'm currently on the way to the staging area, but to understand why this grief is taking place today, allow me to explain the events that have led to this. It all started in 2018. A newer player on the server named Beardler had slowly built up his reputation as an aspiring historian. He would receive invites to some of the most secretive bases on the server, with one of them being the Bodecan, which had been founded by 2B2T legend Kane's Law. Throughout the years, Kane's had obtained many rare artifacts, such as written books, illegal items, and weapons belonging to famous players. Beardler took an interest in these items, which were on display at the base. Envy got the better of him, and he wanted to take the items for himself. He came up with a plan. He would steal the items from the base, grief the entire thing, and then hide his tracks by blaming someone else. On May 25th, 2018, he would carry out his plan and destroy the Bodecan, stealing many of its valuables. While the base members started looking for who was responsible, Beardler took the valuables to another base he had been invited to, Block Game Mecca. Since this base also contained precious valuables, he once again was overcome by envy. A few days later, he would also grief Block Game Mecca, taking even more valuables with him. He almost got away with it, but carelessness would be his undoing. While escaping from Block Game Mecca, he had accidentally left a book behind, written by 2B2T player Alpha Computer. Alpha had actually written this book for Kane's Law at the Bodecan, and there was only one copy of it in existence. When it was discovered at Block Game Mecca, the two bases collaborated and found that the only person that had been an active member of both was Beardler. And given his reputation as an aspiring historian, it made sense that he would steal the items and attempt to cover it up. When confronted with overwhelming evidence, Beardler finally admitted that he was behind the griefs of both bases. He announced his plans to leave the server for good and take the items with him. The members of both bases were angry and upset. By him leaving, there was no way for them to take revenge or steal the items back. They came to terms with the entire situation and decided to move on with their lives. But 2 years later, in 2020, Beardler quietly returned to the server. He would gain the trust of new players that had not been aware of his reputation, and together with them would form a group called Builders Haven. In 2021, they came together and began building a new base named Bernheim. When word spread that a new base was being constructed, it didn't take long for people to start looking for it. Enter Orson MC, a notorious base hunter on the server. Through various means, he was able to obtain the coordinates to Bernheim. But knowing of Beardler's past and how his old basemates had never been able to take revenge, he decided to make things interesting. He gave the coordinates to the members of both fallen bases, and after waiting for 3 years, they finally had a chance to take revenge. And that is why I'm currently traveling in the Nether. 9 members of both the Bodecan and Block Game Mecca have invited me to join them on their grief today, so I'm making my way out to the rendezvous point. The base is over 1 million blocks out in the overworld, so we have a bit of a journey ahead of us. We're still about 90,000 blocks away in the Nether, so I'm grabbing a horse just to speed things up. Our horse came out at the bottom of the Nether, so we have to make a staircase so it can get up safely. Alright, there we go, back up top. Now this should be smooth sailing on calm seas. Oh, there's Hermetic Lock's horse. Okay, so this is the stop-off point. We have to navigate a few thousand blocks of open Nether just to make sure that we're at the location. Now, I hate to do this, but we have to delete the evidence that we were here. We don't want anyone potentially stopping by here, seeing these horses, and realizing something's going on. I think it's a bit over 10,000 blocks in the Nether, so it's not that bad. It shouldn't take us too long. I found a player-made tunnel, so we must be getting close, but I just want to say, if you're enjoying the video so far, if you leave a like, you're awesome, and if you consider hitting that subscribe button, you're an absolute legend. Alright, we can't be far now. Oh, there it is. Alright, we're in the right spot. This is the rendezvous point, and yep, we were not the first ones to make it here. Now, we are about 3,000 blocks away from the base's location in the Nether, so once everyone is here, we're all going to travel at the same time. Now this is a party. As I mentioned earlier, this group of griefers is a combination of the old members of Block Game Mecca and the Bodecan. Alright, looks like everyone's here. We've got 10 people ready to go. When the amount of griefers coming to your base is in the double digits, you know you screwed up. I'll be griefing on my alt account, K-Pop Bob, and the reason I'm not using my main is because, well, I'll explain next week. everyone's ready. We got shulkers of TNT. It's game time. All right, let's do this. Imagine being a member of the base and just seeing 10 griefers pop out of a nether portal all at the same time. That would be a frightening experience. The base is about 3,000 blocks away, and there's no tunnels leading there, so we have to fly through open nether. But hey, there's nothing wrong with the scenic route. Here's the base portal. All right, we have to wait for everyone to show up, and then we can all hop in at the same time. The gang's all here, so let's hop in and get this job done. All right, this tower next to the portal is our first target. Scaffold is a really useful hack for griefing because you get... Whoa, 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 whoa! Looks like someone lit the TNT a little too early. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting grief. There's so many of us that this is probably going to take less than an hour. I'd say that looks pretty good for the first tower. All right, let's ignite. One building down, many to go. Now, I'm just here for the ride, but I can't imagine how everyone else is feeling right now. I mean, they've been waiting 3 years to finally take revenge, so I'm guessing they're feeling pretty cathartic. Oh yeah, here we go. Next is this massive temple built by the Eternal Aura. This thing is huge. It's going to take probably half of our TNT. Instead of using scaffold, I am manually placing this TNT a few blocks apart just to conserve for the rest of the grief. I would consider this a healthy amount of TNT. When it finally goes off, it's going to look like someone dropped an atomic bomb on this place. The temple is so massive that we're going to have to be in render distance for probably a few minutes for all of this TNT to go off, so it's going to take a while. While they continue working on the temple, we're heading off to the next part of the base. Man, look at it go. Yeah, you love to see it. So many explosions in one place. Beautiful. I do feel kind of bad for some of the other builders that were here that didn't really know about Beardler's reputation, but hey, that's 2B2T for you. I guess they're learning the hard way. Oh, here come the withers. Yep, there's a ton of them. This castle is toast. I knew we'd be using a lot of TNT for this grief, but we've been using way more than I thought we would. Alright, with this bridge taken care of, let's head back to the main part of the base. Would you look at that? The man himself is logged in. Alright, Canes, you got this. You've been waiting 3 whole years for this. Take him out. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's getting away. Alright, we gotta give chase. Let's do this. Go, 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 go. Alright, I only have a pickaxe on me, so if we can get him to land, then we can use crystals. He has God apples, so this pickaxe is doing nothing right now, but it's okay. He's wasting fireworks and he's wasting gapples, so eventually he's gonna have to land. Oh, he's landed. All right, I got one shot at this. Look out, Alpha. Let's do this. Oh, and there it is. There's the combat log, yeah. As soon as he took crystal damage, he's like, nope, I'm out of here with the tactical disconnect. But hey, mission accomplished. Now with Beardler defeated, we have to check over the base one more time to make sure we got everything. It looks like after 3 years, the members of the Bodecan and Block Game Mecca have finally gotten their revenge. I'm happy I was able to be here today and help out my old friends, because like I said, I don't normally grief unless I have a really good reason to do so. But hey, all I want to say is that if you enjoyed today's video, you better be hitting that like and subscribe button. Also, make sure to follow me on my socials, so...
Spawn in, walk, get great, run, pick food, hit tree, get shot, run, me got shot, feel sad, miss family, me spawn, me run, discover technology, find, run, see, man, run for life, escape, and shot, me die, feel sad, miss family. Hit, tree, craft, technology, hunt, farm, barrels, recycle, discover, stone, see, someone, build, house, getting dark, finish, base, feel safe, miss wife, miss kids, feel sad, go farm, hit tree, rainfall, pick hemp, farm, barrel, hunt, pig, harvest, organs, mother, angry, die, feel sad.
Ooh. Hey chat, hello. Ugh. Wait, please, taxi, please, please. I'm dead. Oh, come on, bro. This game's bullshit. Oh, yeah, you got any spare scrap?
I'll fuck up with you. 1 3 3 3 3 3 3 1 0 1 0 1 0 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3. Fuck you.
Yeah, could you drop me off at the supermarket? Thank you.
Get up, get up.
Sorry. Hello, hello. Should we just stay on till he goes? Hello. Are we zerging today? Depends if we can find someone. I can't just randomly just zerg and have fun. Wait, what the fuck is that? Did they claim the whole island? Holy shit! They own the whole island. Wait. They've literally blocked the whole island. Look at that. That's a whole wall going around the whole island. This is our island. Fuck their island. This is mine. I claim it. We're gonna claim this island. The fucking timing on that.
Iconic Pain donated $1. I said chupapi money winado.
Oh fuck, we might have a problem. They might not let us stand to break the wall because I don't think it's shallow enough for us to stand and hit. I'll swim across, see if there's any shallow in. It seems like oh, we can boost right over. Oh, we're in already. Okay, I want to get a bag in here. I want to see what they built. They're trying to replace the stone walls. Oh, okay. They're trying to upgrade the walls. Oh, look, they raided the solo base. I can live here. And it's recent as well. It's not decayed. Real recent. Jesus Christ. Are they online? Hello? Hello? Should we do it? We're not online. First, I'm going to fucking take that base before I even announce anything. Binary Dicks, thank you for the gifted. Holy shit, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. We're going to be doing a bikini change. Here's another bikini change. Oh. Build tower. The tower can just be wooden, right? I don't really need it to be stone. I took every single fucking tree on this island, bro. We're gonna struggle collecting wood. All those trees just to make this, bro. Oh, they're online! They're online! Boys. The fucking timing. No! My whack! Oh, you fuck. Oh, you fuck. Fuck you. Oh, we're coming. We're coming for you. You just burnt my fucking tower to the ground. You just burnt my tower down. It's just gone. Just poof. In that case, we'll just take his stone tower. I mean, it does look a bit better. What you need is 30 cloth and start making your way towards this location on the map. Oh, fuck you.
I just saw your stream.
Oh, you live here. You burnt my fucking tower down, huh?
Yeah, me and my friend.
Fuck you. We're coming for you. We're coming for you, your tower, your base, your walls, your island. It's now mine. Welcome to my island, bitch. Waste your bullets. That's what I want. To be like the fucking D-Day on the water and the beaches. I need every single one of you fucks to come here. Oh, I see someone swimming. Turn on your torches when you're swimming. Turn on your torches. Let me see.
Hey.
Blackweld.
Hey.
Oh, they're feeding through. Look at them channeling through. Come on, boys. Hello.
Need hemp. Where is hemp?
I craft rocks. Come on, Habibi Amoon.
We will fucking break the walls. We will be free. We will destroy.
We will fucking kill!
Get stone so you can make rocks. Rock the door out.
Give me some stone.
We gotta claim the island. We're gonna live here.
I'm on 3 fucking frames.
We need to break one of the side walls. Behind this TC, we gotta start breaking this wall here or some shit.
Let's get it.
We're gonna infiltrate inside and make an easy entrance for you ladies. Jump in, boys. They built a breach. Good. Get in. Oh, you just died.
No. Baba Booey.
Wait, Z, with us? Bendy, jump check. Crouch check. Crouch. Kill him. I start breaking that wall, boys. That wall right there, start breaking it. Take those rocks. Take the E-rocks. Collect the E-rocks. Make more E-rocks. Use E-rocks on wall. Make a rock pile so they can just keep gathering more and more and stop breaking it. Here, there's a rock pile here. Pick up your rocks. Hit the same wall. This one, that's 430. Who's that? Who's shooting?
Guys, what are you doing here lining up at his door?
I have to sign for you.
Go fucking break that wall down!
There's a bridge being built.
There's a bridge! They're building a bridge!
Come on, get your free rocks, everybody.
Make a rock.
Nori, you wanna hear a joke?
Beach, come here, beach. And his life! Fuck him up! Got him! Let's go!
He's running back, he's retreating.
Nardo, I made you bandages.
Get your free rocks, everyone.
What are you doing over here? Push! Push! The fight's over there! What the fuck are you doing?
He put the boat!
Stand for rocks, guys. Stand for rocks. Stand scrap. Why are you robbing me, huh?
Hey,
why are you robbing me? You stand scrap. Everyone, you're robbing me.
That is a scam.
You scamming shit.
Type E Island in chat. This is beautiful. E Island. Start building your bases because they can't raid all of us. Once we make that breach, we have an open area for us to come in and out.
Hit the wall! Hit the wall! What are you doing? The wall is open! Push through!
Is the wall open? Move away from the TC. Step away from the TC. Alright, boys. Push towards the base. Rush the big base. Go, go, go. 736 rocks for a high external gate. That's fine. We can do that. It's possible. Rocket, boys! We need to get onto the guys on top of the tower. They're breaking the bridge, are they? Repair the bridge! What the fuck was that noise?
Your mother. Are you helping me or not, man? Are you helping me or not?
Let me up! Let me up! Hey!
Oh,
stop! Let me go!
Is your mother friendly?
Oi!
Malaga, you're Malaga. You're Malaga. Malaga, you're Malaga.
Break this door.
We're taking the tower. We're taking what's ours. They've taken it away from us, so we've been taking this one. All right, someone get a TC on the tower and just steal it. Steal the tower from them. I think we did a successful job, no? Gambino! Hello! Look how beautiful you guys are just moving around it. It's just... Mwah. Oh, I got a TC, boys. I got it. Good job. The tower's now ours. All right, so we got the breach. We got the bridge. We've got the tower. Now we just got to take the base. It's all ours. The island. Just keep attacking the stone wall. There's more of us and less of them. Hey! You want to make baby, huh?
Keep baby, man.
They're on their roofs. It's okay. Just keep hitting the stone wall. They can't attack us. Yeah, you just shoot your arrows. They got guns. We got the primitive gear. Primitive on top, boys. Give me a shower, bro. Thank you. Mini copter. Guys, be careful. They're using rockets, boys. Oh, the bridge looks fantastic.
Hey Nardo, can I have water please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Keep going. Keep going. Making church type shoot if you want to help. Aw. They're sniping us. Don't worry. Just hide behind the hill and they can't snipe you. Yeah, they're gonna door camp me with snipers. Don't worry about it. Oh. Besides that.
Free rock. Free rock.
Take the rocks.
Free rock.
You will not die in vain!
Oh, scrap heli! Scrap heli, take cover, boys!
Watch out! Watch out!
Take cover! Oh my god, look at that! Do you see what I see right now? They built an E. Wait, let me get a good angle. Look at it, chat. It's fucking amazing. Keep hitting the wall. We're almost in.
Whoever is not shooting the fucking rock, drop it here.
Get ready. Run, 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 run. Go, 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 go. Break everything. Break it all. Break the large furnaces. The refineries, they don't need it. We got a boost on top. Don't worry, I got you, boys.
Let Leonardo go up. Let Leonardo go up. Let Leonardo go up.
Oh shit, help me up. Help, we need a medic over here.
Get your free rocks over here. Get your free rocks. Get your free rocks.
Here, boys, here. Right here. Come here. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in the base. Let me in. Jump on my head. Crush me in. Push my ass in. Push my ass in. Push me in.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it.
Come in, come in. Jump on each other's heads. Yes, wedge in. Come in.
Please pick me up.
I got you. I got you. We know we're inside. Come on. We're infiltrated from the top down. Keep going. Keep boosting. They can't stop all of us. Wedge me in. Yes! Good job. Keep breaking the next one. Were you? Well, you're in it again. Look at it. Got a little houses down. Got the giant E. Just keep attacking, boys. Keep attacking. We need to make sure they suffer. No! Monkey! More E's. Oh my god, they're building more E's over there. Okay, let me see what's going on. See the progress being made. Ah! We're breaking in. Oh, we're underpicking the floor as well. Nice. Good job. Good job, boys. What is it? What are you looking at? Yes! They did it! They breached! Ah! Is that it? It's back! Ah! If we can take over the roof, we're fine. They can't hurt us no more. Because we got access to all their peeking points. So we just force them to stay inside. Just break it through. It's the soft side. 230. Keep going, keep going. Go, go, push him, push him, push him! Hey, we can soft side pick these walls and around the back we can get in ourselves. Oh shit. I'm dead. Rockets, boys. Just keep going. You killed him. He's dead. Yeah.
Bodyguard.
Hello
I'm
there.
your bodyguard.
I come to serve you for the motherland. Gather wood, he say. Gather wood.
Get up horse,
Leonardo, I can't fucking hear you from Discord.
Rock him, got him. Get him. Yeah. Yeah, rock him. Yeah, we're winning. Oh, never mind. They're fucking raining spears. It's raining tools.
Yeah.
He's in there. He's medding. He's medding. Kill him. Kill him. Get him. Chop him up. Chop him up. Yes. You got him. Finish him. Help me up, boys. Help me up. Help me up. All right, I'm going to depot that. We just keep ending up with that loot. Take him. Good. Holy shit. Boost me. What's going on in there? They're raiding. Oh, it's Lam Lam. Lam Lam's helping us. No! Oh, you know, I got an idea, guys. Everyone type in chat AC23. We're gonna give the location out. Now, the reason why we're leaking out the codes, let's just hope another clan sees that, comes along, and just fucking destroys everything. I think they said there's a Russian base near us. Maybe I can ask for their help. Should I ask for the Russians' help?
I love the Russians. Russians, beautiful.
Type in Russia. Hot. Come on, let's get the... We're gonna need the Russians. Not hot. Hot. Yes, they could be hot. Russia. Get the Russians on our side. Ruski, comrade, team friendly, bomb, big base. American, boof. Are they Russians? Yes. Friendly. Yes. Yes, we got the Russians, bro. Clap for the Russians. Tell the Russians we love them.
Love you.
Love
you.
Russian.
Ruski, vodka, number one. Yes.
Vodka. Vodka.
Let's fucking go.
Motherland.
Russian. Friendly. Friendly. Headshot. He's dead. Good. Pick it up. Pick it up. We won the semi. Little pop in the head. Bang. We got a semi. Let's go depot that. Look at us resettling.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry. It's because
He was lying, by the way, Nardo.
Oh, garlic! Sorry. Garlic! You're a garlic! Oh my god!
Oh, hey, Mr. Baxter. How are you doing?
How's the church going?
Listen, we may die many times, but we'll be okay. Thanks, John.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Boochie bang, boochie bang, boochie bang.
Hey, why you stab me? Why you stab me? Who stabbed me? Why you stab me? Why you stab me? Oh my god, he's trying to kill me, please. You are noob. You are so bad at the game. Oh my god.
I killed you twice.
POV, you're a traveler running through the woods. Nighttime's about to break, you're all on your own, and you're in unfamiliar territory. But then, all of a sudden, an explosion nearby. And then getting back to your base isn't so important anymore. You see, explosions are the most tempting sounds in Rust. They mean opportunity. Well, really it means a base is getting raided, meaning that hours and hours, if not days and days of loot is about to be exposed to the outside world, or whoever is blowing down that base's doors or walls. Now, being neither a member of the group that's getting raided or the group that's doing the raiding, you are unaffiliated to the situation, but all you know is that a raid is going on nearby, which means you have the opportunity to counter it and get all of the loot inside of that base. So of course, You run over. By the time you get there, it's almost completely dark outside. You hear no explosions going on inside anymore. You don't hear any footsteps or anything of the sort, but the doors are missing. This was definitely the base that was getting raided. Now, your curiosity is peaking at campfires running, and there's a dead body or a body bag on the ground inside. The lack of any sort of sound is kind of disconcerting, but you're a human being. Your greed drives you to jump inside the base. You begin to look through all the loot in the boxes, and there's loot there. This is a raid for sure. You keep going in further and further into the base, and then you see bigger boxes, what appears to be the main loot. So of course, you plan on opening one. But then the sound of a beep that comes from you clicking on a locked box triggers the base owner to lower a ladder hatch. You are now trapped inside the base. The ladder hatch is blocking your escape. You're still in a state of confusion, so you continue to look around. But then a switch opens a garage door, which exposes an auto turret that's off but pointed in your direction, and bulletproof glass, a shop front, with the base owner standing behind it. You understand what's happening now. You're no longer a passerby. You're not a counter raider. You're a victim. You've fallen into a trap base. No raid was ever even going on. The base owner was throwing weak explosives at his own walls to bait people like you to come inside. You see the switch that's on the wall beside him. You know when he flips it, the auto turret will turn on, and you'll fall to your demise. You can try to run up the ladder hatch, but if you do, you'll just be in another sort of cage. And if the base owner opens the single door beside you, a shotgun trap will do just what the turret would. Maybe you can even try to throw your loot past the ladder hatch, if you have a teammate outside to pick it up. But odds are, you'll die before you can get much of it out. The harsh reality is, no matter how much good loot you have on you, no matter how good of a player you are, no matter how fast your reactions are, you are doomed. You have been outplayed by the base owner and his base. Now, this design is not simple to make. It takes a pretty advanced knowledge of the Rust electricity system and Rust mechanics, and it takes a fair bit of resources to actually build. But once the base owner completes it, the server turns from an island with hundreds of players running around on it to a pond, where every player is a fish swimming around, and the base owner has a hook in with bait on it, prepared to catch as many players as he possibly can. The idea of having a consistent stream of loot coming in without having to farm or fight for it is appealing. It's something that in my 5,000 hours of playing Rust, I have never once done before. So in the tale that I'm about to tell you all, it was my main goal to make this base on a live server. Let's get into the action. My name's Stevie. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. As always, our story started where and how everyone in Rust begins. As a naked, on the beach. But this time it was a little bit different because this day was Monday, December 14th. But that's not really when all the action took place. You see, I was playing solo to begin this wipe for about the first day and a half. I was getting my start, getting established, so we're gonna skip through all of that so we can focus on the main part of this video, the trap base, and the action that revolved around that. So we'll skip all the way to mid-afternoon on Tuesday, December 15th. As the title suggests, I was playing with someone else, a new player to the game. It was Kaz, FaZe Kaz, who's a Fortnite player that has never played Rust before and has hardly watched any Rust content. For those of you that are Rust players, you can imagine how difficult the game was when you first began. Ultimately, that's why I decided on making a trap base this wipe, because I knew with a new player by my side going around PvPing, raiding, normal things that a Rust adventure would entail would just not be reasonable. For those of you that don't play Rust, let me explain. Rust is not a game you can just download and already be good at. It's not like there's a set game mode, like a battle royale or like a search and destroy that you can relate to and understand. Players that are new to the game may take dozens, if not hundreds of hours to get just a decent grip on what the game is all about. So the trap base action didn't actually begin until Wednesday. It was Tuesday, and the reason that I skipped to this day was because this is when Kaz originally got on for the first time in Rust However, right after he had finished downloading the game, the plan was to show Kaz around the area so he could see what there was to see, show him some of the guns and the tools so he could get a feel for the mechanics and kind of understand the game a little bit. With that being said, my expectations for his Rust debut were very, very low, as they would be for any new Rust player, so we didn't take any decent guns out. But the outcome of this day was a lot better than I expected. Hello.
Are we both naked?
Yeah. All right, so I'll invite you. So you should see, if you open tab, you should have an option to join the team.
Yes.
And now, my name tag will always be green when I'm at a distance. So,
all right, cool.
We can tell who's on our team.
There's no way to go third person, right? This is all first person?
This is all first person, yeah. So, this is our area. So let me describe a bit about it. Power plant, which you see 70, you see that big nuclear mountain thing? That's like the main monument I've been using to get my resources. And you can see it if you open your map, you can see all the shit that's around us.
Right.
That's where I've been going. There's a road down there, north, where we can hit components. You actually see a little guy down there.
Yeah, can I shoot him?
Yeah, you can, but that's like an impossible shot to do with like a gun like this. Like if we had a sniper rifle, that'd be easy cake, but...
Oh! I hit him.
Bullshit. Then actually you see that base over there. You see past that little wooden like lookout tower looking thing. Behind it there's like what looks like the remains of a base, a stone base.
I don't even know if, yeah, I guess. Yeah,
that's like the remains of it. That base was like kind of like my main neighbors. They got absolutely pummeled last night, raided, destroyed. And you see west, that base up there on the hill.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they got raided too. And there's a base.
So why are we not scared we're gonna get raided?
Oh, we are. We're terrified. We're in clan territory. Because if you look, oh, there's a helicopter up there west. If you look around on the map, this is a pretty clan heavy area. The way you can tell is if you look around the map, there are all these monuments. The closer you are to monuments, and how
the more people are going to be there.
Yeah, the more people are going to be there. And clans will build as close to monuments as possible to have, you know, the easiest access to resources. So the
clans that have like 8 people.
Yeah, they'll have like 8, 10, 20 people. There's really no limit. You see launch site up. That's kind of like up to the right on the map of us.
Up to the right.
In the snow.
Yeah.
That's like the monument. That's the monument that clans live at. That would be like clan hell. So we're in like a decent area, but there's been a group, and I was actually in the woods, like just doing my business farming yesterday, and I hear these guys. They're running through the woods. They're talking in game. They're like, "Oh yeah, this clan's been coming through, raiding every single base in the area." And I was like, "Holy shit, dude, I'm next."
Wait, were you talking to them?
No. I was farming, but I heard them running up, and so I hid in a bush, and they passed by, and they were talking out loud, and they were like,
"That's funny."
Last night before I got offline, I was terrified that when I woke up I wouldn't have a base. I've been farming all yesterday to make this. I guess we can just go ahead. All right, so there's a little technique. If you like slowly edge off the side, and then as you're falling, you run into the wall, you'll take less fall damage.
Did that work? I don't even know if that worked.
Yeah, I think it did. Now, nighttime in this game, you can't see a thing. When it's nighttime, you can't see unless you have a flashlight.
No way. Well, you can already kind of tell. So what's even the point of having night then?
I mean, it does add realism, but it's a time. Oh shit. Headshot him. I'm pushing him.
I just got.
Are you dead?
No. Popping mushroom. Is he in this tube?
Headshot him. Oh wait, he's not dead. He's over here. 70.
No way.
Headshot him, full dead. Got him.
Nice.
Oh, he's fucking stacked. Oh my god, he had an auto turret. Holy shit, we can make a trap base out of this.
No fucking way.
Dude, that's actually so perfect. What the f? Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm asking for a res, I think.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
You will middle of the street by like the tube.
We'll get this back to base and then.
Okay.
Wait. There's a guy coming in.
Am I up?
He's dead. Oh my God.
You just melted that kid. You got a pistol?
Yeah, you can loot this guy's body. I'm really low. I need to like get in a corner and heal. If you can find that body, you can probably loot it. He's got some.
You can't prone in this game, right?
No. And his gun would have
fallen on the ground. Is there a quicker way to take stuff to your inventory?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, the quick loot. If you hold down H and swipe over everything, it'll like suck it up. Yeah. And if you look on the ground, it'll be lying around somewhere, his gun. It should be like outlined in white if you hover over it.
Oh, I see it.
Here, just try to follow me. I'm gonna turn my torch on.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna throw on, can I throw on clothes and stuff or no?
Yeah, all the clothes he had on, just swipe them onto your inventory.
Okay.
Wait, guy coming? Wait.
I have a shotgun too.
Yeah, we should get the out of here. Just have that python out. That's like a really good gun.
Hold on, I gotta make some bandages.
Yeah, all good. You see that guy to the right?
Yeah.
See, we could hold our torch out like that and run to be able to see easier, but we're just like fucking asking to get smacked, you know?
Yeah.
Like
that kid, you can tell exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like if anyone had a gun, like if I decided to shoot that guy, he'd just die. But that's probably the guy we killed running back. And you can kind of
us?
Red dot of the door to open it.
That's funny, bro. Do we have lights in the house?
Yeah, we can turn on campfires.
How did you get inside?
Oh, I went in before you. And then I closed it behind me. So some time passed and Kaz got a little bit more familiar with the game. He was trying out some weapons. We were finding a little bit of success. And we thought we were ready to run over to launch site. There were a bunch of shots in the area, and an airdrop had recently come in. We really didn't have that many guns in our boxes at this point, but we decided we would take 2 out and see if we could make anything happen. And there's SAR shots back there, so we might be able to get some here. Holy shit, dude, look at these nodes. All of this in this tiny ass area.
That's like stuff you can farm, right?
Yeah, like all these ones that have like that weird looking
sulfur?
ridges. Yeah, that's sulfur.
There was sulfur, metal, and what? What other
stone? That's what our whole base is made out of. They just popped a airdrop to the left. There was purple smoke for a bit, and that pretty much calls in an airdrop that has like good tier loot in it. But they have a compound, so it's probably just gonna fall right in their compound, and there's nothing we can really do about it. And that's them shooting AK.
Watch out, there's 2 guys ahead of us. Right here, right in front of you.
One. I'll let you get that guy. Dead? Hell yes, brother.
Let's go.
Oh.
Watch out. To your left, yeah, behind us.
Okay, we need to keep going.
Okay.
Try to be like sporadic with your movements so we can't like lead you properly. Although he is shooting at me. Those are the shots ringing out of a bolt action sniper and probably on a roof. As is that probably. Oh wait, he's right in front of us. Holy shit, holy shit. You have saw, wait, you have saw, right?
Yeah.
There's a guy peeker. No, not from this range, but you see him?
Yeah.
Oh, and he's on the roof there. Wait, he might have seen me. We might be able to get up close.
What the f? What are they doing?
We can't kill this range. They have metal armor on. We need to get a spray down. Come to me.
Right here. Tell me when you're gonna start shooting.
Yeah. You see the orange guy?
Red pants, right?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, you turned around?
Wait.
Yeah.
Red pants. Go ahead.
Hit.
Dead.
Nice.
Okay, he's behind this 2x2, his teammate. He just died to Tommy. I think he just died to Tommy.
Yeah, now the team far is shooting us.
Yeah, I know. But we got to get to this base, to this AK body. If I get that. You see that hazmat guy behind the rock? 240. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. If you get behind this rock, you can pick me. Yeah, there's a guy pushing somewhere. Where's my gun?
You want my gun?
I got it. Killed him. I killed the guy looting the airdrop. There's a guy in the base still. He's getting mowed by Tommy. Come.
With you.
Killed one.
Hit.
I'm medding.
I gotta pop.
Okay.
There more?
Yeah, inside. I'm gonna try to loot this body. Guy to our left.
Yeah.
Killed him. I need a med.
There's a guy on the roof, but he's naked.
Okay.
I'm with you.
He might have a gun. These guys are loaded.
This guy, right? On the roof. He's just jumping.
Yeah, he's fine. If you don't have a gun, he don't have a gun. Here, can you loot this body? Actually, I'll try to loot what I can.
I can grab some stuff.
I got an M9 pistol. Did you loot some stuff already? We
I'm
should
just swooping a shit ton of stuff.
Yeah, we should dip.
Okay.
He's leaving the base.
I hear somebody close.
Just keep coming. I'll cover.
I got an M39.
That's a really good gun.
And the Spaz 12.
Take this armor.
Hold up.
Put that on.
Did you get an AK?
Yeah, I got an AK.
Nice.
So like equating this to an amount of time, like getting one of these is probably if you were to just go outside and farm for 40 minutes straight, that's probably what this one gun is.
No way.
Yeah. And the thing is, you'll almost never find solos, duos, even trios, small groups crafting these AKs. There's a guy straight ahead to the left. We'll go up to the right. So yeah, the thing is clans can like really easily make these because they're just like for the first day of wipe, clans pretty much just farm. Like they just all go out, they make a massive base and they just farm. And like one of these AKs is 50 high quality metal, which is hitting one of those node things 25 times. So when small groups, duos like us, even solos, trios, get an AK, it's like a really, really substantial thing.
Oh, let's go.
So somehow we had countered an airdrop that was coming in on the south side of launch site. We didn't get all of the airdrop loot because they got inside that little 2x2 with some of it, but we did get an AK and an M39 set, and Kaz held his own. He was providing cover fire while I was looting, and even before that, when we were shooting at the first AK guy that we killed, he was hitting shots. But the good kept coming.
Like, cause that M39 with the kick it has is not a...
I probably... Whoa. Getting shot at.
Yeah, are you good?
You kill him?
With one?
Yeah, I'm good.
The other guy's still alive?
You killed the guy.
I didn't kill the first guy.
Hit 3 times. Dead.
Nice, dude. Good shit. Alright, I'm looting this guy on the left. You loot the guy you killed. Oh, they had components too. Guy in front.
Yeah. Moving down the street.
Doubled him. He's dead.
In the background. Back there, yep.
Hit him.
Hit him.
Dead. Could be another. I'm healing. You can go and push or just hold for now. Tell me once you got all this stuff.
A lot of potatoes. Why do you have 30 potatoes on his body?
Oh my god, this guy's loaded.
Nice.
Oh, we had a turret too for the trap base. It's perfect.
Oh, high external stone wall.
That's good.
Electric fuse.
Wait, is there a body or something?
I was just looking at the blue ahead.
Okay, let's go.
What the hell?
Whoa. That won't do shit. That's the Chinook. All bark, no bite. It flies around the map every once in a while and drops a crate at one of the monuments, and the crates have really good loot.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but then these things shoot M2s off the back, but they like miss every bullet and do 0 damage, so it's just like kind of pointless.
As more and more time passed, Kaz was getting more and more familiar with the game, and after several hours longer, he got off for the night. I stayed on for a while, fortifying my compound, which, yes, was built around the sulfur quarry. Now, if you are wondering why I built here, how I was even able to, I'm going to leave that explanation for another time. Like I said, this video is just focusing on the trap base and how Kaz and I managed to pull it off. And it happens very soon. I went to sleep with our base nice and secure. It was more of a fortress now, but when I woke up the next morning, we weren't raided. Thankfully, because like I'd mentioned, groups had been going around raiding all of the bases in my area. With the compound and the base pretty much completely done the previous night, the goal for today was to get everything ready for the trap base, and then when Kaz got on, eventually make the trap base and begin seeing what we could do with it. So for now, I was able to go to power plant and get all the resources that I would eventually need to make the electrical system in the base. Now, I had a bunch of farming that I needed to get done, and I did it. I'm gonna breeze through it because, you know, it's not that entertaining to watch, but I'll kind of explain what I needed. The base in the beginning pretty much showed you exactly how the trap base would work, or at least our initial plan for what it would look like. We were going to need an auto turret, door controller, switches, a medium battery, a generator, wires. It was going to be a lot, not even to mention all the resources it was going to take to just put the base down. Stone and then metal fragments to make all of the doors and such that were on the inside. That's what I was doing for most of Wednesday morning, but after a while I ran into someone who killed me when I was farming. His name was YY and then a bunch of numbers. Shortly after, I ran into him again, and then again and again, and what I realized is that he was solo as well. I was solo because Kaz had not yet got on, and we kept running into each other. This was unproductive, and we would both die and lose resources, so we eventually decided to team up, because in running into each other so much, we were essentially blocking each other from progressing with our wipes. I would kill him with resources he needed, he would kill me with resources that I needed. Now, we weren't in Discord or voice comms or anything like that at this point, but we were under the same team UI, meaning we would know who we each were from a distance and know not to shoot each other. Also, because both of us were running low on the resources that we needed to make meds and ammo, we decided that we wanted to go to Outpost. I ran over to Bandit Camp with 750 scrap, which I traded in for a minicopter, and then I took us both over to Outpost, where we bought everything that we needed. All of the resources that I would need to eventually put the trap base down. Not too long after the run, we pretty much had all of the resources we needed to make the trap base, and everything crafted that we needed to place inside. Kaz got on, and now all we needed to do was figure out where we were going to build it.
Holy, that's crazy.
Look at that, AK guys over there. That's gonna be our f***ing domain, and we can see it from here perfectly. Alright, so I'm thinking, in terms of the place I want to put it, is right in that open spot between the mining outpost and that like little bunker looking base that's down there. Right where that AK guy shot. That's where I want to put it.
I see a guy running in that field. You see him? On the right side of the street, further side?
Yeah, I do not. Wait, is my draw distance down? I don't see him.
There.
Oh no, I don't see him. But somewhere around there is where we'll put it, because there's a lot of traffic. Maybe even more to the right, because it's closer to power where groups will be.
Yeah.
And then we'll also be able to see it from up here. And I got an M39 silence. We also have a bolt sniper rifle, so we'll have a good vision over it. If people start to raid it, we can spawn up here and put in some work. And like kill them off from the outside. I'm gonna tell our pal what we're planning on doing.
Make trap base near outpost and power.
He said, LOL, go for it. I'll tell him we want to catch some clans. Maybe he'll be in on it. So I disconnected from this server for a little bit and hopped over onto a build server. These build servers give you unlimited resources, kind of like creative mode in Minecraft, where you can build whatever you want to test out base designs without actually having to farm for them. I wanted to test out the design, to test out the electrical system and make sure everything was fully functioning and that I knew how to build it on the spot before we built it on our regular server. Because when we were putting it down on the regular server, people would probably be trying to stop us. And if they killed us and grabbed our resources, everything we had been working for to make that base would just be gone. Stolen. But everything looked good. I knew I could make it on the spot, and I knew we had the resources and the items to build it already in our boxes, so we were ready to go. I disconnected from the build server, loaded back into the original one, got the resources I needed on me, and then we ran over. It's daytime now. This is gonna be so interesting.
We put barbed wire above it now.
Yeah, we're all secure. People got to try
really
hard.
There he is.
Yeah, this is homeboy.
Bro, why do you guys have like way better outfits on than me? You guys both are astronauts. I'm a wolf.
That's true. So I don't know if we want to build closer to mining outpost. God, my dogs are howling in the background. Closer to mining outpost to the left or further up to the right?
All right, he's building it.
The TC's over here if you want to get access on it.
Okay.
Yeah. The tool cupboard. Every single base has it. It's like the heart of the base. Oh, this guy.
Oh.
I think he smoked him.
This guy is nuts.
Oh, true. This guy went crazy. All right, sweet. All right, we'll get back in base. Oh, this is gonna be a good little area, I think.
Oh, I'm getting caught.
Get in, get in, get in. Okay, I got this. Ooh. M39 guys. That's a scary gun. Be careful.
Dude, wow, I don't care, bro. He's running up.
Why am I crazy?
Just sitting here. Maybe pop a.
Back.
Are we going back inside?
Yeah, I gotta grab some more stuff. I just built the outside of the base pretty much. Now I gotta get all this stuff for the inside.
Close?
Oh shit! Why I sprayed one of them down? Yeah, a helicopter just came by close to the ground. Why I just fucking beamed his ass?
What?
Oh no!
What?
Loot the rest of this. Come here, down here.
What, is this dude cheating or something?
No, loot this. Just loot it. These guys just were on an insane farm run. Oh my god.
No way.
Yeah, I swear to you. Here, we need to get back inside. I need to type this guy.
And he beamed 2 of them?
No. The driver got away with the mini copter, but 2 people can fit on one. He beamed the guy off the front. They were driving low, though. I don't know why they were driving so low, but they went about probably 30 feet above the ground, and he just melted the first guy. I cannot believe that shit. Like, I mean, I know this doesn't really mean anything to you, but there's the screenshot of what he had. Like, sulfur, that yellow stuff I talked about, that's like the most valuable resource in Rust.
You said like ours made 1,000, right? Or what?
Yeah, ours makes every 10 minutes it probably makes 500. And this guy alone had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Bro,
almost
they gotta be
10,000.
no way.
Yeah, like that's an absurd amount of farming to do. That's like they bought a mini copter to fly to the snow away from their base because a lot of nodes spawn there, to farm for a long amount of time, to just come back and us to yoink it all. It's crazy.
That sucks, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for them, but then again,
And a jackhammer.
Oh yeah, true, and they're pretty rare. So we're gonna smelt this for YY because we have large furnaces, and he doesn't, and then give it back. All right, let's go. Okay, oh, this is looking good, dude. Clean. So now, oh, lovely. Oh, lovely.
It's working?
Okay, the full trap should be in effect. So do you want to stand there, and we'll have YY come in and do the honors of being the little bait?
Well, wait, what do you want me to do? Just stand up top?
Yeah. And remember, the second you open it, just fly into these doors. Okay.
Can I just have this door open already?
Yeah, just ready to get in. Alright, he's coming. Assume
Doesn't
there
he
are no doors. Just go in. Lol. Like you're going deep. Alright, now he's trapped.
Alright.
Hello, my friend. Hello. Alright, has he gone up there?
Yeah, he's stuck up here.
Hello.
They come up here, huh?
There's a shotgun trap in that doorway, or there will be.
Oh shit.
Okay, wait. Alright, it worked perfect.
It
That
worked?
gun is the P2 and the turret is terrible. I need to put a better gun in the P2. And also, I almost forgot the shotgun trap. He's right.
He's like, what happens if I come up here? Yeah, nothing.
So it had all worked perfectly, except for the turret taking forever to kill YY, who was giving the trap base a test run, but that was just because there was a cheap pistol in the turret slot. We changed that out for a Thompson, and then everything was ready to go. But before we started baiting people to come over, we made a camera station across the street, halfway up the hill, a little bit hidden, pretty far away. But it had a camera on the side, meaning that we could look through that camera via a computer station in the second story of the trap base and see exactly what was going on outside. We thought that having that outside view intel could be helpful in our trapping process.
See, look, you ready?
Oh yeah, you actually picked up.
Yeah. Oh, earlier I had to sleep. That's why. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's good. So there's this thing on the realm. You don't want to look at it. I may or may not have done a few hours of no life.